conclave being organized by ITPO, along with the Exhibitions India group. And ladies and gentlemen, the overarching theme which we have for these 3 days, and as we have our conference and the exhibition happening on different stages, is AI-driven future today, innovating for a better tomorrow. And as we are all aware, our Honorable Prime Minister time and again has mentioned that technology today is not just an enabler, but in fact it is a key driver towards nation building and can be a major catalyst in India's journey towards Viksit Bharat. And as far as artificial intelligence is concerned, it is expected to be contributing almost $500 billion to the Indian economy, has a potential towards making India a manufacturing hub, and then has a potential towards contributing towards various social sectors, that of education, healthcare, agriculture, financial inclusion, and thus having a potential towards making India an $8 trillion economy by 2030, and promising a more sustainable and inclusive growth for the country. So in these 3 days, ladies and gentlemen, on this overarching theme of AI-driven future today, innovating for a better tomorrow, we at Convergence India are going to be ideating, discussing, we are going to be exploring how AI can be used more responsibly, not only for augmenting human capabilities and transforming our industries and economies, but more importantly, also being used for global good and welfare for all. And as we take these discussions in these 3 days, and we start with the very first panel discussion, this is on connecting India from 5G leader to 6G game changer. We are all aware that India today stands as a global leader as far as 5G is concerned. And as we set our eyes on 6G, we have our focus actually shifts on research, focus shifts on AI-driven networks, seamless connectivity that is going to be redefining our industries and economies worldwide. So in this panel discussion, we are going to be exploring how India can transition from a 5G powerhouse to becoming a 6G game changer, shaping the next era of communication technology. And we are going to be discussing with our moderator and the esteemed panelists the transition from 5G to 6G, the role of emerging technologies such as AI and quantum computing in shaping the 6G ecosystem, overcoming challenges and fostering collaboration. We also discuss the regulatory frameworks which are needed to facilitate the 6G adoption, and then bridging the telecom talent demand-supply gap as we transition from 5G to 6G. So I would like to invite our esteemed panelists here, first inviting our moderator, Mr. Vyom Krishna, the partner EY Parthenon. Ladies and gentlemen, you can all put your hands together as our distinguished panelists and the moderators join us here. We have Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, the CEO of CDOT. I believe he's going to be joining us. Mr. Praveen Sirohi, the CEO of the Telecom Sector Skill Council. Mr. Bharat Bhatia, the President, ITU APT Foundation of India. Mr. Manoj Gurnani, the CTO, Nokia India. Mr. TV Sriram, APAC Lead, Cloud First Networks, Accenture Technology, Accenture. Mr. Vikram Tivatia, DDG Technology COAI, and Ms. Radhika Gupta, the head of the data acquisition GSMA Intelligence. Now, just a request to the panelists and our moderator, for we have 1 hour and we have a huge panel here. I request if the individual initiatives which you're going to be sharing, it can be limited to 2 to 3 minutes, and then further we can have the panel discussion. Thank you. I hand over to our moderator.
Thank you. Hello. Hello. Thank you. So we have a very interesting topic out here, while how India can move from leverage its position as a powerhouse in 5G to be a 6G leader. lot of talks on 6G is happening, not only in India, across the globe. Uh, India itself has taken a lead in this. We have our 6G, Bharat 6G vision, which is there. Government is working tirelessly in this particular area. And there is a Bharat 6G alliance which has been formed also between industry, regulators, policymakers, institutions to chart out the path for a leadership role of India in 6G. So I will not waste much time, and I will directly start with our panel members. The first question I will have to Vikram, to you. Vikram, 5G was there, and it's still here, I will say. We still are trying to figure out what to do with 5G, with a lot of use cases being there, which are being tested, still have to see the day of the light. Lot of expectations with 5G was there. Based on your experience and your interaction with the operators in India, how do you think our operators are ready for a leapfrog from 5G to 6G? Specifically, if I talk about the infra and the network side, are they ready, or what needs to be done in this particular area?
So thank you very much. One of the questions is that the variety of Gs, right? So the 5G. Now, where do you consume 5G? Or where did you consume 4G? How did it get delivered to, humanity, let us say? So it's essentially wireless, right? And the wireless form factor in which you consume it is the mobile phone and its various, Is there a different form factor where you will consume the next generation of, let's say, 6G in this case? Any thoughts, any idea? Will it be this? You've seen the tie-up between Meta and Ray-Ban, right? You're already getting a phone call out here. It's got a camera in it. If I look around, I can see things around me. But is that good enough? Does it deliver to humanity the services like transportation, financial transactions, etc.? Okay. Now, to do all this, to your question about in India, are our members, let's say COI members, ready for the next G? So essentially, the discussion why I mentioned wireless, very often we forget the importance of the wire line part in the wireless network. So for India to be prepared for 6G, there is a lot of focus that should be given, and the investments for developing a wire line network which is predominantly optical fiber. So to lay out optical fiber in India is very expensive. And also you don't get permissions. So the right-of-way permissions. So one of the things we've been asking the Department of Telecom is to launch a digital readiness index of states. So you have a ranking index of states. Then when a state does, invest in Orissa, happening Haryana, amazing Bengal. So then any investor would see where do you stand, so that, unless you have the digital infrastructure ready, whether it is for 5G or 6G, for future. Because for India, the important part is, you want to be, let's say, what's that, Viksit Bharat. Will you be able to deliver as much education to your citizens through more schools? You already see the transition that COVID enabled in delivering education through technology, wireless technologies, or through videos. And now with AI, you can deliver it in local language. So coming back to the point about infrastructure, very important to dwell on the wireline infrastructure. Maybe later one can talk about the satellite part, right? The other thing is, today we have 30 lakh base stations. I mean, essentially, how do I reach this? You have to have a radio up there on the tower, right? Now, as you're going in 5G, the network which was on the rooftop with higher frequency has to come down and merge into street furniture. Because the distance over which the higher 5G or 6G airways will travel will be shorter. And I have to move it inside buildings. 80% of the data is consumed, let's say, inside a building at place of rest or residence or place of work. So that is another huge infrastructure investment to lay out the radios inside buildings, right? So as of now, I will leave it at that. There is, on infrastructure, there's also the spectrum piece, maybe somebody else, but back to you.
Just a related question before I move on to other panelists is, how do you see integration of satellite communication? Will it complement or compete with 5G and 6G infra?
So, I find this is, the news of the day over the last, 10, 15 days, ever since these two announcements happened. But if you look at it, satellite always complemented the terrestrial network. I mean, there is new hype. Only difference now is the ability for the satellites, like I said, for the, let's say, the infrastructure or the tower which was on the rooftop or a very tall ground-based tower is descended. Similarly, the satellite ecosystem from geosynchronous is descending into Middle Earth and Low Earth. The only reason is to, again, the focus, how do I consume the internet? I consume the internet on this form factor. Now, the challenge is not for the satellite to reach this device. The challenge is the power of this is capped at 2 watts. Okay? The signal from this to reach the satellite. That is the reason the satellites have come down. Okay? But they will be complementary. We can talk more about it.
Thank you, Vikram. My next question is to you, Bharat. I would like to ask, what's the influence of India in developing 6G standards globally? How can, though our today discussion topic saying being 5G leader, but what I say is, how can we move from a adopter to a leader stage, especially in 6G? And what things government is doing, what are the plans which can enable the same, especially if I talk about in the standard development, because who has done the 6G standards? If it's aligned to your vision, your parts, every country in the world is trying to do the same. How India can play its role and be a leader in this space.
Hi, yes. So thank you very much, and thanks to Exhibition India for giving this opportunity. Standards is a very complex and very long-drawn game. And until 4G, India was really not very much a part of it. These standards are developed in 2 areas in the world. One is the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, which is a UN body. They lay down the overall framework and the vision for the next G, whether it's a 2G, 3G, or 4G. And then it is a 3GPP, which is another partnership project of various entities around the world, which actually converts that vision into an actual technology. So the standards are then developed in the 3GPP. But the basic work starts in the ITU. And until this 4G, India was not very actively involved in development of those standards, either in ITU or in the 3GPP. But in the recent days, I think from 5G onward, we have started playing a bigger role, both in the ITU as well as in the 3GPP. In the 5G era, we actually were a very small part. We didn't contribute into the development of standards. Many of you will recall the single major contribution that we made into the 5G, so-called 5Gi, where we tried to make a larger cell size which will suit the requirements of India. But come 6G, I think we have started playing a very big role in defining first the user requirement. When the user requirement got finalized in 23 end, India played a major role into that. So one of the requirements of the ubiquitous connectivity built into the 6G has been driven by India, and India continues to drive it. In the management of these standards in ITU, earlier India didn't have a role. Today, if you see, we have a large part of our ecosystem which is part of the ITU process. I actually chair the group that laid down the framework for 6G on a global basis. Similarly, there are other people from companies here which are playing role in defining the technical performance requirements. So increasingly, India is playing more and more role, but I think we have a long way to go ahead. It is still not the end of the journey. I think we need to up our game, increase our participation in the ITU and in 3GPP. Compared to China, we are still around 1/10 of that. And I think, and Korea also is doing a great job in that area. So I think we need to increase our game, both in 3GPP as well as in the ITU. And I would like everybody to be more proactive in participating in the ITU. We are happy to felicitate that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Bharat. We now have Mr. Upadhyay with us. Mr. Upadhyay is CEO of C-Dot, one of the leading telecom company in India. Thank you, Dr. Upadhyay. Now, my next question is to you. How is C-Dot envisioning India's transition from 5G to 6G? What progress has been made in this area, and how you foresee, we talk about again 6G leadership, how you foresee C-Dot and the government as a whole play its role in achieving that?
Thank you so much. First of all, my sincere apologies for turning up late. As Bhatia ji said, he put emphasis on, we need to up our game in the standards body. But going to standard body cannot happen unless until you invest a lot of money into R&D, because standards cannot be created without the research and development. And he also said that, we were nowhere up to 4G. And 5G, we started with 5Gi. A lot of research was done by IITs. And that is how the 5Gi entered into the standard game. We are the largest, the second largest telecom market in the world, but still we consume everything from the abroad. So our Honorable Prime Minister, took a decision and, told all of us that we should develop our own technologies. In 2020, 2021, we were given the task of developing 4G that time, because we cannot go to 5G that time. 5G was just coming up. So thankfully, with the vision of the Atmanirbhar Bharat, Bharat has developed its own 4G and 5G technology, which is already deployed in BSNL. It is already radiating 1,15,000 base stations, serving around 20 million customers, drawing a traffic of 3 petabyte per day. It is under rollout still. I think physical sites, we have rolled approximately 83,000 physical sites, and 1,20,000 sites, physical sites have to be, rolled out. So this is, we made a base for ourselves, 4G and 5G. And Honorable Prime Minister launched Bharat 6G Vision document, and where we said that 10% of the IPR we will hold in the 6G. Earlier, as Bhatia ji said, standards, these standards become standards essential patent. Unless until you have a standard essential patent, you cannot get into the technology. Even if you get through, you will be, cornered by the biggies in this space. So therefore, government has done lot of initiative. For example, starting with the 5G test bed in IIT Chennai, 225 crore. Then we funded Samir for terahertz, 110 crore. Then we funded IIT Madras, 170 crore for advanced optical systems. DOT has already funded 111 projects in 6G. 400 projects are still under evaluation. Government has set aside 10,000 crore for 6G research. So lot of these things are happening. And since we have now base of 4G and 5G, I think we are in a good shape to take lead in R&D of 6G, as well as, you know, setting our standards, getting our standards done. I have never seen such a cohesion in the industry earlier. Now academics, industry, operators, government, all sit on the same table, on the same page, and, you know, we have to jointly get into the standard body, jointly get this research done, because CDOT alone cannot do. Definitely it is a full ecosystem, but CDOT will be a facilitation partner rather than the pole position. CDOT will function as a facilitator to all the research which are being conducted in DOT. We are also set up with 5G test bed, which is OTIC, like Open RAN, because Open RAN is also being promoted heavily across the world, and therefore Open RAN test bed has been set up in CDOT. It's a government funded test bed, so that startups can come test their technologies, because these tools are very, very costly. One tool is 10 crore, 20 crore. So we have set up the lab. And I think CDOT's role definitely as a facilitator, and we'll work with the industry, we'll work with the research community, we'll fund enough to the ecosystem, so that in 6G we are not behind in the research, as well as putting our standards into 3GPP and ITU. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Upadhyay. I was in CDOT 2 months back, and I was shown a lot of things. One of the things caught my eye, and it's relevant to our topic also. It's what is the potential application of quantum computing do you see in 6G network, and how it can help or enable us leapfrog?
See, quantum is a very emerging high-tech field currently. If I say that what is the stage of quantum, maybe similar to what we were in 1950 for semiconductors. I think still emerging field. And India has taken a good lead in quantum. National Quantum Mission is already sanctioned by the government for 6,000 crore. Government has set up 4 hubs for quantum computing, quantum sensing, quantum materials, and quantum communication. We are the hub for quantum communication. CDOT is the hub for quantum communication with the IIT Chennai, Madras. So quantum computing on one side will bring many benefits because of the exponential rise in the computing power, and therefore lot of your networks today which are being managed, you know, looking at the report, will be auto-managed, because you will be able to process the data very, very strongly, so that all your network, because 6G is going to be a combination of heterogeneous network, and therefore the data which is coming out from these networks will be properly processed in a real time to serve the customers, to look at the network, healing the network, changing the network. So quantum computing will be playing there. Now the another field, because of the quantum computing, all the encryption methods today that are existing will be rendered useless, because all these encryptions are today safe, because we don't have enough power in the classical computers to break this encryption in real time. Quantum computers will be able to break all these encryptions, and therefore we need quantum communication systems which rely on quantum communication encryption. There are 2 branches in this. One is post-quantum cryptography. This is being promoted by US, which is a mathematics-based encryption method. There is another way of quantum key distribution, that is physics-based, which is based on, you know, generating key using photons. So both these fields are emerging, and I think India has taken good lead in quantum. Both these systems are productionized today, not only by CDOT, by startups also, like QNU Lab is one startup I can name, which has done great work, whose systems are available. So quantum computing will help us in terms of, getting maximum efficiency of the network. Quantum communication, quantum encryption will be a necessity in the network. So all these networks in 6G, quantum layer will be built. Now you also are aware that Government of India has to promote all this, AI is going to be a big game changer. To promote this, Government of India has already come up with India AI mission with 10,000 crore. Recently you would have read in the paper that GPUs have been procured and has been opened up for the startups and the community, tech community, so that you don't have to really struggle for the computing power. The India has already opened its GPUs to the industry and the startup community, and I see a bright future. We will emerge as good leaders in AI and quantum communication along with 5G, 4G, 6G. I think the whole ecosystem in terms of production, we are already a success story. But definitely I will like to say one thing, India will have to invest heavily on semiconductors. Semiconductor in terms of fab, in terms of ATMP, in terms of OSAT, government has already taken this, good steps. The fabs are coming up, OSATs are coming up, ATMPs are coming up. But the good part of the value chain is the design of the semiconductor, the IP design. Like if you see companies like Qualcomm, Broadcom, Marvell, they rely on design, the manufacturing can happen anyway. And most of these design happen in Bangalore, Noida, Gurgaon. So why not use this talent and design own semiconductors? Soon you will see the advertisement from the Department of Telecom for funding for the chip, where we will fund chip development for 5G, 6G, and all telecom chips. The Department of Telecom will be serving. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Upadhyay. Uh, just to tell our audiences, quantum computing very soon will bring a new revolution within the whole value chain within the telecom industry. Because whatever we are using right now will become, as Dr. Upadhyay mentioned, useless. I will not say useless is a very harsh word, but it's what it will be. So everything has to be redesigned. We have talked about quantum computing. Now let's move to AI. Radhika, my next question is to you. How do you see role of AI shaping evolution of 6G networks worldwide? What role AI plays? Because everywhere we talk about these days it's AI.
Sure. Is it working? Yeah, thank you, Vyom, for the question, and thank you, Convergence India, for having me on this inaugural panel. So before answering your question, actually, everyone is talking about AI these days and how AI will change the overall telecom. I'm sorry, that's distracting me. Is it? Okay, so how AI will change the overall telecom landscape or networking landscape. But one thing that we should realize is AI for telecom operators is not something new. It had been there for last few years, and if you have heard the term hype cycle, AI right now is going through its hype cycle, and that's why you hear the term everywhere. And when I say hype cycle, pretty much delivering on those expectations as well. Now coming to difference between AI in 5G networks versus 6G networks. So when ChatGPT and when AI tools like ChatGPT and now DeepSeek, I don't know how many people want to use DeepSeek actually, but they democratize the use of AI. Consequently, now telecom operators have to think of new AI use cases, and earlier they were only using AI for network optimization, efficient network management, and traffic management on network. So in the times of 5G network, AI is a top layer. AI is an additional layer on the existing network infrastructure, whereas moving on to 6G networks, as we have seen in the ITU framework also, the networks will be AI native, which means AI will be embedded in the design of those 6G networks. So right now, when you are layering up your existing networks with AI, in 6G, your AI will be embedded in your core, your backhaul, your access network, everywhere. and it will have far-reaching use cases. Now coming to, there's a term called AI for networks, wherein telecom operators are using AI to drive network efficiencies. That's the primary use case for telcos, obviously followed by customer care and marketing use cases. And there's a new term that we at GSMA had been exploring a lot, which is networks for AI. And that is where I think 6G will again come a lot in picture, because the more traffic these networks will handle, the networks also need to be prepared to handle those workloads. So when you are overlaying the existing infrastructure with AI applications and tools, and when you move to 6G, you're talking about embedding AI into the design itself, your networks should be prepared to handle those loads, be it your edge computing, be it your cloud computing, or your inferencing. And while it might not be directly related to your question, Vyom, but when we talk about networks for AI, one very interesting thing that I would like to touch upon here is how will you design those networks, particularly talking about India? Where will that money come from? Ultimately, those networks have to be designed by the telecom operators. Obviously, the entire ecosystem, your system integrators, your vendors, manufacturers, everyone will play a role. But I would like to draw everyone's attention to a very interesting data point from a study recently concluded by GSMA. It is called the Investment in Internet Connectivity Study. We found out that on an average 244 billion US dollars is invested on building this internet infrastructure globally, out of which 109 billion is purely the connectivity part, from backbone to core to backhaul to transport layer. And remaining 117 is on the end user devices, which your smartphones and devices in enterprise setup. Now out of this 109 billion, currently 85% of the money is borne by telcos. They are investing 85% of that money in networks. So while it's good to talk about AI for networks and we need networks for AI, we need to move into the 6G era, we heard about standardization and everything, it's also important to reflect how will you build those networks and where will that money come from. And maybe I'll take a pause here and I'll pass it back to you, but I'll be happy to answer any follow-up questions.
Thank you, Radhika. That's a $1 million question right now in front of India. Though we have seen, so one of the solution which, and I don't know how big is this, it's a very small part, but what we are seeing is recently a lot of latent fiber is there with lot of PSUs, like oil companies, your pipeline companies. Now the monetization of that is taking place. There's a lot of talks in how to monetize that. And there are a lot of active discussions happening on that. And with the success of RailTel, every PSU wants to have a tel against their name. So we have two success stories in GailTel and RailTel. You will, the way things are going, you will suddenly see 4 or 5 more tels coming in next 1 to 2 years, which will partially, I will say very small part, but still every drop counts here. And obviously telcos has to take up, globally it's telcos, operators who are doing it. In India also, the operators have to take, and as there are very esteemed people here, government also has to play a role in that. My next question, from is that I will go to my next question. My next question is to you, Shriram. You have been interacting with your clients, you work a lot of telco operators. Across the telecom value chain, you interact with your clients. And I understand now each client meeting, you need to have AI or Gen AI words there embedded. How do you think Gen AI can be leveraged in the development, deployment of 6G?
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me here. Interesting conversation so far. Like, it just puts me into a sort of a memory jog down the lane, right? Automation, RPA, AI, ML, and now the new kid on the block is Gen AI. Okay, but I don't want to drain through this because I think whoever is present here, they know what we are talking about. just understand what Gen AI brings to the table. Okay, whether it is AI is all about data, tons and tons of data. All the operators, all the industry players have built large data lakes to capture all the data under the sun. And today, with the networks, with the transaction, whether it is customer data, network data, performance data, crowdsourcing data, you name it, you get tons and tons of it. The main difference between AI and Gen AI is the context. Do you have a context to all this data? So Gen AI is much more, from that perspective, a much more human-like or human-aligned technology, I would say. Okay, and I've been talking to a lot of operators myself in a lot of discussions saying that, okay, we have all the data under the sun. They have put a lot of probes. They've put all the tools under the sun to get all the data. I said, okay, what are you going to do with this data? Oh, we want to achieve this outcome. Then I said, if you start digging from the bottom, sifting through tons and tons of data and putting all those capabilities around it, you may not reach that place quickly. Rather than you flip it otherwise, what you want to achieve, from there you figure out what relevant data you want to do. So Gen AI gives you that context first. Okay, so and it's not like you need to understand Python or you need to understand some algorithms to be developed to work on that, like in a normal traditional AI model. You need to be a smart prompt developer. The art of asking questions, the capability or the skill of you asking questions will be tested in Gen AI. You can ask the same question, it will give you different answers based on what spec or how intelligently you ask the question. So, other thing is, while it gives you the context, it gives you more ability to create solutions or create scenarios, be a bit more innovative. Whereas AI is all about data mining and creating those use cases out of the predictability and or maybe post-mortem. You can do all that stuff, creating some scenarios. And like I agree with Radhika, because what happened is, in our case, a lot of people deploy networks. So they know how to deploy networks, how to do it. Why to do it? I think Gen AI gives you that power. Where to do it? And I don't want to brag about what we are doing in this space. Today, we have been able to, and Gen AI, as we speak, has already moved to agentic AI, if you understand the space. So dark NOC used to be a concept a few years ago. Today, we are seeing this as a reality. I've been working on a few cases myself, so I can vouch for it. And today, the way people are thinking is, especially in India also, it will soon happen, is because here still labor arbitrage doesn't make big difference, but in other countries, the labor arbitrage makes a lot of difference. So the dark NOC being a concept is coming to reality, and Gen AI is powering it. So what I mean is that agentic AI, we have created a few assistants, what we call as Gen AI agents, you can call them, it's this thing. And you can actually create a flow, and you can wipe off or you can remove the entire L0 sort of support team in the system. So what happens is, we created, if you're, and I'm talking about planning, I'm talking about deployment, I'm talking about operations, I'm talking about optimization, I'm also talking about sunsetting technologies or decom, because a lot of people are doing copper decom also. It's a big business because people think if I remove the copper out of the network and smelt it and sell it, I will get more money. So that action is also, but where to pull out the copper, where all these things, you have a lot of things to do in terms of scenario building and other things, right? So the point I'm making is, these agents are becoming more and more powerful in terms of, one, handling all those data and putting a context to it. Okay, just for an example, a troubleshooting today, I think wireless, I think we have done lots, and thanks to Ericsson and Nokia and Huawei and Samsung and all these people, we have done enough on the wireless side. But to traditionally troubleshoot a core network, the person who is sitting on has to log into multiple systems. And if it is going to be a Cisco or a Juniper or an XYZ, he needs to go to those data sheets and get. But today, the agentic AI actually tells him what exactly to do it in his network. So that is the power. He has to just ask, okay, I have a Cisco router P connected to a P core router of Juniper, and this is the sort of, I'm getting this signal. So immediately it throws out lot many, it's an interaction which is happening. It's like asking as though you are asking somebody is, or a L3 or somebody is telling him to do what, or he or she to do what it is. So that context becomes very powerful. Similarly, in development or deployment as well, where to put the fiber and where to put that state. We have been doing this. See, all these technologies does not create something new activity. It is all doing the same set of activities which you are doing for the last so many decades, but more intelligently and more contextually. Probably I'll leave it at that, but we have a lot of agents created, and we are working with quite a few operators across the globe as well as in India to create those agents and see how we can move. And the new talent which is going to come, I think we were talking about talent later, but you need to create headroom for these people to take on more work which is more human in nature rather than just doing what you call the repetitive task at a high scale.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Shriyam. And the power of Gen AI, I myself witnessed because I was one of the beta testers of ChatGPT. My team had a tough time for at least a month when they didn't have access and I had access earlier to them. I was able to ask a lot of different types of questions to them on the fly. My next question goes to Manoj, now to you. Uh, Manoj, you were in MWC very recently. No, you know? No, sorry. But my question is generally based on your, you are working with lot of operators. We talk about 5G, we talk about lot of 5G monetization, lot of use case monetizations, which globally is a challenge which most of the operators, users are facing. Even enterprises are trying a lot of new use cases, but the monetization for 5G is not that much great. But how do you think the learnings which we have from 5G, what type of learnings we can implement in 6G where we can think ahead and monetize 6G for all?
Okay, you gave me the most difficult question, monetization, right? I think in politics we have narratives. In technology also we have a lot of narratives, and monetization is actually one of the big narratives these days. But before you talk about monetization, you have to first of all define what monetization is. Otherwise, everyone is, be it MWC or be it any other conference, the first topic is monetization. Let's first of all define monetization. So monetization, is it return on capital employed? Is it your revenue growth? Is it increase in your profits? Is it increase in your market valuation? If this is monetization, then in India you should not be complaining. Because if you look at the financials of all the top telcos, everyone has crossed $100 billion valuation. Their EBITDAs are in the range of 50%. Their ARPU has been growth, right? Compared to the last 10 years, you look at the ARPU growth. So why should you actually be complaining about monetization is my biggest question, first too. But then let's talk about global, I mean, you have pretty much the same trends. I think it's basically the expectation mismatch which has happened. When you talk about 5G, and I think this happened during the 3G days also, there was so much of hype, which is very natural when there is a new technology coming in. And I think 5G also suffered from the same expectation mismatch. It takes time. In all fairness, if you talk about India, we are just 2 years. The first 2 use cases are fixed via FWA. I think that's already showing results, isn't it? That's the first classic monetization case. The second is the increase in ARPU because of the speed upgrades. There have been huge amount of conversions which have happened from 4G to 5G. So that's already happened in a way. The most pivotal thing around 5G was the private networks, the enterprise networks, which is actually on its course. It's happening. There are things like CNPN guidelines, the regulatory, the spectrum issues, etc., which have to be sorted out. Once that happens, even this will happen in India. On a global scale, you have almost 1,000 private networks, almost 200 5G private networks working quite successfully. So that's already happening. IoT, another use case of 5G, will again happen once the CNPN guidelines and the ecosystem. I think main issue where we lagged in the enterprise networks was the ecosystem. The third challenge was basically the lack of business case in the enterprise network system, because we talk about connectivity so much, but if you talk about the overall business case in an enterprise network, connectivity is just a month per subscriber. If the video chat GPT starts to take off, what will really happen? Will it not lead to a huge amount of monetization? The answer is yes. The another opportunity you talked about monetization will be the network exposure. Because right now, telcos have been talking about selling it to the consumers, selling it to the enterprises, but we have kind of always, we have never sold it to another third category with the market segment, which is known as the software developers. If you expose your networks, you sell your APIs, I think you'll start to really, once you expose, the monetization avenues will start to come in. So Gen AI, like I said, going forward will generate huge amount of traffic, so on and so forth. And all these things are kind of, taken into account when we are talking about 6G in the future. And then the second part of the question was the 5G learnings. Yes, 5G learnings, again, I think first of all, this expectation issue has to be sorted out. When you talk about 5G learnings, the first thing and the most important lesson which we learned was that the network design should be not very complicated. When you talk about 5G, there were 7 options to migrate from 4G to 5G. But I think the lesson which we are learning is that for 6G, we have to keep things simple. We should actually have very simple way from migrating to 6G from 5G. We should have only one option, and which would be standalone, and in a very, very smooth and in a very, very, not doing the forklift in that sense. So that was from my side, Vyom. Back to you.
Yeah. No, I think I just wanted to add something on the learnings part, Manoj. One very interesting thing, when 5G was launched, everyone was talking about the killer use case. No one found the killer use case to date. Maybe you can say a little bit of FWA in India market. So I think with 6G, one of the biggest learning would be to, now we are in the standardization and R&D process. For 6G, one of the biggest learning would be to really crack down whether you need it for consumers or whether you need it for enterprises. And from the R&D and standardization stage itself, you have to cater to the design and communication and everything accordingly. So I think that would be one of the biggest learning, because there was a lot of hype about 5G. 5G will do this, 5G will do that. I think if you know any killer use case globally, please let me know. And I think that would be the learning from 5G for 6G. That's just what I wanted to add.
Thanks, Radhika. But the things goes like, I just remember the ad from Pepsi, the Dil Mange More. No matter what you say, the hype would be there. It's very difficult to differentiate, say whether we want to prioritize consumers or enterprise. But yes, you are right. It has to be done. We have talked about technology, we have talked about quantum, AI, Gen AI, but the most important part has been left out, which is the people part. And with Praveen being here with us, I would like to ask, because you play a very important role sitting in Skill Council here, how the talent part has to be developed in India. And the way we are talking, as you see, it's quantum computing, it's AI, Gen AI, there are a lot many technologies which are left out, 6G coming in. How do you see the talent part to be tackled or taken care? Because India, though we say there is a huge talent pool, but when we go to the industries, most of the times they are cribbing about we don't have enough talent available for the right technologies. And that's where the gap we foresee is there, and how the Skill Council is working towards it in mitigating or bridging that gap.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Yeah, basically, sir, as you told, related to the talent and development, what we are being thinking on that particular part, basically, if you see the entire ecosystem of that particular telco, so like start from the R&D part of that, and then it should be in setting up the standards, then that after that technology comes, until that time of the 2G, 3G and 4G, the entire things was being coming from the outside. Okay, standard are being developed outside, then the technology also being coming outside. And this, so basically when these are the technology operator, basically like as a Nokia, Ericsson, ZTE, all these are being bringing the entire technology from the outside to India, and then they are, because they are bringing it. Yeah. Yeah. So we were being quite, on that particular part was quite being left. Now when the 5G came on that particular part, so we were being quite excited, and because at that time most focus was on the private network and then parallelly the public network. So at the part of the private network, as the sir told related to that 100 5G lab being created on that particular part, the major focus was to be on that particular part, and we were being closely in that part of that entire process, and we have that all 100 college, we started the interaction with them. So basically the concern was related to, after that the technology developed, what would be the use case can be developed on that particular part. We saw that a huge, the big communication goes to the all ministry from the PMO, that okay, the 5G is coming, what would be the use case on that particular part. So those use case, by creating on the private network and developing the case which can be monetized as a part of that. But basically what I'm seeing that we developed that, with the help of that our few technology provider, we developed that lab also on one is in Delhi, one is in Ahmedabad related to that 5G lab. And we started giving the training to the students for their particular use cases. But still we have only 1 or 2 use cases. We are being more expecting that the all technology partner, they should have to be on focus related to the use cases, so that we can give down the line that kind of training. Now parallelly when the 6G is coming, and as India started entering on as a leader, so we started the parallel interaction with the all team, like as in we set the example QNO. So we are being discussing with them for the quantum training on that particular part of that, developing the course and curriculum related to the digital on the part of that. Parallelly related to, as you said, related to AI and Gen AI. Okay, so that is a part also. We are being, many IT companies are there through whom we are being in the part of, we have developed a lot of course also we are offering to the colleges on that part. But later on, and all together what we see that we have to make it as a kind of the revolution as part of that, because the technologies keep changing very frequently. So we have to generate the pool from the beginning. So what we recently started, which will start in the month of April and May, we are starting the Olympiad at the school level and that like 10th or 12th level, where the student will be more interested to know this around this technology and knowledge or the part of that. And then with this their kind of the interest, we can further train them for the technology upgrades and something.
Thanks a lot. I think I'm getting looks for the time has been overshooting our time. So what we will do is thank you all. We can have a couple of questions from the audience. Do we have time for that? One question.
Mic for him.
Hello. Hello, sir. I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivahare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, I have a question. How is 5G connectivity in India efficient and different than developed countries in terms of 5G infrastructure, potential priorities, value-added strategies, and nation-building challenges?
So, Professor, very good. So, I'm not clear. Basically, any technology which is adopted, right? So, 5G is a standardized technology. Okay. So, as was mentioned, the 5G in India is not different from a 5G outside India. Okay. So, I hope that addresses the point. The second thing I think you asked about is our network good enough to deploy 5G? Yes, it is efficient and it is good, right? Compared to anywhere else in the world, because the network operators and the OEMs or the radios and the equipment used, firstly are globally standardized and follow the various international protocols, and for quality of service, the TRAI monitors the delivery of service and there are quality of service benchmarks, right? But one of the things that we in India need to do is there are 200 million subscribers who are left out. They are still on feature phones, right? And I've been raising this at various forums. While you have the Bharat Net as a program, that is only taking fiber till a particular point in the village or the panchayat. But there is a huge lack of attention, focus, investment on what beyond that. Until I have this in the hand of the villager, right, that fiber is of no use to me. And there is a need for the government and not just the Department of Telecom, while they have the USO fund, some method to use that 60,000 crores sitting with the government to actually deliver devices in the hands of users. So this is a very important part where people are, the focus has been left out, and one needs to get these 200 million people. Because if you find every department one app, one more app inside your smartphone to deliver the service. But unless you have a smartphone, these 200 million people are out of the great benefits of any G. Currently, they are only benefiting 2G. And by the time we get 6G in 2030, will these 200 million people, or will we in India have a process and a method to facilitate them, is the point we need to focus on.
I think just building on to what Sir said, India has done a great job in the rollout and adoption of 5G. Roughly 1/4 of the mobile connection base is today using 5G services, and our telcos have done a fabulous job in very quickly rolling out the network. So I'll bring one data point to the table here. There is something called 5G connectivity index that we create, and we have a sample of 39 countries in that index, and India ranks 32. And here, higher the number is not good. Here, lower the number is good. Now, why is India standing at 32? We have 6 parameters in that, which says 5G infrastructure, 5G services, affordability, that includes devices and tariffs, spectrum. So we have 6 indicators like that. And as Sir also noted, infrastructure and services, India ranks very high. India lacks affordability, not the tariff part, but the devices part. India lacks in spectrum. India lacks in those unconnected people that Sir talked about. So while we have done a very great job in the rollout of services and consumers adopting it, if you take a holistic view of 5G, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done. Thank you.
With every G, the cost of this goes up and your digital divide actually widens. So there is a huge need, like the data points he mentioned. All of you actually contribute and invest in the network by buying a device. Right, so part of the report she mentioned, the user end devices is also very significant, about 109 billion out of the 244 billion, which each subscriber actually contributes as part of the capex, right? So thank you to all of you.
So thank you to all our panelists, and as we close this session, I would like to request our moderator to kindly present the mementos to all the speakers. I think we can start from Dr. Upadhyay. Ladies and gentlemen, you can also join us as we express our thanks to our panelists, thanking them for sharing knowledge and insights on as India transcends from 5G to 6G, the challenges which are there. We had Mr. R.K. Upadhyay, he spoke about various projects under 6G. CDOT, as he said, is going to be facilitating partner for all the research work being done by DOT. We would expressing a thanks to Mr. Manoj Gunani from Nokia. Thank you to Mr. Praveen Sirohi. Thank you, sir. He spoke about bridging the talent gap, various building curriculum as we transcend again from 5G to 6G. Our expression of thanks to Mr. Bharat Bhatia. Spoke about the role of ITU, standardization body, especially building standards again as we are transcending from 5G to 6G. Our expression of thanks to Mr. T.V. Sriram from Accenture, who spoke about the power of Gen AI and further the work being done by Accenture in that domain. Thanking Mr. Vikram Tivatia, the DGG Technology of COI, who spoke about the challenges of digital infrastructure as we transit from 5G to 6G, spoke about having a wireless infrastructure. Satcom also, he shared information on the Satcom network being an enabler towards that, and the concern on connecting the unconnected. And thanking Radhika Gupta, the head of data acquisition, GSMA. Building networks for AI, and then where the money is going to be coming from. She raised a concern about that, building these high proficiency efficient networks. And to thank our moderator, I would like to request Mr. Dhruv Behel, the Director of Exhibitions India Group, to kindly present the memento, thanking Mr. Vyom Krishna, the partner EY Parthenon. May I request all the panelists also to join for a group photograph, and then we close. And for all the delegates, we have already distributed the feedback form. You're requested to kindly fill in this feedback form, extend your feedback regarding this session. At the end of every session, we are going to be circulating this feedback form, and you're requested to kindly extend your feedback for the session. So thank you once again to all our panelists, thanking moderator. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next session. Just allow us a few minutes to set the stage towards the next session. This is on transforming India's future, the role of DPI in empowering a digital-first nation. As we are also talking about the power of AI, the power of these disruptive technologies in building, in shaping a new India, which is digital first, has a more inclusive and a sustainable growth, is ready to lead the world, where we have connected people, and where there is financial inclusion. This is where we discuss now our infrastructure, the digital public infrastructure, which has been a huge game changer, driving financial inclusion, seamless governance, and innovation at scale. We are aware from Aadhaar to UPI, DPI is actually shaping a digital-first nation, empowering citizens, businesses alike. But then, as was concern was raised in the previous session also, we still have many people who stand unconnected, especially taking the connectivity to the people at the last mile. And that is when we are able to connect these people, we are going to be in true sense driving in financial inclusion and empowering these people. So this panel is going to be exploring how DPI is transforming India's future, unlocking new opportunities for growth, resilience, global leadership in the digital era. We discuss about DPI promoting financial and social inclusion. We discuss on overcoming key challenges in the DPI implementation. Also, speak about strategic partnerships which need to be built for the DPI adoption, building a secure, scalable, and resilient digital infrastructure. And we discuss on how UIDI's Aadhaar can enable secure and quick digital onboarding for telecom services and reduce fraud. I think I'll just take this time, utilize this time in introducing our speakers, and once the stage is ready, we have, I would like to request all our panelists to be taking center stage. So this session, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be moderated as a speaker for Convergence India in our previous sessions also. So with that, I would like to request, the stage is all set for the discussion. Would like to invite all our panelists, our moderator to please take center stage. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, as we start this panel discussion, before I hand over to our moderator, I would like to request our Joint Secretary, METI, may I request Mr. Sanket Mundwe for his talk, and then we have the panel discussion. Okay. Anyways, we take it. Fine.
No, I just spoke to him, it's okay, so it's fine. 42.54 lakh crores is what citizens of India have benefited through direct benefit transfer. 6,500 crore minutes of learning through Diksha. 86 lakh minutes of skilling and upskilling through SID. And 924 crore documents through DigiLocker. These are just not jaw-dropping numbers, but this is a proof and evidence of India's giant stride in transforming society through digital public infrastructure. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure of hosting this panel to see how digital public infrastructure can transform India even further. And with me, I'm joined with eminent speakers and experts from the respective fields. Any kind of transformation would mean the whole of society being involved. And here, we are fortunate in this panel to have people from the government, always the bedrock of such large, massive transformations. We have Sanket ji from METI. METI is always the tip of the spear when it comes to DPIs and digital in the country. We have Shankar ji from the CISO of Delhi. If we have digital public infrastructure, we also need to protect our citizens, and therefore he is spearheading that. The engine of growth is always the private sector. So Rohit from TCS will be representing that. Startups and the emerging tech from Smith. He's going to be telling us how DPIs can really help. And finally, Anita from World Bank, who has been spearheading the ID4D program, which shows that identity can really transform the lives of every citizen. We have a lot of questions, a lot of thoughts, and how DPI can transform India. But to kick this off, I would request Sanket ji to give the opening address, and then we will get into the panel discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Shiva Murthy.
It's been an honor here to be present again in the 32nd Convergence India Expo and Smart City India Expo. Dhruv, Chandrika, whole team who have worked hard for this expo again, and all my fellow panelists, respected friends, audience, guests, media friends. So now I'm in IT, I'm Joint Secretary Electronics and IT, looking after basically e-governance. E-governance now I will say is not the right word to say, it's more digital governance. E-governance is an old terminology where electronically whenever we used to process some things like email and all, but now it's more AI-led digital governance. And we had the first division of digital governance division in MITI, Ministry of Electronics and IT. That is what now we gave a mandate for all the 85 departments in Government of India. All the ministries should have a DGD. DGD is like Digital Governance Division. Again, DPI, I look again into specifically into all the DPIs, and all of you know that how fantastically the DPI, the Indian success story of transformation, have not only helped in India, but also we are replicating it abroad. Many things are going, if I start talking about the DPI, we know about DigiLocker, Umang. DigiLocker just crossed the 1,000 crore documents. We have issued almost 1,000 crore documents with 50 crore users. It's a wonder tool. Yesterday I was in a East from SFC and we were just discussing how this platform workers, you know, Zomato, quick commerce and all, like the Blinkit and all, we have something 50 lakhs workers working for all these aggregators. So government thought to bring some social security scheme for them. Yesterday the discussion was that. And now we have all these data sets. And the advantage of these workers is like they are all IT savvy, they all have smartphones. It is very easy to give them the social security with Ayushman Bharat if anything happens with the medical or health coverage and all that. I'm putting this point because now technology makes it so easy. And India, the strength is data sets. We have one of the best data sets, and India is a big market for all the foreign big techs, and that's why we are important. So coming back to the DPI point, apart from DigiLocker, Umang, we all know Bhashini. Again, Bhashini is a wonder tool with more than 22 languages. And now it's so easy, like to put the Bhashini engine into any platform and we get the multilingual, even in Santhali, in Bodo, the Jaiswal sir is here, Joint CP Delhi. I was just discussing with him and about the, if something happens in Delhi, and like BISAC, we have BISAC and PM Gati Shakti where we have 600 layers. You know, now it's almost 2,000 layers. So how we can, just for example, for we say we are good in data sets, how we can, you know, take input from the data set and with AI algorithm, we can get some good reports of with intelligence input to prevent something, to mitigate something, to solve something, to stop something, and it's possible. We have the cameras, we have the other layers also, but the point here is the Indian DPI story again stands strong because of two things. We have the foundational DPIs, we have the identity, the digital ID, Aadhaar, we have the financial ID, the UPI subset, and again the other assets are like the Jan-Dhan accounts, the mobile connectivity, the smartphone and all. And this foundational DPI model, along with some fundamental principles which we gave in G20, like the open, secureness, interoperable and all, makes us very strong. Let me tell you, here we have Rohit from TCS and our colleague from World Bank, we were just discussing. Out of these 196 countries, almost I think we have touched somewhere 80 to 90 countries already. We have rolled out Aadhaar in Ethiopia, Philippines, and I think 3 more. 25 countries we are working with Aadhaar. Sri Lanka, Myanmar, there is a project we are funding with MEM. So it's unstoppable. We are going to the next level. we are forming now the standards. Digital ID, TSO, Technical Standards Organization, we are forming the standards with IIT, Gandhinagar and all. And this will all help to leverage, to negotiate, to bargain in future. Soft power is very important. Gone are the days of the military power. It's more important how soft power and how strongly you are in this world. And technology, due to our legacy and the fundamentals, I think India have an edge. About the digital ID project, I think the report will be coming soon, but that is how tomorrow we have a dialogue with EU. EU will be discussing with us about the wallets and the standards, and that is how we want them to also come to us. So we have almost, when we negotiate, we say we have 2 billion codes, 1.4 billion and 60 million bhar ke, jo already we are working. So it's a huge, like 1/4, 1/5 of the planet I have. So that is how we have the edge. I'm telling this because when the sometimes the things don't work normally, we have to make them work in other ways, and this is the strength on which we make them work. We are in DPI again as e-governance, the next level, we are having coming up with 2 projects. Basically, we are coming up with a center under NISG, National Institute of Smart Governance in MITI, where we'll be working not only for the existing data sets and the DPI and the digital solutions. So we just counted how many good local stack we have. We did with the states and UT. Today I have 650 India good local stack solutions across all the sectors like agriculture, health and all. So one day, one fine, I think at night, 10 o'clock, one of my batchmates, Sunit, called me from Fiji. So he joined as High Commissioner Fiji. He was in Sydney and then he joined. He बोले संकेत Fiji में ना कुछ करना है. मैंने कहा बताओ क्या करना है. I knew Fiji like Indian diaspora, sugarcane cutting and South Pacific, tectonic and all वो थोड़ा बहुत UPC के background था ही. So he said यार यहाँ कुछ नहीं है. मतलब you should help. So मैंने कहा I can help you. Tell me. We have a Hindi speaking population. We have an Indian diaspora there. We have a sugarcane plantation there. I have 10 ready-made solution of sugarcane cutting. UP का है, महाराष्ट्र का है, सब कुछ है to serve you. And I said Bhashin is there. You must be having English, Tamil, Hindi. बताओ कौन सी language चाहिए? बोले what? बोले yes. So basically, again because of technologies, and then we had a conference and we had their inputs. Same happened with Sierra Leone. Same happened with Ethiopia and many countries. So we obviously have an edge, and we are coming up with these 2 projects. I am saying the India Center for DPI Innovation and Advancement, and there we'll be working with all these partner ministries like MHA, CCTNS, DPIT, GEM, PM Gati Shakti, FASTag, MORTH, UPI, DFS, RBI. We have our own DigiLocker Umang and all Bhashini. But then we need to work together, because the problem with government is we work in silos, honestly speaking, and when we come together, it's not just 1 + 1 2. When we come together, it's 1 + 1 11. That is the strength. Regarding our core work, let me tell you, we are coming up with our own resilient network. Jaswal sir, I should tell you, I am coming up with my own app store. We have an app store, designed and developed indigenously. I can't just bank or depend on any other app store. When the time comes, time is very bad. Nobody can trust anyone. And we are seeing from the last 1 month what is happening globally. You can't trust. We don't have any all-weather friend. And it happened with Russia when the GPay went blank out the day it was attacked. So we are developing our own browser, own app store, own email we have with Zoho, own intranet, our own collab file document management system, own single sign-on. So in the whole ecosystem, when you think like digital governance is like end-to-end whole of government approach and end-to-end solutions, in the same way in the resilient network, I think of my cable landing stations from where the data is coming, if somebody cuts them. And we saw in the Black Sea and in the Indian Ocean what happened. So we need to think big, we need to think very fast, and we need to think so perfectly, we will miss out. And that is why, apart from these all data centers, I'm also looking after cloud and data centers. There's a different story. If I start talking about data centers and cloud, पूरा दिन लग जाएगा data center में. But anyway, my point here is, we are coming up with these applications for the citizens, for you. And you know how this cyber fraud or this cybercrime is happening, and I think I was a victim. Well, I lost my 20,000 rupees myself. There's a very interesting story I can tell how it happened. And but I think आप में से भी होगा कोई, है कोई जिसके साथ fraud हुआ है, cyber crime हुआ है. This happens not only with old age citizens but many. So my point here is the challenges are very big, the different. Now the same things are not only used by some other anti-social or anti people like criminals and all, but they are also used against the nation, against the society. So we are working. I also look after the Section 69A blocking authority wala. Every day I get a lot of harmful content. There are 36 types of harmful content. Forget pornography and all, you get all this terrorist content and criminal content. I was just talking in morning to the Nagpur CP about something came out on the net, something, and then we have to take care that it doesn't go viral. We have to stop it in Nagpur only, because that spreads to UP or Malegaon. You can't control it, because social media again, it's a two-edged sword. So my point here is again, the challenges are many. Again, AI. AI is good and all that, we are working. AI is a part of life. And now it's no more a buzzword. It's a routine way of life. But its side effects. The deep tech and the deep fake audio and all that, many things come up. And recently I got a video of the US president where he was speaking something and then back. Second layer, it was not actually a deep fake audio. We got IIT Jodhpur team, Professor Mayank Vats and I4C, Rajesh sir. And we found out it was 2 layers. The first layer of president was like edited with the lips. And the second layer of that organization, the big organization in India, I will not name it, was something they are showing for Arunachal Pradesh. And then we block it. And we found the accuracy, 96% deep fake. So we have the engine again to decode it. So the people are sitting there to shoot us, and we are sitting here to shoot them. This is how it goes. So AI again is a big, threat. And cyber security, AI and all, so we need to be ready basically. We all need to be ready. It's not about me, about you. We all need to be ready, and we need to be together. So these are some challenges we are facing. I will point some last points on cloud and data center, because I love to talk on data centers and cloud. Again, we are today like 1200 megawatts of data centers in India. Government is only 50 megawatt, not even 50 megawatt, 30, 35 megawatt. Else all is private, it's fine. But US is 15,000 megawatt. Why I am talking about data centers? I started with data sets, data and all. So where will this data go? I spoke about 2 billion code, 2 billion chips and all, 2 billion people. So we are the biggest market, the biggest consumer, the processor, and now we are not holding our own data. So how can we say that we are localizing the data, we are minimizing the data? No, we can't. Because we need a whole ecosystem, and that is how we are coming up with many initiatives for data centers in India, about the co-locate model. Again, there is also a lot of things like critical infrastructure. I can't keep Delhi police data on that co-locate model. I need to find some ways, right? So that is how we are proceeding. Again, cloud is again an evolving concept. So we have empanelment of almost 23 cloud service providers with us. And we are working where many of these government entities like BSNL, Railtel are also doing, but we had the bad experience with cyber attacks with our own network. So I think, but this is just one phase, one small phase. The bigger thing is quite good, quite successful, quite transformational. I'm sorry I have to go. I will leave early because I have some other meeting. But let me tell you, the way we are growing and the things what MITI is doing, this is just one, not even 0.1% I am telling you. Many things are going. I have my friend from drone. Sorry, I forgot her name. Smith is there, and yesterday we had the drone program event, 7 o'clock in MITI, where secretary chaired it. I was sorry I couldn't join that, but he will also speak. And just one example he will tell you, and you will come to know one emerging trend of drone or robotics, how good we can do. and fantastic we are doing. Again, coming back to the data, DPDP, I am the OSD of the Data Protection Board. So yes, your all data is safe, all is good, we'll soon notify it. And पता है कितनी penalty है उसमें? How much is the penalty in DPDP Act? आप मत बोलो. Nobody from the dais. 250 crores. तो ध्रुव 250 crores. सब कुछ बेचोगे भी कुछ नहीं मिलेगा. It's such huge penalty because why? To secure your data. So it is a deterrent. It is a deterrent because you think 250 even for the big tax, it's like a billion dollars. So they think, no, not to play, no breach, be very good, take the consent. That is how we are doing. So these are some examples I am giving. But anyhow, thank you so much again. I am winding up, and it was a lovely discussion here. I have met all my fellow panelists, and I congratulate again the whole team of Exhibition India and all the team members. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanket Phonpe. May I request our moderator, Mr. Murthy, to kindly present the memento, expressing our thanks to Joint Secretary, thanking him for sharing with us the various initiatives which METI has been taking towards ensuring more resilient and efficient, safe, secure DPIs. Spoke about AI being a double-edged sword. He spoke about deepfakes and how METI has been building these safe networks, building and developing our own browsers, our apps, ensuring safety and security. Thank you so very much. So with that, we continue with the panel discussion. Handing over to you.
Thank you so much. So thank you very much for your time. I know you really were able to eke out some time for this session. I would now like to continue and, of course, request the panelists. We will also like to have a few minutes for you to ask questions. I have the pleasure of asking all the questions, but would also like to extend that to you as well. But before we start, maybe I would ask Shankarji, because Sanketji has already mentioned very clearly that when we go digital, the first fear that we have, thank you, sir, the first fear that we have is about our security and privacy. And sir, you being CISO, my question is, what are the current challenges? If you're going at such a rapid pace with respect to digitalization and DPIs, what are the current challenges that you foresee, and what is the government doing to protect us, citizens?
Thank you so much. It's a very, wide-ranging question. I mean, in short span of time, it's very difficult to answer this question. But I think I'll try to answer this in the framework of DPI, because that's the theme of today's session. We just let me start with telling you about the kind of DPI which Delhi Police has, because that's my starting point. The common connotation of DPI is that it should be, olden days we used to talk about IT infrastructure, and now we call it DPI. The connotation is that it should be for last person on the ground, last layman on the ground, and how he's getting benefited from the system. That's the underlying connotation. When we talk about DPI, it is like something UPI, Aadhaar, Jan Dhan, that sort of thing, right? What kind of DPIs we have in Delhi Police? So I'll start with Intelligent Traffic Management System. I'm sure many of you may have come across e-challan system, and how do you make the payment to Delhi Police e-challan system and the online payment system. You can settle your, whatever violations you have committed, you want to make payment for that, you can do it online. And people are getting benefited in this way. Second thing which you come across very quickly, I'll just give a complete rundown. Second is PCC, Police Clearance Certificate. You get time on manner, in 15 days you get your certificate. And the back end, we use CCTNA system, Crime Criminal Tracking Network System, that is another DPI. Or integrate interoperable criminal justice system, which integrates 5 pillars of criminal justice system, that is police, prosecution, forensics, courts, and prosecution. So all 5 organs are integrated together in an interoperable system. So whenever we have to give PCC certificate, we search database, ICGS and SCRB dataset and CCTNet dataset, and based on that we give you a report. Likewise, we have a Safe City project where we have a massive data lake in which we have integrated 32 databases of Delhi Police, and also databases coming from some sister organizations, like for example, dataset coming from MORTH, Ministry of Road Transport, and the dataset something like Vahan, Sarthi, where we get online retrieval of driver's information and vehicles owner's details. So when we have such kind of system, coming to your question, how do we ensure that when we go for DPI in big way, the security of the data breach, how do we prevent data breach? That is one. And when people are committing transactions, they are entering into interface, how do we make sure that the citizens are not duped, no fraud happens, and their sensitive data, biometric data is not leaked in public domain. In Safe City project, we have 25,000 cameras all across Delhi, and we have some legacy cameras totaling to around 40,000. And in years to come, we'll have many more such projects. So the massive data set we are having in our data center has 22 petabyte and huge compute for facial recognition system. So when we have a biometric data, for example, face data, fingerprint data, how do we make sure that that is protected? So what we have done, that a couple of principles we have followed. The one is, security by design. What normally happens that we build a system and we think about security later on. So retrofitted security will not do any good because it will leave many vulnerabilities in the system. So here it is security by design. We have for the best practices, best international practices. Second, zero trust architecture. And what we are planning, that we will have graded security. Graded security means, we start with zero trust, but depending on the behavior of the user, we will provide a lower or higher level of security. Sometimes over security becomes a hindrance on your work. So that AI-based system can make sure that we have a graded system in place. I think for public domain also, like we're talking about I4C, Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center. This is the massive umbrella DPI created by Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. Here we have 7 verticals, and very important vertical, perhaps all of you are aware, that National Cybercrime Reporting Portal. So that portal is a very important DPI, and anyone for that matter who is a victim of cybercrime anywhere in India would log in to this system, and the one is able to register cyber fraud. Then another DPI is CFCF RMS. So it's basically citizen fraud reporting management system. So here, the moment you register and report a cybercrime, cyber fraud online, and if there is a transaction which you want to reverse because some cyber criminals have got your money, if that money is in the software system, in the banking system, that can be reversed. The idea is it should be done immediately without loss of golden minutes. I won't say golden hours, golden minutes. So as quickly you will log in, the system will also work in the same fashion, in the same pace, and your money can be reversed. So these are some very important DPIs. What we are looking for is that in future, once we have a huge data set, because India has an advantage in data set particularly, because when we talk about DPI, it has got many pillars, and one of the important pillars is data set. Second is huge compute. Third is the good models and architectures we should have available, and all the supporting DPIs. Like whenever any system you are creating and building, it will definitely use ID DPI, and ID identification DPI is Aadhaar. It will use some payment portal. So NEFT, RTGS, and UPI, these are the payment related DPIs. Likewise, you want to store documents, so you have to use your DigiLocker for that purpose. In Delhi Police, we have got very important DPI, which is licensing DPI. Delhi Police being a commissionerate, we have all the licensing powers which is traditionally used by civil administration. So here we provide all kinds of services, for example, arms licenses, cinema licenses, hotels, restaurants, explosives, firecrackers. whatever is there, citizen can go online and get the services in real time. Payment is done online. Certificate is generated and deposited through DigiLocker. And now we have done a POC for giving access to certificate through blockchain-based system, where a citizen can download a D app, and that D app will show the authenticated certificate. So now authentication is very easy. We have got a Shastra application by which a beat staff on ground can check any arms license, and it will have all details. So these are the DPIs broadly we have. Security is of course very important for us, and that's why we are extra cautious. We have created NOC-SOC, and we have done NOC-SOC is managed round the clock. We have an NDA with our vendor, our partners, so that the data is not leaked. We have a continuous audit. We do BAPT. We make sure that softwares are up to date. We are not exposed to internet. We have made air gap with our critical sensitive data. So, and biometric data particularly, so that, and we have got some kind of highest level of encryption. So that's broadly we have done. I think any other point you want to cover, because there are a lot of things I want to talk. I can go on and on, but I'll stop here, and if any other question, you can let me know. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we are really confident that we are data and we are on safe hands. So thank you so much. And you're given guidance on what government is already doing. So very encouraging. I would now shift to Anita, because one of the questions, one of the topics here is how is DPI really going to impact the economy? And I want to start with you because you have been leading the ID4D program. What I would like to understand is two things. One is, how is a simple thing like an identity a complete transformer when it comes to societal transformation? And I think from the World Bank, you would have sufficient data to say how it's really impacting GDP and economies. Second is, of course, you also specialize in social protection, which is also important when we are looking at DPIs being more inclusive. How can social protection really, again, transform this? So a couple of minutes on this, please, Anita. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please bear with my voice. Can you hear me? Yeah. Of cold from my last visit in Madrid last week, where it was very cold. So I think we have this McKinsey report which says the potential that an ID system has to impact can be from 3 to 13% of GDP. So just one foundational DPI ID system has this potential. How do we leverage it is in our hands. And second thing, while sitting in the World Bank, when we see presentations where you talk of impact stories of ID, I feel so proud because the examples that are shared are from India. So when you talk of the impact of ID on financial inclusion, the number that is quoted is, without the ID system, India would have taken 42 years to reach the same level of financial inclusion which we achieved in 6 years. Because of this ID, which led to these Jan Dhan accounts, and everybody is almost financially included, reduced the gender gap between the accounts held by male and female in India. So if you look at the Findex report, 6 years back, there was a huge gap between male and females in India, but now the gap has reduced significantly. And again, the potential of savings, again, this credit goes to the example from India, where using Aadhaar for all the subsidies, direct cash transfer, and many other social welfare programs, we have saved trillions. And this data is documented and realized from India. And this example is quoted even in World Bank reports. So the potential is already in financial inclusion, curbing leakages, preventing fraud, helping in promoting inclusion. This is what social protection is all about, ensuring that you reach poor and vulnerable, and ID is one thing which enables. The biggest example we see when we came to COVID vaccine, did we see how it enabled reach each and every person in India because of this ID. Aadhaar enables everyone to be able to register and get their services because you have an identity to establish and register yourself from even the comfort of your home for any service. Many countries where I work, in my other hat, where I lead the social protection initiative for the German government, we see many countries are struggling to provide social protection services because they lack this foundational ID by which people can establish their identity, make their claim for getting a service. So ID is a great enabler for providing inclusion and even in social protection services which a person would like to avail of. It reduces the onboarding costs by 90%, whether it's bank account opening or you want to register for an online service from the comfort of your home versus having to make 4 trips with a pile full of documents, and you always forget one document. So imagine the cost of making multiple trips, loss of job, the day you have to make a trip for getting any service in person. I think quite a few of us Indians have forgotten the need for traveling hours for getting a service. So I think the potential immense. I can go on and on, but I just wanted to give you a couple of examples to show the impact.
Thank you so much, Anita. I think as we go towards the Viksit Bharat, no two thoughts about how DPI can really enable this transition for India. You have very clearly articulated how ID itself is so foundational and fundamental to do anything in the country. Let me move on to the next growth lever, and that's the private sector. So Rohit, I'm going to ask you to wear the private sector hat. I know you're also deeply involved in DPIs and implementation, but here I would request that you wear the private sector hat because this is the real growth engine for any economy. Now, India does have a lot of DPIs. We have seen a DPIs for ease of doing business. We have seen from protection, from documents, ID, etc. How do you see the private sector benefiting from a DPI like what's there in India? And also, what do you wish that it was there so that it makes it better for you?
Okay, thank you. So I think if we essentially look at DPI, it's basically 3 foundational, frameworks you can put it. One is foundational DPI in the sense of what government or a quasi-government structure is, like Aadhaar and like Anita ji mentioned. Then there comes the aggregators who build the solutions over those DPI solution that we call DPGs, digital public goods. And third is the distribution layer, which is essentially the Paytms and the Google Pay of the world, which they are trying to, directly dealing with the client and, giving those services. And if we have to talk about India's story in the sense, think of the COVID and what impact these payment aggregators had on the distribution of money, flow of money, and, the ability to pay through UPI, irrespective, whether it's a Paytm or anybody else. But think the amount of, impact they had in such a situation. And India was hugely benefited. So I think there's so many use cases, so many lessons, not only in terms of financial, but Ayushman Bharat in the sense of having a digital, beneficiary ID from the point of view of whatever health services you need. Even government's own GEM platform, wherein the procurement of services of public sector is being done. So the number can go on, and so there is immense that we have done, and that's why the world, all the multilateral institutions also recognize what India has been able to achieve, and it is directly translated into reduction of poverty, social inclusion, and the society which is directly connected to the each and every step of the government, which is translating. And private sector, I think, is building those solutions, building those, applications, building those products that they can consume directly using those DPGs and DPI, which are foundational. Now, coming to the second point in terms of what can be the vision. I think the second is in terms of how technology is emerging. And private sector, I think, where the opportunity lies, which is itself a challenge also, because from the challenge only the opportunity comes. And which is in terms of, what are the India's key problem areas now? Pollution, sustainability issues, trade issues that we faces as country, whether it through carbon tariff or other things. the issues in terms of workforce migration, the issue in terms of the law enforcement that various agency faces, and you can pick up many use cases from day-to-day traffic. So these are the things I think the private sector is going to build services using these, the work which we have done from last maybe from 2014 Digital India initiative that started. Today we're going to augment into maybe a third phase wherein we'll use AI, we'll use blockchain and all the emerging technologies which in isolation cannot work. But when we integrate them into a solution and do maybe a digital insurance to everybody that impacts the public services, and also build B2B solutions that can be used by different MSMEs, SMEs, which are essentially the growth engine of our economy. I think that's where it's going to go, and which is really going to be transformative. And I'm sure, like, if everybody from academia to government to private sector, everybody pitches in, there is a tremendous growth opportunity and also the jobs which we need for our huge population and the demography.
Thank you so much, Rohit. So I think not only are you seeing the government's DPI supporting private sector through inclusion, skilling, education, but you're also seeing how private sector can actually build on what government has already done. Fantastic. I think that's a very good lesson also for other countries. We have seen government, we have seen private sector. Now what we are going to do is the new kid in the block. So I don't know if you're aware that India has the third largest number of unicorns and also working on the emerging technology sector. So I'm going to point this question now to Smith because he's heading the Drone Federation of India. Interestingly, I want to ask you two things. One is from a startup sector, an emerging sector, how do you see DPIs? And now that you have seen DPIs successful in so many sectors, how do emerging sectors also look at DPIs and can they really get the DPI way of thinking into working in the emerging sectors? So over to you, Smith.
Thank you. I think when we talk about DPIs being leveraged by startups, I think there are enough examples, but I'll just mention 2 or 3 of them very clearly. Some time back when someone wanted to open a startup and do some kind of trade and commerce activity, for him to have the ability to receive payment would be in cash, then he would do his bank installations, ledgers and various types of filings and taxation and all of that. And in came UPI, where you basically said that, if I just put a simple QR code in front of my shop or in front of my website at the payment site, I can suddenly start receiving digital payments in the digital format, which can then be automatically reconciled with my trade and commerce activity or invoicing systems. And life was easy for me to receive payments, reconcile them, and then make the data available for being tax ready. So while we keep promoting UPI for digital payments, it's also, if you look at the other side, from the trade side, it is a very good boon for the trade to receive these digital payments and then employ solutions to reconcile and link and then do all the other compliance related activities as well. Another activity was when certain areas where we wanted to submit, when we wanted to do digital KYC and all of that. That is where DigiLocker and Aadhaar and all of these ecosystems come in. I'll give one example in civil aviation. When you want to go to Delhi airport and you want to avoid the entire queue, you have a app called DigiYatra. And the first thing that you do to log into DigiYatra is either sign up via DigiLocker or Aadhaar. If that was not the case, I would have had to put a scanned copy of my driving license or Aadhaar card or something else, which would then be going to a private company or a government sort of module, which would then do some physical verification of that and then allow and enable verification of that ID and then for me to use that app. Now when I press a button, it opens up one kind of a DPI or an app, opens up another DPI, DigiLocker or Aadhaar, takes my information from there, which is already automatically verified and gives me the ability to seamlessly sort of integrate and build many more solutions like this. DigiYatra, by the way, was like a semi-startup idea which was started leveraging existing DPIs and existing solutions to basically build a layer on top of it and enable seamless digital civil aviation travel across the country. So these are some of the examples of how existing DPIs have enabled startups to collect money, do reconciliation, provide more solutions and do seamless, other sort of trade and ease of travel activities. Now coming to the new kid on the block, which is drones. Some time back when you would think of aviation and aerospace, the only way to think of that would be two types. In civil domain, you would see that there is a couple of 100 crore aircrafts that is owned by a 1,000 crore company, and the only way for it to take off and land is at fixed airports. And by the way, if you look at Indian airspace at any given point of time, which is if you look above, in the entire country there are about 2,000 to 3,000 aircrafts. That's the only number of aircrafts that are flying, whether they are landing in India or just passing by. So it's just 3,000 aircrafts that are being managed manually. In the defense side, you had essentially the fighter jets and many other transport aircrafts. Finally, the number was very handful, and it was controlled by a sovereign entity, which is the armed forces, the Air Force, or it was a very large, player, which is the airlines, which would, few airlines would talk to government. And it was a very, sort of less stakeholders who were managing this. In came drones, where you are suddenly saying that, okay, there is a, a rural entrepreneur or a drone didi, women, which is going to fly a agriculture spraying drone in some corner of the country. There is another, government organization that is going to do land records mapping in another part of the country. Then there is a central government organization that is DGCA, which is going to maintain the registry of all the drones and the training. And there is another organization called Airport Authority of India and Indian Air Force that is going to enable the permissions for flying in yellow zone or red zone. And by the way, apart from all of this, there is local police that is on the ground, which will be doing some protection of, let's say, Kumbh Mela or some VIP event, or maybe a Prime Minister's rally where some VIP is going to come and they want drones to not fly in that ecosystem. Or there is some important area, let's say some Indian Air Force location or some sensitive facility where police or CISF is guarding it. They have some jammers or some equipment, and they are on the watch for drones flying. So there are a plethora of people, not centralized, working together in the drone ecosystem, and all of these people need exchange of information in real time. So how do you enable this? This is the DPI way of thinking that should be brought in the drone ecosystem as well. That how does a policeman who is guarding, let's say, the bungalow of an MP somewhere in some corner of the country, when he spots a drone, how can he open up an app, verify whether this is a compliant drone, legal drone or not, whether I need to take action on this or not, and how can this police app interact with the central registry of DGCA to in real time verify whether this drone is registered or not, whether he was authorized to fly in this location or not. And this is the way of thinking. And now when we expand this way of thinking, when I want to, let's say, go from some area of Hyderabad to the Hyderabad airport in a drone taxi that is going to be upcoming in the next 2 years of time, and when that drone taxi has to fly amongst the various drone operations and the manned aircraft operations, how do we enable this access of airspace digitally, giving permissions digitally, and then making all this information available to law enforcement, civil aviation, and many other stakeholders in the country? In the parlance of road transport, you build a road and the car can physically only drive in that road. But when you talk about airspace, because there are no fixed roads and fixed infrastructure, it is just a digital, sort of highway in the air. The drone and the drone taxi and the airplane has the physical ability to go in each other's airspace. So it's very important to digitize all these flight plans, bring that all in a central system, and then make this information available to last person in the society or the first person in the law enforcement, to make sure that, let's say, if Siva was flying a drone, outside his house, can a policeman just, look up an app without disturbing him, find out that whether Siva is a registered person or not, whether he has been authorized to fly this or not, and seamlessly do that such that he is not harassed. So this is the kind of thinking that needs to come in, so that drones, which has now become an opportunity, can be thought of from a DPI approach. All the right stakeholders can be brought in together, and this ease of doing business can be furthered. And by the way, in the drone space, I keep saying, there are 20 plus countries in the near global south which are struggling very hard to implement drone regulations. A central platform or a DPI kind of approach will ensure that we can package all of this in a DPI and give it to all of these countries, to not just give this DPI infrastructure to them, but through the DPI infrastructure also help them regulate their entire drone economies and drone ecosystems in those countries. So that's the kind of approach that DPI thinking in the drone ecosystem and civil aviation ecosystem will help India take infrastructure and policy thinking to the global south and many other countries that have been struggling to open up their ecosystems, especially in the drone and the unmanned space.
Thank you so much, Smith. So it's not only social inclusion, but also what you said is almost like science fiction. But so glad that DPIs can really power both social inclusion and science fiction. I promised we will have a couple of questions from you if you have anything from there. And then I know I stand between you and lunch. So let's keep it short and quick. Any questions? Yeah, sir.
DPI, Aadhaar and all. Now, these are all 15-year-old initiatives, right? And now we are talking about applications of that. So what is your thought on, the future of the DPI itself? In the sense, there are now distributed ledger technologies,
yes,
which Nandan himself has written a paper where he's propagated Finternet, the concept of Finternet.
Yes.
Okay. So how do you look at adopting these technologies to upgrade our DPI itself? We can't rest on, past laurels of 15-year-old technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe I'll take the first shot at it. I think, like rightfully said, this is a part of evolution. As we go from pure DPIs to open networks like we are seeing in ONDC and also distributed ledger technologies or distributed network architecture, which is now Finternet. I think as India is taking the lead, many of the sectors that were currently DPIs will soon start evolving into the network architecture. And ONDC is a very classic case where it actually leapfrogged. We did not create a DPI, but we went in an open network directly. And I think those kind of thought process will now be the next step. So if you're talking about drones coming in, we may not look at the pure DPI approach. We may start looking at an open network approach rather than DPI. So maybe that's the way it will evolve. Definitely India is leading the game in this, and hopefully we see more innovations in this space.
And to add to this point, what you're trying to, like I said in the earlier conversation also, see, DPI is a buzzword, but essentially when you look at the technology behind it, like you said, these are not so old also, but they're all relevant. Most of the open source things are, depending on the MOSI platform, or like and the various stakeholders, including CDPI that you mentioned, they are working on, the building and taking those things globally. But the new technology, again, it's not to be adopted by, for the sake of it. It has to make a business case sense. That what is the problem that we're trying to solve. So distributed ledger is one example, but maybe tomorrow if you use some data analytics engine that is wired, like Bhashini, Sanket ji gave an example. If you need to communicate with various multilingual authenticity or maybe, different countries, PM podcast was an example of a seamless various language transformation. So the AI engine inbuilt into that particular UPI will enable that over that layer existing foundational thing only. So it's going to be augmentative integration of various technology, but it will depend on what the business case we have and what is the relevance of a solution that we're looking at. It cannot be just that because, we need to go for the 2.0 or 3.0 of DPI. It has to be from the problem statement.
Yeah, sure.
I just want to add what you said because I missed one point. In fact, in Delhi Police, we are going ahead in a vigorous way how to have a virtual assistant for citizen. Like many times you'll find that suppose somebody wants to use some services of licensing, he will have to go through a lot of documents, lot of rules, regulations. Still, he would not be very clear how exactly to go about, right? The traditional way of handling this was FAQs, frequently asked questions. But that again, for knowing one information, you have to read the entire FAQ document. So what is the best way? So first we have to understand the problem statement. The problem statement of today that a citizen wants ease of doing business. He wants to go for some licensing services. All his questions, his or her questions should be answered in no time, right? So this is the problem statement. And what are the technologies available? One technology which has come in last 2 years is language understanding, language translation through LLM. What are other technologies? Previously rule-based symbolic AI supported, a chatbot where it was more like rule-based. If you ask some question, it will give you very predefined answer. But that was also not very good. So a hybrid of LLM approach, a hybrid and traditional symbolic AI, rule-based AI, and a new thing which has come up is retrieval-assisted generation. If you club these three things and come out with a solution which will be as good as what you may have dreamt of, you may have thought of. So it really catches your fancy, your imagination, and this is something we are going ahead in big way. We have done some groundwork. We have created huge, database of FAQs from all verticals of Delhi Police. We have there are not two approaches, but we are going for a backbone which is already well established, something similar to LLM provided by ChatGPT, OpenAI, or maybe for that matter any other rival company. We are not bothering about what LLM, but we would be using some backbone because that provides a best understanding. Of course, Bhashini will would be very good use case here, because in India we have to have a solution where the citizen can interact not only in English but also Hindi and sometime in English. Where Hindi is spoken, Hindi will have lot many English words. So that kind of solution we are going ahead in big way. Another solution, just had to add, because within department we also need to have a solution for our employees, our IOs, to assist IOs in detection of crime, investigation of crime, and also training on various aspects of policing. How best we can do it? Again, reading documents, going through videos may not at times be very easy for people who are working on job. They have to internalize things very fast. For example, new criminal laws. The learning curve should be very favorable because he has to deliver. So for that kind of solution can be provided by technology. There's something called, I'm sure you have come across Watson Studio, IBM Watson Studio, right? So IBM Watson will provide a solution where you can hybridize, of course, a traditional rule-based symbolic AI, where answers are given very accurately based on the database, based on the knowledge graph, and you can club it with the language understanding provided by LLM. So that kind of solution we are aiming for. But here the catch is we can't throw open our sensitive databases related to crime, related to investigation in public domain. And in that perspective, from that perspective, we can't use backbone LLM, some similar to ChatGPT, GPT-4. So here we want to use, create an LLM from scratch, and that would be a kind of DPI we are looking for. I think we expect that government can also come in big way, provide a DPI in this perspective, where we can have a LLM, our own LLM, and we can do fine tuning on premise.
Thank you, sir. So I think the evolution is combining AI, looking at open networks or internet or the distribution layer. We also foresee a lot coming from quantum computing, especially with post-quantum cryptography for security purposes. So we see DPI itself evolving quite a bit. I think we've run out of time. I'm sorry I cannot take any other questions, but I'm sure the panelists will be available as we walk down the stage for more interactions. Thank you so much for an engaging conversation. I hope you all enjoyed it. Looking forward to India's really pole position when it comes to DPIs, and also showing an example of how DPIs can be successfully implemented to the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all our panelists. Mr. Murthy, may I request you to kindly present the mementos to the panelists. Thank you to Mr. Jaiswal, who spoke about the Delhi Police secure DPIs. Thank you. Thank you to Smit Shah, the President of the Drone Federation, who spoke about the various entities who are involved in ensuring a secure drone ecosystem, and also the opportunities which are there for the drone usage. Thanking Anita Mittal. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciating India's IT, which has been a major catalyst towards financial inclusion. Thanking Mr. Rohit Chauhan, TCS. Spoke about also the evolution of DPIs, and is said more based on the problem statement, and I would like to invite Ms. Charanjit of AI Group to kindly present the memento, expressing our gratitude and appreciation to our moderator, thanking Mr. Sivakumar Murthy. We'll close with a group photograph with all the panelists. And for our delegates and participants, we've already distributed the feedback form. You're requested to kindly fill in the feedback for this session. The next session, we start at 2 o'clock. So we break for lunch, a 45 minutes lunch break. And in the post-lunch session, the first panel discussion is on Satcom. We had just a mention in the very first session, again, the potential of Satcom towards connecting the unconnected. So tapping on the opportunity towards shaping a more connected digital India through Satcom, empowered India through Satcom. That's a discussion which we have post-lunch, followed by how AI will shape India's decade. We also have a session on the convergence of the various technologies, where we say IoT, 5G, AI, so how the trio can actually bring in a new era for digital innovation. And then the last session of the day is going to be a special session wherein we have the Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, joining us at 5:30. Along with him, we also have the Minister from Russia who is going to be joining us in the last session. So please, we now break for lunch. Please just ensure that you have filled in the feedback form, and looking forward to having you all back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. at Nelco Limited. Yes, you had your food. I think a lot of energy. We can all put our hands together welcoming the panelists here on the stage. So taking us into this world of Satcom in this panel discussion, and I hand over to our moderator, Ashutosh Rai.
Thank you for organizing this session. I know Satcom is a buzzword right now, and we are hearing a lot about Satcom these days, in particular about some of the organizations. So before we start, may I request sir to give a context about what we'll be discussing and about some introduction about Satcom.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, industry leaders, and most importantly, fellow technology enthusiasts. In India today, we stand at a pivotal moment, especially in the telecommunication journey. For some time, much attention has been focused on the rapid mobile network expansion and the recent 5G rollout which has taken place in India. But the new transformative technology, which has a potential for overcoming the digital divide and for fulfilling India's digital ambitions, is the satellite communication, or what we call Satcom. And the numbers in India tell a compelling story. Despite India's impressive digital growth, it has been impressive. With over 800 million internet users, we still have 400 million citizens who do not have reliable connectivity. Our digital divide isn't just a social challenge. It represents one of the largest untapped markets globally. And over the next 1 hour, we are going to talk of the multifaceted landscape of satellite communication in India. We'll examine its growth potential in connecting the unconnected, its integration with territorial networks and with 5G. What is the regulatory landscape today in India? And what are the emerging business models that will reshape this sector, especially of sat communication? And my intent and the intent of the whole seminar today is just not to inform you, but to inspire you. Whether you are a policy maker, you are an investor, you are an entrepreneur, or you are a technology enthusiast, satellite communication is not just about technology development. It is about fundamentally reshaping India's digital future. And in this connectivity challenge which we have in India, just to give you this by example, as per the Department of Telecommunication, approximately 25,000 villages remain outside reliable mobile coverage. Reliable is the word. And about 100,000 villages have only partial or unreliable connectivity. When we consider the broadband quality internet, the numbers would even grow larger. And the economics of taking it to every village, the fiber, is huge. By certain calculations, you require 10 lakhs per kilometer in a difficult terrain. And for many locations, because the population is small, this is economically not viable. And here is where SAT communication comes. It has a unique value proposition because unlike terrestrial networks that require sensitive ground infrastructure, satellite signals can reach any location. You just have to have a clear view of the sky. A single satellite in a geostationary orbit can cover 1/3 of the Earth's surface, meaning that 3 geosatellites can cover the whole world. And that is how satellite communication has been so far. But that presently at the geo, that is at around 35,900 kilometers, the challenges of latency. The challenges are of speed. And there have been where new technologies like high throughput satellites have come in. And the latest disruption, which is not latest, of course, it is now more than 4 years old, is the low Earth orbit constellations, where two companies in the world today are leading with these services. One is OneWeb, and a member of OneWeb, Eutelsat OneWeb, is here. They have 640 satellites going over the world in the low Earth orbit, ready to provide services to India. They're already providing services in the world. And the other companies which you would have all heard of, the famous name of Starlink, which has more than 6,000, some say around 7,000 satellites going over the whole Earth, ready to provide immense capacity with least latency anywhere. And a few days back, all of you would have heard the news where two important telecommunication players in India have had tied up with these companies to help Starlink to provide its services in India. All of this has a huge economic impact. With the capacities which are coming in India, they say just in Brazil, where they have been able to get sat communication efficiently, the GDP increase has been 1.4. And in studies in India and for some South Asia countries, which was done a few years back, the average loss of not having Satcom is the same, 1.5 to 2% of the GDP if we do not connect or unconnected. It's a huge opportunity or an opportunity cost which we are missing out. And the sooner Satcoms rolls out in its complete form in India, it will be more important. Now, I leave it to the experts and the people who are providing these services in India to tell you more about it. While in the question answer sensor, I will talk of other applications where Satcom really stands out. That is like disaster resilience. Because in any disaster, the ground stations or what provide you mobile communication are the first which will fail. But that is where satellite communication, be it an earthquake, be it a flood, be it a tsunami, Satcom is there, which will provide and will be the backbone of all support. Today in India, a nation like India where agriculture is most critical, satellite communication is a tool to provide precision in agriculture, to improve the growth, especially with where the climate is changing and water itself is becoming a criticality. Remote healthcare, remote education, and in future, all vehicles, if you are moving and Tesla would come to India and you will have driverless vehicles, quite a bit of that communication will be provided by Satcom. Leaving this as an opening remark, we'll go forward and discuss more intricacies which the moderator has planned for. Over to you.
Thank you, sir, for contextualizing about the Satcom, sir. And very rightly said, around 40% of the population still does not have a very reliable internet connection. So the commercial potential definitely is huge. So we'll start our session for today, and we have divided our session into 4 themes, which is around the regulatory theme, the business aspect of it, and the where do we currently stand in terms of global positioning, what others are doing and where we are today, and what are the various technologies which are involved in it. So maybe, sir, I'll take the liberty to start from you, sir. So you have spent a lot of time in defense sector, sir. So what do you feel about Satcom? How can it help the defense forces in the country in having a better connectivity and its impact, sir?
So firstly I'll start with where do the defense forces use sat communication. You know, there are many areas and most of the places where the defense forces are deployed, be it in Leh or Leh Ladakh, be it in the northeast, or maybe even maybe in Andamans, or in the high seas where our navies are. There is an issue of connectivity. There is an issue where terrestrial communication does not or is not able to provide seamless communication to us. So here, satellite communication is provided presently by the means of GEO. But like I said, told you, there are issues of latency, there are issues of capacity. And now in the future, we are looking at low Earth orbit constellations providing that. So yes, the primary means of communication for war fighting in India continues to be terrestrial communication, radio communication, be it by the aircrafts, be it by the ships, or be it by the land forces. But now in future, when network connectivity is becoming more and more important, more capacities are required. And also, if India as a military power has to have capability and has to have capabilities beyond the Indian borders, SAT communication becomes a critical thing. Now, from here, I will just tell you what is the leading nation in the world, America, doing. America has worked out what they call the Star Shield. And it has 7 layers of satellite communication, or the whole system which they have. The basic layer is ground stations, receiving stations which are on Earth. The next layer is of satellite communication on the low Earth orbit. And all satellites form a web in space at 500 kilometers to below 1,000 kilometers, where inter-satellite links by laser communication, they provide a web of communication which can provide communication to the ground and amongst themselves. Then the next layer over that today is the layer of ISR, which are satellites for remote sensing or satellites for surveillance. A layer above that is a layer of where edge computing devices would be there in future. And beyond that, they have even an emerging layer. So they have worked out 7 layers, and quite a bit of it will most probably be supported by Starlink. So in future, for the defense forces, it is the integrated space shield which will be required.
And sir, maybe if I take liberty to ask one more connecting question from you, from defense sector to coming back to the rural population, sir. So India is still a large part of the rural population is still does not have a proper internet connection. How do you feel that a Satcom can play a role in providing better internet connectivity and connecting the unconnected? So
like I mentioned in my opening remarks, 10 lakh per kilometer is unaffordable. And even today in India, to connect the unconnected, the furthest corner, the government has even made a fund, USOF fund, and they are spending the money through BharatNet, as you know, and through many other means, the backhaul, or support to that connectivity to the last end. The best way to give it is through satellite communication.
So, moving on from that, sir, after taking the rural thing, if I may ask Mr. Anil, sir, if we have to provide connectivity at such a large scale, what are the policy and interventions that you would want to have in the ecosystem so that it can be provided in a better way, sir?
Thank you. First of all, let me thank the organizer for inviting me to speak at this very august session. So there is a set of policy reform has taken place in the last 5-6 years. And last 3 years is a tremendous progress. And the first reform was taken by the National Digital Communication Policy by 2008. Is the first time they mentioned of liberalization of the satellite sector. But predominantly that the policy was also say about fiber first. After that, there are a number of policies. There are all together in last 4 years, there are 18 satellite reforms has taken place. Be it the transportation, be it the geopositional, be it the FDI or space policy, there are a number of them. So all set the role. And space policy has set the guidelines very clear. Creating the in-space and NSIL out of ISRO which is a watershed policy, and then it's also created a special emphasis on non-government entity. So I think that has really ignited the progress in the country, and we are still at the fast pace we are moving. So the policy reform is there. But as far as the policy is going in right direction, but the implementation has to take place. The implementation of this policy, such a beautiful policy, is not getting. By the time the policy is getting implemented, there is a new policy, also start setting. At the same time, we also need a long-standing regulatory framework, which is the rule of the regulatory changes is also disturbing the pace of the growth. So once the regulatory reform has been set, so it has to be set for the long tenure, not for an intermediate. So if something is good, people will start using it, and suddenly you find the rules of the regulation has been changed. So I think it's so happened a number of times. Third is that the ease of doing business, which government is the promotive want to do, the ease of doing business. In real term, it is not happening. We have to go to number of departments for the clearances. So that's need to be a single window clearance is a need of our. We have to just go to one place. So we have to apply for that. All necessary clearances, licenses should be given by the agency. Third, foremost, not only the Satcom, it's every commodity or every utility, the largest buyer is the government. So government should not shy away taking the satellite capacity, satellite uses. So as General Bhatt said in his opening remark, the connectivity, like we are very poorly connected. Half of the rural population is not connected. So how this can be, the government has to take a role in it. And foremost is that we have to be technology neutral. Not that as like a family first kind of things. Let's allow the technology to go and leave the market forces to drive it. Why you dictate terms and terms say this will allow first and this will not allow. So let all the policy, let access be open. So in my opinion, these things are definitely will get into the 21st century on that. And decadal business head by InSpace, we are really thankful to them. They have really set the ball rolling, and now this decadal vision, if we have to achieve, we have to bring all the pieces together. Thank you very much.
Sir, I hope these points do reach the right set of people who are making the policy right now and they get implemented, sir. So, Nishta, moving on to you, OneWeb is doing a lot to digitally connect people and digital inclusion via the LEO satellites. And so, what do you feel, how can the Satcom work with, along with the existing territorial networks to provide better connectivity? And in particularly, if, we can say, let's say, since we are talking more about defense in this particular theme, so how can it complement the existing terrestrial networks to provide better connectivity to defense forces?
Perfect. Thank you. And let me start by saying many congratulations to the organizing committee for putting up such a wonderful show and for 3 decades of successful event. And I am Nishta Kapoor, proudly presenting Eutelsat OneWeb, which is one of the only organizations in the world that can provide the satellite connectivity with its GEO constellation, satellites and the LEO constellation. So OneWeb is our LEO constellation with around 634 satellites, which are right there up and moving in the polar orbit. So what basically, let me first give you a step back and give you an idea about how this LEO satellite constellation basically works and why it is becoming a hype in today's time. So LEO is basically at a low Earth orbit. It stands for low Earth orbit, which is at a 1200 kilometer of an altitude from the Earth. So what it does is just a physics basically, that it reduces the latency, which is the most important and a critical point, and it increases the speed. So what we are bringing on Earth is high speed of around 195 Mbps and the low latency of less than 100 odd milliseconds. And India, we are having around only 50 milliseconds. That's a global average is what, 100 milliseconds. So what it does is it actually opens the plethora of applications like telemedicine, rural education, rural connectivity, and hence the defense, security, and everything. So it just opens up everything new, which you are not able to do with the terrestrial. So now answering to your question, Ashutosh, how it is complementing. So until now, what we were like, say 30 years back, what you saw when Airtel was launching in the country or BSNL was coming up in the country 30, 35 years back, that's what is the era in the satellite industry now going to be, where every nook and corner of the nation needs to be connected, because we are living in a hyper-connected world, but still there are, like sir was mentioning, there are 400 million people. Actually, it's 700 million people. In overall, they do not have a high-speed connectivity. So just imagine my soldier is sitting, and right now while I'm talking to you, my soldier is sitting and using a LEO connectivity absolutely at the border. Until we provided the LEO connectivity to that soldier, they did not have any connectivity. They had to come back to the base to make a call to their family members. Now our soldiers are talking, not only just talking, having a video call and talking to their family. A small example, but it makes a huge, huge difference when it comes to the defense forces. Now that's only a community service kind of a thing what we talk about, that okay, this is a feel-good factor. But imagine a war situations, where the connectivity is the main backbone at that point of time when the nations are at war. That is the time you need information on the go. Imagine all our vehicles, all our war vehicles are laden with the connectivity. So I provide, my organization has the terminals, we say it as a user terminals, which are just installed over a vehicle. Now that's called a connectivity on the go. You are having such a high-speed connectivity with the lowest latency, like you are walking on the field. That is the transformation what we are talking about with the LEO connectivity. And hence it is becoming the most important part of it. But to launch, of course, like sir was mentioning, we need regulations and policies in place. And thanks to the government of India, who are taking right steps, taking out right policies, which we got in 2023. But while we are yet to launch, given the necessary guidelines from the Department of Telecom, we are ready. We are ready with our infrastructure in the country. We are ready with all the right plans and the projects. Everything is ready in our country. So it's just a wait to go to the consumer.
No, I couldn't agree more that it is very important from at least from two perspectives, providing connectivity to the unconnected and also to the defense forces. It provides a very secure connection to the defense forces. Now moving on to the in detail about the regulatory policies, sir. So Mr. Anil discussed about what regulatory frameworks he would want to be implemented. Sir, what, if I may ask you, sir, what are some of those, how can industry associations like ISPA help in implementation of those regulations which are required today, sir?
So I'll start with the story in June 2020, when the government decided to open space to private players in India. It was a historical decision. And as in the words of the Prime Minister himself, unshackling the space sector. It has been really done that. And that resulted in an organization called InSpace being made, a unique organization in India. And it is represented by one of our panelists who will be speaking about it. But what it does is, in regulation, first, we have an organization, unique organization, which is responsible for promotion, authorization, and regulation. And why I'm emphasizing on that is, if the same organization is looking at motion and there will be a fairer balance to allow that sector to grow. And that is what is happening. And we as ISPA raised around the same time, in fact, in space was not formally raised at that time, that activity for making the new space policy started. And let me tell you, I have been in the government for long. I have not seen such one-to-one interactions with industry to roll out the policy which was made. And today's India's space policy is as far as it could possibly be in the world, which allows private players to do everything possible in space, including making a colony on the moon or doing asteroid mining. So that basic regulation has come in and followed, it was followed up, we wanted more. We wanted a more liberal FDI. Previously, the FDI was limited in the domain of space. Today, it varies from 100, by automatic route, by no permissions, from 100 to 74%, 51%, depending on which sector it is. The FDI has come in. Then even in the telecom bill, a special privilege has been given to the space. Because spectrum now to space is being allocated by administrative means. And there's huge logic to it, which the government has done, because it is a global practice. And we had to harmonize our practice, which is very different from the way terrestrial communication is allocated, which you are well aware of. And very soon, even for giving more money to the private sector to be able to develop in this domain, PPPs are now being worked out. That is public-private partnerships for making constellations, for Earth observations and for communication. So all what the ground is there is being provided by the government. Yes, one pain point which is there, which people do talk of, and the reality is single window clearance. But in the words of Chairman in Space, he is our single window. And let me tell you, at many times, he walks the talk. We had one of our new startups having a spaceport. Their spaceport came in ISRO's location seamlessly for that new startup.
So, how is taking a cue from what sir mentioned about spectrum allocations? Licensing and spectrum allocation have always been a tricky subject. So, what do you particularly think that the reforms, what reforms can additionally government bring in so that Satcom investments, more and more investments come around Satcom, and there is ease of doing business around it?
When we talk about the licensing, so licensing is always a tricky subject for everyone in every country. But here, in last 5 to 7 years, government has done a lot on the licensing. They have made the things online and all. Single window clearance, to some extent, they have made a window, but it is not a single window. So that needs to be harmonized. That's still a pending issue right now. As far as NGSOs are concerned, there are too many things, too many licenses, clarity is not there. So the clarity has to be brought into the picture first, because there are licenses like the VSAT CUG license, GMPSS license, ISP license. So in that case, it's not very clear that if I want to start up, I want to work, I want to expand, so on what license I should go up. If I want to work with a few of my operators, so they should work on what licenses. That clarity is still missing. So government is working on that, I would say that, because recently you must have seen that TRI paper that has already been published, where they have reverted back to the DOT on that. So, but still, it will take time. So there would be a substantial delay, I would say that again, in getting the NGSOs rolled out. So that the clarity is the first thing, so that if clarity is there, the investment can be planned. Without clarity, there is no investment, nobody would plan their investment in that. Yeah, apart from that, there can be the license term. So whether it will be for 5 years, whether it will be for 20 years, because the current UL is for 20 years. So we all know that. But here for the NGSOs, they're talking about that there would be for 5 years term. So that's, the clarity is missing. So again, the investment, what he spoke about earlier, so that is also missing. Okay. So those reforms are very important out here. So if that is there, then in that case, this would move faster. And this will help in the expansion. Thank you.
So, Levin sir, you have experience in establishing or developing Kerala space. So what do you feel, how can regional space parks or tech parks play a role in enhancing India's Satcom capabilities and bringing in the best of the global capabilities in India?
Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity and a great show by the organizing team. I think session chair has given the true picture of what exactly we are aiming for. We are trying to connect the unconnected population, which is happen to be a very large chunk of the population. So here, when you have the Satcom capability, which can reach to any corner of the globe, we should be able to capture that opportunity and give services to the remote citizens. So here, whether the Satcom services, they can give the services at affordable cost to the poor rural population. There is a question mark. So I think there is a possibility of having a hybrid system in which the Satcom plus a local area terrestrial network, which will give you the services to the rural population at affordable price. There, the space park kind of institutions have a major role in promoting the industries to set up the ground stations for the local community and the network providers, terrestrial network providers like we have the Kerala fiber optic network in Kerala, which can be engaged to give the local area network services and extend the services at affordable price to the rural population. So we have a great role to play. It will be good for the industry, good for the remote population, so far not connected.
Thank you, sir. So, ma'am, sir has been very supportive of in space. So, we would like to know more about what is in space is doing to promote the startup ecosystem in the Satcom space, and so that it is not just today we hear only about a few global players. How would Indian startup ecosystem compete with them?
Thank you so much for the question. And Satcom per se, before I give the answer to this, Satcom does not need any introduction. We all know satellite communication, how it is touching everybody's life. You know, starting from those days, just now I think our chair mentioned that 3 satellites in orbit are more than sufficient to cover the entire Earth. This concept was given off by a science fiction writer. It was his vision. Somewhere in 1940s, he wrote about this in a World Wireless magazine, and from there people picked up that what he is saying is making sense. And then came your Sputnik 1 satellite, 1957. That was the turning point for humans. Then we saw Syncom, the first communication satellite launched by US. And then there was no looking back. 1960s, we saw some overwhelming times, you know, when Tokyo Olympics opening session was broadcasted through satellite globally for the first time. It was as good as when Elon Musk tweeted from his Starlink, and we all were so excited to get it. And today what we are talking about is the satellites will reach and talk to my handheld devices. So understand this is a tectonic shift which has happened from 60s to today. And it has brought in lot of issues as well. Issues related to interferences, issues related to this orbital slots are becoming congested, the space situational awareness issues, the debris mitigation issues, the biggest of all, the environmental risks, and the cyber security problems which are coming our way. And that is where somewhere in 2020, Government of India announced the space reforms, and InSpace was born. As our chair mentioned, InSpace is a very unique single window organization which is into enablement, hand-holding, guiding, supervising, promoting, and authorizing the space activities. Now, all these roles, if you see, they are so conflicting. That's where InSpace has got 3 different directorates who takes care of their part. So I am coming from Program Management and Authorization Directorate. And our prime job is authorizing and supervising the space activities. So we are, as on today, if you ask me, my directorate is handling more than 600 applications from various startups. And what we are doing is, we are trying to give them, as a regulator, a very transparent, a very predictive regime so that they can make their business plans on it, and ease of doing business. I think this is what you can ask for from any regulating agency. The NGP, the norms, guidelines, and procedures, if you go through InSpace website, it is uploaded there. It's a 100+ pages document, a very transparent one, which actually mentions that what is the process of authorization, what types of conditions and credentials will be seen, time-bound authorization, and what are all the space activities that should be authorized, and guidelines of each and every activity is entailed there. It also gives you the sample application forms and the certificate at the first place, which you will get if the authorization is granted to you. So even before you start anything, you know what you will sign with InSpace and what are all the things you have to abide to. So I think InSpace has come up to this, that we are extremely transparent and extremely friendly to the industry, because the whole and sole motive is to bring India at a very significant position in the global space industry, and we all are working towards it. Now, what InSpace is primarily doing for the startups is, from Satcom perspective I'll talk about, you know, we are making them, we are giving them a good access to the orbital resources. Orbital resources are the prime and the foremost thing which any Satcom operator will look for. So what we are trying to build in is, very recently InSpace came up with an announcement of opportunity. The only criteria for that announcement of opportunity was that you should be an Indian company with an Indian management and control, not a subsidiary of any foreign party. So what they got was unutilized ISRO filing. It was made by ISRO, but it was unutilized. We gave it to the a prospective Indian operator. The beneficiary has already been declared. It's in public domain. And now that beneficiary is making a communications satellite for that orbital slot. So this is the change what InSpace brought. The another thing is, this is just the beginning. We want more orbital slots to be given exclusively to our non-government entities so that they become the prospective Indian operator. So that is where InSpace is itself considering to make new and new ITU filing, because ITU filing is a very tricky business. Only people who know ITU will understand what I am talking about and where I am coming from. So InSpace is considering to make some ITU filings exclusively for the NGEs and nobody else. It will be given in a transparent manner, announcement of opportunity. Whosoever wants to come in, take it, make the satellite, and make us proud. So all these, and how we are, now we all know that India is being served both by Indian satellites and by non-Indian satellites. It's a very thin line. If you understand, we don't want to deprive country from the satellite capacity. At the same time, we don't want to give entry to lot of non-Indian satellites so that they just take over the sky and there is no perspective left for an Indian operator to come into business. So InSpace is very mindful. We are doing the demand analysis. We have already done this some 8-9 months before, and the report time now. what we have done is we have analyzed the demand, because when we opened our doors to give the authorizations in 2023, we saw a lot of non-Indian applications coming in. And then we took a pause. We were taken aback. We thought we have to look for the demand. We should not become a country where all the capacities are dumped upon. Because it will not leave any scope for the startups per se. If somebody thinks of becoming an Indian satellite operator and giving the Satcom capacity, you should have that scope. So for that reason, we have undertaken a demand analysis so that we can give the capacity, we have undertaken the demand analysis so that the supply should not overshoot the demand.
No, I couldn't agree more. One of my customers was looking at getting some licenses, and the process was so transparent and well documented that they were able to do it by themselves, and they were very appreciative of that.
And it's all online from day one.
Yes.
We have a in-space digital portal where all the applications are uploaded.
Yeah. So, sir, countries like US, China, European Union, they are doing a lot around the LEO constellations, PPP in space sector. What as a country, as a nation, what could we do or learn from these countries so that we don't go the same learning path, but we are ahead on that, sir?
So I would start with, and there's a very common question asked to me, what do you do in the Indian Space Association? So what I do in the Indian Space Association is, I'm looking for an Elon Musk in India. And that means that kind of technical caliber and deep pockets. And let me tell you, in India, we have young entrepreneurs who have capability and caliber equal, if not better. The problem and the challenge is deep pockets, and very soon one will find one with deep pockets also. So what I'm saying is, space is one domain. Thanks to ISRO, thanks to 60 years, we as India are at a level which is, we are as good as anybody in the world. Be it technology, being able to make satellites, being able to make rockets, being able to put the whole system into place. And Chandrayaan-3 was a proof of that. And that rubs on and goes over to the private industry also. But if we are only talking of sat communication, we are a bond behind. And we are a bond behind because Eutelsat OneWeb already has 640 satellites in space. Starlink has 7,000 satellites in space. Kuiper by Jeff Bezos will be having his satellites, about 3,000 satellites, in the matter of another 2 years. I'm talking of low Earth orbit constellations. As far as GEO goes, there are many companies, and even ISRO has had a good large number of satellites providing capacity in India. Yes, it was not adequate for India, and that is why what the previous speaker said, some capacities had to be taken from other places. But in LEO, the only advantage here we have is OneWeb has a large percentage of ownership of an Indian owner. And that is why they came into India, and they were supposed to provide services 2 years back. But this opportunity has been lost. There has been opportunity cost. Because for the last 2 years, they are waiting for the regulations to finally give them all authorizations and spectrum. They've got all authorizations, but the final thing, how much will be charged for the spectrum, is waiting to be decided. Such opportunity costs in these high technology ends are bad for industry, bad for the nation. And that is the only gap in regulation which one would look and always ask the government to fulfill. Technology is moving very fast. You can't make decisions in the previous what you could do 5 to 10 years back. They have to be much more faster for things to move forward.
So coming back to you, Nishta, I think end of the day it will boil down to the commercial point for both the broadbands, be it Satcom broadband or existing terrestrial 4G, 5G things. So how do you think both can coexist, and which are the sectors which will be the most impacted sectors by introduction of Satcom?
Yeah, I'll take this question, but I want to add to what Lieutenant General Bhatt was mentioning, that there is a cost to delay. When companies like ourselves, and I want to share the story which everybody would be proud of. Couple of years back, I was sitting in the game drive in Cape Town, deep in the jungles, in the forest, and we had an event where we were launching our LEO connectivity of OneWeb. And there were a hall was full of around 100 male, members over there, and they came to me and asked, and I was presenting about OneWeb. One of the gentlemen came and asked me that, where are you from? I said, India. His pat reply was, oh, Modi's land. First, he was surprised that a girl from India is sitting right there. And then I was, but the recognition was the Modi's land at that point of time. I'm talking about a couple of years back. He was from some Rwanda. He was not even from South Africa. A man from Rwanda knew that India is doing so good. And there is an unfortunate bit of it because this company has the biggest shareholder as an Indian. Our very own Sunil Bharti Mittal has invested and he is the single largest shareholder. And in India only I am not able to launch and provide the LEO connectivity. So it hurts a little bit. And when it comes to the questions like how will we price the services? Now we do not have an answer. How can we price when we do not know what government is going to charge us? I have put billions of dollars in putting this all the satellites up in the polar orbit. Millions of dollars have been invested in putting an infrastructure in the country. I have 2 gateways in the country and the point of presence, and it takes huge money. We have to think about from the business perspective. How can we really put that money back to do the more research, more development, give the employment to the people of the nation? So we get stuck, and that's why I said there's a cost to delay. However, having said that, so hoping that we will launch soon and DOT will help us launch in the country, I generally feel, so when it comes to the rural connectivity or a 5G connectivity, like Chair said that there is a 10 lakh per kilometer cost. Vis-a-vis, you just have to put a small terminal, which is a laptop size of a terminal on a terrace or in any Gram Panchayat office, and the entire entire village will be connected. Is that cheaper a cost in that scale if we talk about? So monetarily or a pricing can be matched to what terrestrial network is with this better or a similar service. That is one point about the rural connectivity. But then there is an enterprise-grade connectivity. So OneWeb as an organization provides an enterprise-grade connectivity which comes with a secure and a reliable aspect to it. So there is a security layers built in it. And hence that defense becomes a very important use case. Whether it is Navy, Army, Air Force, all of our defense forces have already successfully tested our services and happily using under our provisional license what we have received from the government of India right now. So they are experiencing the need of this connectivity. So pricing 5G connectivity, it is basically bridging that gap. It's not competing, but it is being there together where you cannot take the fiber, please bring the OneWeb terminal and give the connectivity.
Okay. So you didn't get into that trap of answering that question, which all news media outlets are doing right now. But moving on, ma'am, so orbital location we believe is the most important thing in this Satcom ecosystem. So what is InSpace doing to manage the orbital locations, and how do we go ahead about it?
So InSpace has been given a mandate in the ISP that we have to judicially balance the orbital resources between the government and the startups. So as I have already said, we had one announcement of opportunity, which is just the beginning. We are considering to have more. There is one more route which InSpace has taken now. If you are a non-Indian satellite operator and you want authorization to be beaming and operating over India, then we give you an option. We give you an option that you bring your satellite operations under the Indian administration, ITU. And if they agree, then their proposals are prioritized. they are taken up at a faster pace, and we make sure that they get through all the authorizations and other regulatory things. So this way, because this arc of 36,000 kilometers is completely choked now, and especially over India between 40 to 120 degree arc angle, there is no orbital slot which is vacant, or the clean frequencies are available. So we see it as one hope that tomorrow, even if that non-Indian satellite operator winds up their business from India because there are no more business opportunities for them, the orbital slot doesn't go back. It stays with the administration, and that's where you can encash on. So these are all some clear initiatives from InSpace which we are taking to make some real estate in the sky.
So, coming back to your experience in Kerala space, ma'am mentioned what work InSpace is doing to promote startups. So or how can India foster an ecosystem where startups and other players, small Indian players, can come into play in small businesses like the small satellites or ground stations? What should be done on that?
I think the discussion, it is very clear. The Satcom is going to be universal with the capability to provide direct-to-device communication across globe anywhere. So under such a situation, definitely there is a need for a Indian satellite constellation having capability of high throughput capability and multiple capabilities like the communication or broadcasting or the earth observation, etc. So such a constellation requires large number of satellite systems in the orbit, where the startups and established companies can join together with the government, taking the lead in establishing such a global communication system fully owned by India. So that will also strategically, that also is very important. If you see, we have to rely on this communication system on challenging times as well. So that way, when India is moving forward economically and politically as a superpower, we also should have our own network system which cannot be compromised or given away during the times of difficulties. So such a system will definitely give enough opportunities for the startups and for the non-governmental entities, and the government agencies will provide the necessary lead and support. So that's the way I feel how we can move forward.
Okay. So Bhavesh, Nishtha just mentioned about both the models, direct to customer as well as enterprise based model that OneWeb is doing. As per you, what should be the best way Satcom operators should operate in India? Would it be direct to customer, or would it be an enterprise business that they'll be doing more?
Both the models have their own potentials, and both will coexist, I would say that. But when we say direct to device, direct to customers, so that is because of the population of India and the geographical locations. So that has a demand, but that is a slower demand, and keeping the commercials into factor, so it will take some time. Whereas the enterprise model is a much matured market, and it is already a profitability market. So if to start with, the enterprise market would be a better one for getting a higher returns, and a contractual binding would be there, so you have a stable income. Thus the revenue would be there. So and slowly the D2C market can grow as it is. It will take time, but it has a potential.
Okay. So moving on towards what future holds for a startup ecosystem or the Satcom ecosystem in India, sir? Where do you see the Indian Satcom industry in next 5 years? Sir?
So firstly, I would come here and talk of what we do, what we want to achieve financially. And there's been, in fact, a study done by InSpace on this again, where we saw that we are at 2% of the global space economy. And what do we aspire to do in 10 years is at least go to 8 to 10%, which would be for $44 billion. And if that has to happen, the halfway house has to be reached in 5 years. But if I would not put it in terms of money, what we aspire to see is Indian companies in SAT communication, in ISR, in ground assets as a service, all being provided by Indian players, not only for India, but globally.
So maybe before we wind up, one more question for you, Nishtha. How does OneWeb differentiate itself from other players like the Starlink or Amazon or others?
Expected question, and I'm sure everybody would want to know that. So Starlink and OneWeb has a very stark differentiation, very simple from the product level. They are a broadband open connectivity, internet connectivity provider, basically, without any SLAs, without any class of services. Vis-a-vis OneWeb, which provides an enterprise grade, where we have a class of services defined and high speed and low latency connectivity. So essentially, it is a secure, reliable network, what OneWeb provides, vis-a-vis open basic home broadband, what Starlink provides. And of course, Starlink is more of a consumer-grade services, like you asked in the last question that do we need a retail? Yes, we do need a retail to massify. But as far as OneWeb is concerned, this is a more reliable for enterprise, for defense, and any critical applications which government would want to drive for the secure nation. In the times what we are living in, I'm sure government would want to have their own connectivity. So here comes the OneWeb, if this answers your question.
Yeah. So thank you, panel members, and I'll just take, we are running short of time, so maybe in 2-3 points I'll summarize our discussion today. So one point that came up was Satcom does have a potential in India, and from what you mentioned, sir, moving on to from 2% to 10% of the global ecosystem, definitely it has. And Satcom is not competing with existing infrastructure. It is complementing the existing infrastructure. The 4Gs and 5Gs or the government working on rural connectivity projects. So it will complement those and provide additional services to unserved areas, and it will affect rural population and our defense forces a lot. And then cost of, one point that came up was about the cost of satellite and all those things. Definitely with the economies of scale that we have in India, it will be going down substantially. And Nishtha didn't get into that to compare the price modeling, but I think it will definitely not be as high as what is being mentioned today, sir. And then the best way to proceed ahead is around the hybrid models of Satcom, 4G, 5G, fiber. All will coexist and move along together. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashutosh. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the chair. May I request you to also present the mementos to the speakers. So we'll start with our chair of this session, thanking Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt. Give it to Ashutosh. Thank you, Lieutenant General, for sharing with us the very promise of Satcom and how from defense coming into the civil, reaching out to the unreached, connecting the unconnected. Thanking Bhavesh Kumar, thank you so very much. Thanking Mr. G. Levin. Thanking Nishita, and all the best to your organization. Hope the regulatory things get eased out. And you're there. Thanking Ms. Sonali Nanda. And inviting Karan to be kindly presenting it to Ashutosh Rai, our moderator. And we'll close with a group photograph. So this was definitely a very interesting session. We discussed on the various regulatory and policy challenges also, which are hindering the Satcom prevalence or penetration in the country, and further exploring the, thank you sir. I'll touch base. Just allow us a couple of minutes to set the stage towards the next session. Now, this is a session on how AI will shape India's decade. And we all agree that artificial intelligence today is no more just an emerging trend, but a transformational force. And what we are talking about, Viksit India, we're talking about the inclusivity, we're talking about the transformation of our industries and economies. AI brings in that promise, making India also $8 trillion economy. But then in this session, we are going to be discussing how artificial intelligence shall shape India's decade, how the next 10 years are going to be transforming with the artificial intelligence. So how artificial intelligence is going to be shaping India's technological future, the global leadership in digital era. We are going to be discussing how the combination of AI and 5G will accelerate advancements, addressing the rise of deepfake technology and AI's role in security. We discuss the AI-driven solutions for solving unique challenges in the Indian market. The session is going to be moderated by Mr. Anurag Dua, partner EY. As mentioned, EY are our knowledge partners, and all the sessions are moderated by them. Inviting Mr. Anurag Dua, the partner EY, for moderating the session. Our speakers, Mr. Madan Mohan Tripathi, the Director General and Vice Chancellor of NILIT. Mr. Vinod Karumampoil, and SARC, Dr. Marco Marakel, the CEO of Connected Strategies BV Netherlands, Mr. Ajay Tikare, the Head of Custom AI Solution Incubation SAP, Colonel Deepak Anand, the CEO. Colonel Deepak Anand, the CEO of Public Services ESDS Software Solutions Limited, and Mr. M.A. Johar, the President Strategic Business CP+. Welcome to the panelists, and ladies and gentlemen, we all stand ready to be exploring how the next 10 years are going to be defined by the AI-driven innovation. Over to our moderator.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. all of us almost daily in our lives today hear about AI. 5G definitely, I'll not talk about it. It's sort of built in into our lives, and so is AI. You hear about Grok is one of the latest things that all of us are hearing. A lot of action happening on lots of platforms around that. Today's session, I think one of the best things, at least when I was talking to the panelists, was about the diversity in the panel that we have today. We have representation from NILIT, Dr. Tripathi is there. We have the tech service providers, we have SAP, we have Cisco on the panel. We have the infrastructure aspects represented by Colonel Anand from ESDS. So there's a lot of diversity in the panel. We have Marco, and I was just talking to him and trying to understand how really Europe is taking strides in this area, and he'll talk about it. Marco also mentioned that he will engage with audience also on a couple of things. So Marco, please feel free to do that. So let me just start. I'll quickly go to the panelists. Let me start with Dr. Tripathi. Dr. Tripathi, just to set the context, we'll come to some of the specific areas of the discussion later on, but just to set the context, how do you really see India's AI journey shaping up? And when we talk about the next decade of AI, the way India has, in the last 2 to 3 decades, have made very rapid strides in tech, and we are in the leadership position. How do you see the journey of AI shaping up going forward in the next 10 years? And do you really see us becoming the leader in this space?
Thank you. Anurag, as you have seen that India AI mission is already unveiled with around 10,000 crore. And some more funds will be coming to that. And the kind of initiative government has taken with around 18,000 GPU, putting in a common pool, unlike in other countries where it is being, some private entities controlling it. It is available to everyone, all the researchers and the startups and students to work and develop the different foundational models, including LLM and all. With that, they have come with a data platform also, where government itself is taking interest in providing the data freely to everyone, which is not personal, non-personal data. So that is another thing. And the third thing which is required is the skilled manpower. And we know that in India, we have a largest talent pool of AI right now. And even it is expected that the requirement is going to be around 1 million in the coming years in India for the talent pool. And I mean, we started a little bit late, but on the right track. Because compute facility was something which was missing. There were researchers who have been doing working on different LLMs and developing many models and all. But to train them and test them and create a robust model, the compute facility was required. But now that has been, created. So with such kind of facility and the step government has taken for creating talent pool, especially with NILIT, we created the first India AI data lab with Intel in Delhi. And after that, now government has funded to create 27 more AI data lab in the country within NILIT, which will be hub for AI training. And a lot of use cases will be available to the students and researchers who will come here, there and work on the development of various models. For foundational model also, the request for proposal has been initiated by ministry. So all these initiatives will go long way to shape the AI capability of the country, and that will be well supported by the semiconductor mission also. Because we understand that if you're talking about AI, tomorrow you need a lot of semiconductor support for edge computing, right? For Indian GPU, if you want to develop, you need to have power systems to support it. So it is not only one technology. The AI and semiconductor and 5G, cyber security, secure chips will be required. So all together, this will go and shape the future of AI in India. And we are hopeful that we'll see different kind of AI solutions, maybe narrow AI to the multimodal AI coming from the India.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Tripathi. And we hear that we have seen that government is doing its bit in actually catalyzing the ecosystem around us from an AI perspective. And we'll come to some of the points that you mentioned, specifically around cybersecurity and 5G. But now, having heard the government side of the story, Ajay, if you allow me to come to you next, you, from SAP perspective, you must be interacting with your clients on the corporate side every day. So let's take the view of the business also. That landscape of the business is dynamically changing, and it keeps changing dynamically. I'm not saying that it is changing because of AI only. In your conversations with your clients, large corporates, you must be serving lots of Fortune 500 companies globally, as well as some of the biggest companies in India. What do you see your conversations with the C-suite about AI? Are they using it? Are they using AI for getting competitive advantage? Are they thinking about it? Using it is still some time to go. So what exactly you are experiencing in the market?
Thank you so much, Azuraj. As part of my job to build custom solutions for our different customers, there are a lot of C-suite interactions that we are doing. And I want to probably address this question more from a technology point of view first. I mean, while over the last few years, there have been, last couple of years actually, a rapid stride in terms of how the foundation model technology has evolved. We've seen ChatGPT come in, but thereafter there have been other foundation models, the logic related capabilities, their reasoning capabilities. There's a crazy race that's ongoing there. But what's really important is groundbreaking tech is not really going to create value, and the CEOs are understanding that. Yeah, it is about how you apply this technology in the context of your business, and that is where the differentiated value is going to be. For example, when you look at even when the internet came in the 1990s or 2000s, I mean, it was a breakthrough, but the real value was made when e-commerce companies like Amazon, or for that matter, social networking companies started building valuable applications on top of that technology, is where real value really came from. Yeah, and AI is also going to be a very important strategic differentiator. It's not just about improving the efficiency or saving an hour or two and bringing in those automation elements. It is going to be about how one can create strategic differentiation using AI. I mean, we often say this in our technical parlance. The word SaaS used to stand for software as a service. But in the AI times, it's getting turned around. We are looking at service as a software. Yeah. Now, we are thinking about conventional SaaS applications which could help you do preventive maintenance of your assets. But now we are talking about services as a software. We're not just about preventive maintenance and asset data management, but this is about combining data from IoT devices to come up with more predictive maintenance kind of capabilities to take the entire maintenance game to the next level altogether. So CEOs understand this. Thank you. The CEOs are understanding this. Yeah, I mean, in that sense, AI is a great equalizer. It's a multiplier of opportunities, and the CXOs are prompt to spot something like this. Of course, Dr. Tripathi already covered about the largest talent pool in the AI space that we have. And you club that with the massive digital ecosystem that we have and the thriving AI talent force. CXOs understand it's important to move fast. Like Sundar Pichai, the head of Google, also says, the biggest risk here is about not moving fast enough.
Thanks, Ajay. I hear you said that AI is becoming or will become a strategic differentiator in the market. Vinod, coming to you, and since we touched upon 5G, uh, do you really see the capabilities of 5G augmenting the way AI applications are getting developed or will be used? And will it really set off at that delta from a market perspective, both from an IT service provider perspective as well as from a consumer side perspective?
Anurag, I'm sure there's been a lot of technology which has been spoken the whole day. So let me just shift from that because I am from Mumbai. So we explain everything either in movies or IPL, right? I mean, we've won IPL more than anybody else. I'm pretty sure more than Delhi for sure, actually, right? So the way I see it, if I were to give a simile to it, for people of my age, right, it is like what Kader Khan or Shakti Kapoor was in Govinda movies, right? That's the linkage I see between AI and 5G. Or let's come to recent days, right? If you didn't have a Pankaj Tripathi and a Jaideep Alawat like you were doing the OTT series, that is a combo effect that I see, right? If we really want to make AI work, especially the real-time one, our ability to pull information from the edge, pass it, get to a decision-making fast, requires speeds which are unprecedented, right? We are seeing it because we probably connect about 70-80% of the world, right? With 5G being available and with whatever we are thinking of doing with 6G in a couple of years, right? I think that is going to be like, again, movie reference, right? The red pill in metrics, right? It will just be, when we saw it in 80s and 90s, right? The speed at which it needs to move. I think it's a little unfathomable at this point of time. And as our application gets smarter, the data sets are cleaned up and made available, right? And people come up with new models to operate in. I think it is definitely going to be a big difference. The only other guy who can jump onto the bandwagon is when we have quantum in a couple of years, right? And that to me is the deadly combination that we're looking forward to. But for the time being, everything that you want to do with drones remotely, with surgery remotely, with automation in manufacturing, right? For all the data that SAP wants to have out there, it's a job of technology and technologies to get it to move it fast. So that's the kind of, let's say, multiplier effect that I see.
Thanks, Vinod. And for our friend from Amsterdam, Marco, and just to set the, not the context, but Vinod mentioned about two names, those Bollywood stars. So they are one of the finest method actors that we have in India today. I thought I'd just let you know. You might be thinking, who are these two gentlemen that Vinod must be mentioning? And you told me that you spend a lot of time in India now. I'm sure you must be a Bollywood fan.
I already asked him to come to Mumbai. He's never been there. So I told him, hey, since Bob Christo, we need somebody else. So he's probably coming.
Great. So Marco, let's understand how the Europe is moving in this journey. So what are the strides that they have taken? We do hear a lot about, we heard what happened in Paris AI summit, our Prime Minister was there. So how do you see Europe taking strides? What are some of the areas where they are doing a lot of stuff? Any specific industries you would want to touch upon? We just want to understand and learn from those experiences, Marco.
Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Cisco. So I'm from Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and I will answer your question shortly. But we must remember this topic goes about digital twins, AIs, and clever algorithms. And at the beginning of the journey, it's people. It's people who are making clever algorithms and have a look at it and just enhance it. And then we're talking about digital twins and AI. And because we are talking about people, I want to have a little bit of interaction with you in the audience to see how much we embrace digital twins, but also innovation. So I've got a couple of questions for you. There is pride, it's worldwide fame. So please stand up. And I have a couple of questions for you. So please rise and collaborate with me. This is going to be fun. It only takes 35 minutes, so that will be a useful time of waste. So the first question is, which of you are working with ChatGPT? Who is working with that? If you're working with that, you can stay put, but if you're not working with that, you can sit down. You can make your choice now. That's really interesting because last year I asked exactly the same question, and I think about 12 people still standing. So there we go, a little bit progress in India in innovation. The next question is, it's a yes or a no question. So there's a new thing, it's called an avatar, and that's not new, that avatar. But that avatar, you can make it your spouse. So if you're married, your wife or your husband or your lover in different kind of ways. And you can adjust that avatar being your spouse. Having the same look and feel, have the same kind of reaction as your spouse. So when your spouse goes outside for work or go to the supermarket or do other stuffs, then you can get the avatar and you can talk to him or her and have a conversation and they will talk back. So 24/7 with your spouse, physical or digital. Who will use this avatar? If you would say, yes, I'm going to use that avatar or this type of avatar, you can stay put. If you say, no, 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 that's too much information, Mr. Marco, you can sit down. I got one person who cannot live without his spouse. Thank you very much. A round of applause for yourself. Thank you, India Innovation. So to come back to your question, we've been working on a digital twin with actual information, data and information to build up smart cities or smart mobilities in different countries through the world, but also in different cities. And the most important thing is the statement, I said it a lot of times, I will keep saying it, is that the ministry and the country has to make a statement. You want to be the most innovative country in the world. The Ministry of Infrastructure, who will be attend today also at 5:30, made that statement a couple of years ago that India wants to be the most innovative country in the world. And that's a good thing because then you get aligned with different kind of business institutes, knowledge institutes, but all businesses and governments. So you need that statement first, and then the second thing is that you need funding in that area. So what happened in Europe, a lot of countries made that statement, but also raised the funding, but also look at the triangle between government, knowledge institutes, and companies, because it's not about money, it's also about sharing, and that's why I'm here, sharing knowledge and information with each other. So we are doing the digital twin based on smart city, but also embedding the human factor into the smart city and the real-time data and information for policymakers also, but also for the people to get to the next step, and that's what you are trying to do at this moment. And I conduct my knowledge and information. Bangalore is a city that we are working on in a project together with Arcades. They got a booth over here also. And Smart My India, they are also here. And just to keep it worldwide, but it's still a long way to go.
Thanks, Marco. Colonel Anand, I'll come to you towards the maybe the last in this round from an infrastructure, because you are the underlying infra layer. You are providing that, and everything will run only if we have the infra. But just before moving to that, so Jawahar, we were discussing a very interesting case study outside. How is AI really making our world more secure? So specifically from a physical security and surveillance perspective, how is AI changing the world? And it would be good if you can talk about that case study that you just mentioned about Mahakumbh. Yeah.
See, when the industry was evolving, the camera used to be a luxury thing. It is like that beware of dog at the gate, or you are under surveillance. So those two things are similar for the security. That I have a dog or I have a camera. So you be careful. So that is what was the use of camera at the initial stage when actually we also started coming into the CCTV. That was 2007, 8, 6. After the industry was evolved, the major objective of the camera or the physical securities have changed. It has just from that monitoring or working as a deteriorator, it has come on to that monitoring and detection. Then after that detection, the one more word added to the cameras or to the physical security, that is recognition. So more high-end cameras are there which can recognize the camera, which can recognize the person, which can recognize this. But after coming on to this artificial intelligence, the complete objective has changed, and the most important line to this objective is added, which is analysis. So now the complete objective is monitoring, detection, then recognition, and then analyze what you have monitored. So that is where the analytics, the AI, with the use of AI, the camera becomes necessity instead of the luxury item of the house. So this is how the industry has evolved, and we have seen the complete journey onto this. And at this stage, I tell you that people do not talk about cameras. They talk about that what all analytics you can give along with the cameras. What all I can achieve as far as my surveillance things are concerned or surveillance analysis are concerned. So those are the things which we are covering on. There, as Dr. Sir said, that you need more advanced hardwares in the semiconductor side, and you need more customized R&D services to use that or to develop those analytics. So those analytics are like, if you talk on to the Indian conditions, now in Indian conditions, I'll just give you a police case study or onto the schools. We have almost installed more than 4-5 lakh cameras onto the city surveillance country in the country. Now a lady was crossing the road and she was on the phone. Now a scooter gets hit, a scooter hits her. When the scooter hits her, she just banged the thing and goes on to the other side of the road, and where the van hits her. Now, with the naked eye, you see that that van got that accident done. While this was the case of that lady's casualness or the ladies talking on phone was the main reason for this. So this is how analytics is going into the surveillance, city surveillance side, or onto this. In railway station, now if in railway station, if somebody falls down, they want that alert to go to the system. We installed the system into the buses. If somebody is, no behavioral analysis there, if somebody is left the object there, then it will detect the object in 10 minutes, the alert will go. So these all are the different use cases are going on. And that is where the industries has to come out onto those developmental exercises, and it is not one point or one person's job. It has to be a collective responsibilities of hardware, of networking, of software. Like if you say that for face recognition you need a different camera, so you can recognize a person, that even the attendance are done onto the cameras now, that how many people are there. Even traffic management, you have seen that all number plates, if the number plates are like if your vehicle is stolen, so you can see that number in that, you can feed that number. If that car is there in any of the camera, that alert will go to the control room. So that is how you can resolve this. So we have to put in about 300 plus R&D persons onto the software side only to develop those analytics which are customized to the requirement. And we've got about 850 plus different models of the cameras to make use of that analytics into this. So this is how the market is going on after the development of video analytics, I think.
Great, thanks. And in fact, Mr. Johar, I think that brings the point about the data privacy or the privacy and some of the security aspects also, but I'll come to that. Before that, Colonel Anand, we hear a lot about, in fact, in the panel itself, we are hearing about lots of applications and how it will help us and benefit us. How ready India is from an infrastructure side as of now?
So, like what you rightly said, that infrastructure is going to be the decider. So, if we are able to match up to the challenge, because the challenge is enormous, you know, uh, saying it easy that these kind of models are working very efficient, but unless you have the matching underlying infrastructure, the delivery won't be there. So, just to give a semblance of the enormity of the challenge, today a rack in a data center typically is about 16 kilowatt, goes tops up to 30, 32 kilowatts. The current models of the GPUs which are coming now, the consumption would go as high as 120 kilowatts per rack. Now, in a layman's term, a household load is about 5 kilowatts. So it's 60 houses compressed into one rack. So that's the kind of challenge that we are facing. It's a multi-story building's workload has been compressed into one rack in a data center. And we need thousands and thousands of those racks. I read a study somewhere which said that by 2030, the consumption of power in India by data centers would match up to the overall consumption of power in the country. So, I mean, if we have to really, make a difference, make a real difference of harnessing this technology, we need to focus on infrastructure. That is one part. Power is one part. Now, second part is the technology which is currently employed in data centers for cooling, for building management, for cabling. Those are the things which, and power backup. Because those are the things which will be the game changer. They will be the make and break for the entire AI applications to run smoothly and deliver the kind of services that we are looking for. So those are the technologies which have to keep pace. Connectivity is another. A lot of work is being done. I mean, more number of landing stations are being created. More 5G is being rolled out, has been rolled out successfully. So those things are being addressed. And another very important aspect that we need to focus on along with this is the capital. It requires enormous amount of capital. Where will this capital come from? Who's going to invest all this money? And what will be the ROI of this investment? How will they recover this investment? We are talking about, government has laid out 10,000 crore rupees for creating a pool of GPUs which will be available for people to use. But where are the business models? Are those rates which have been given, are those sustainable? Technology obsolescence. The GPU models which have been laid out, they're already obsolete. The new ones are already in. So what will happen? How will this investment which has gone in will get, recovered? So these are some of the hard questions that we need to ask, and we need to work on that. It's not that the people who are in the know of things or who are the decision makers are not aware of this. They are aware of this. They are addressing it. To give you an example, data centers have now been classified in infrastructure status. They've been given infrastructure status. But what we need to do is that move more to the edge. Instead of focusing and creating hyperscalers of very large magnitude, we need more edge data centers because, the latency is what is going to be the key factor if we really have to harness the power of this quick compute. If we are able to compute well, deliver with low latency, we won the day. So these are the aspects as far as infrastructure is concerned that we need to work on, we need to focus on and move fast. Like he was saying that Sundar Pichai said that if we don't move fast, we have lost it.
Thanks, Colonel Anand. And in fact, so infra is one part. The other challenge, I would not say challenge, but one of the other questions that we have been dealing with is around the cyber security or the security part related to whether we are talking about responsible AI, ethics, and some of those things. Vinod, how do you see the role of AI itself in dealing with challenges such as deepfake and some of the other things. And do you see AI itself will do an AI policing at some point in time? So how do you exactly look at it?
Anurag, let me put two boxes for conceptualization or conceptualizing the whole thing, right? One is AI for security, and let me call the other one security for AI, right? I mean, we at Cisco see close to 800 billion events happening a day, right? This is in different organizations, governments, across whatever, right? Across the ocean, seas, etc. With the plethora of devices that all of us have, carry, and the things that we do, it is only going to increase. It is humanly impossible to do it. Obviously, AI, with people that the doctor will put out there, will create models by which this will get analyzed. So AI for security is a different thing. Pattern recognition, simple thing, right? Event analysis, like you mentioned, right? Railway station mein bag chhod ke gaya hai. How do you catch the damn thing, right? Whatever you want to do, especially computer vision related, there's going to be a lot of them. I think AI is going to come in and bring in security into all aspects of our life that way. So that's the first thing that I'm talking about. Or you walk into a security operating center, like you probably see in all the spy things that are happening out there. Earlier, somebody had to decide what has to be done. Why can't the remediation be done just out of the whole thing? The flip side of that is the security in AI, right? The number of people who stood up when he asked the question, right? How many people use ChatGPT? You could be using few more models out there. You could be using it to do various things. Some of those could be, hey, what dish to make tonight on a, I don't know, Wednesday night? What is India's favorite dish? On the other hand, you could be playing with organizational data, which needs to be watched, right? So you actually need security for whatever you do with AI too. I just gave a very trivial example, but I think we can extrapolate it to do this. So these are the two things that we need to keep in mind for everything that we want to do with AI, right? My dad, who is close to 90 in Kerala, somebody hacked and created a Facebook account, and it's not very far, but he shares a story saying, hey, that guy got a call from his son, right? We talk about the deepfake. It's just not celebrities, right? It happens to the vulnerable people in the society, right? And he thought it was his son calling, but it was not so. And he's telling me in a very excited story in our Sunday call, actually, right? To catch this itself, if we have AI in our devices, right? If I have AI in every screen that is there, whether it's a laptop, mobile, if I have it in every browser which is there, right? Which we will have, the AI defense that we need to create is probably the way to weed it out too. So I completely agree with how you ended your question, right? We will probably weaponize AI itself to handle most of this. The rest of it has got to do with regulation and exercise and education.
In fact, regulation itself is a big topic, but we'll not touch upon it today. We would not have that much time. Ajay, coming back to you, and probably on the same subject of security, how do you see, and you may want to touch upon both or either of the subjects what Vinod mentioned, AI for cyber security or the security of AI itself. From a business perspective, given you'll have a large portfolio of applications and that businesses would be running, any best practices you see which are there, which could be talked about, which could be learnt and probably implemented? Any thoughts around that from AI in security or security of AI, either things?
Sure. I mean, I really like the point of view Vinod brought in. AI for security versus security for AI, and the entire ambit of deep fakes and the security hassles. So, of course, the AI security in the enterprise data context is also a big space. We are talking about adversarial attacks on AI model. Now imagine you have your sensitive enterprise data and you've built a model and tried to solve a business problem. And we have hackers are getting equally smarter and leveraging AI to get better at what they do. they are figuring out ways of how could you use these models to then gain back the data that these models were trained on and gaining access to this kind of sensitive information that the organization has. And it is also important to put in checks, balances in place to be able to deal with such kind of incidents, of course. Yeah. Another element also in the AI security space is any AI is as good as the data that you are using to build the AI solution. And when we talk data, and we are talking about enterprise data, we are not talking about some house price data that somebody's downloaded from an internet and doing some interesting experiments. Here we are talking about sensitive enterprise data. It's really important to bring in elements of governance, elements of compliance, the kind of controls, the kind of access logs. It's important to put these kind of elements in place so that even the regulations, we talk about the GDPR regulations from EU, or we could be talking about the DPDP regulations India has in terms of protecting the personal and private data. So it's important to look at data security, I mean security in the AI space from that angle as well. Another element I talk about when it comes to security is how are you using the outcome that an AI is suggesting for you. Now, I want to touch upon the topic of transparency and explainability of AI. Now, when you're talking about a certain recommendation that an AI model has done, say in a procurement context, where it talks about the AI model recommends that you go with this supplier for buying this particular product. Now, it's also important to have a look underneath it. Yeah, why was this particular recommendation done? What is the rationale behind it? What is the explainability and the source behind it? And it's important that the AI solutions that we are implementing has elements of, I mean, this kind of transparency and explainability spelled out. Finally, I think, and someone touched upon this, in technical parlance, we call it HITL, or human in the loop. It's important that AI is augmenting human intelligence. And we have the necessary human intelligent checks and balances in place so that we are leveraging the power of AI, but protecting ourselves from the human intelligence involved in terms of how do we really leverage the outcomes. In a nutshell, I say it's not just about protecting data, it's one element of it, but how do you really build trust in AI and the kind of outcome that the AI is predicting?
I think, so we talk about application, security, infra, everything. Marco, at least in some of my conversations with the businesses out there or governments, one of the questions that people still struggle with, at least I have been experiencing that is, what will be the ROI, or is there a ROI? It may be a short-sighted view, a myopic view sitting today, but this question is still there. Do you experience some of the similar things when you talk? You talked about digital twins in cities and some of those things. Do you still struggle with these, not your clients, I would not say you, so some of these questions?
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for the question. That's great. But first of all, I want to say that we are talking about AI, that it's something out there, it's going to be implemented in the nearby future. But sorry to say, AI is already here in your social media. It's already everywhere. Having a look at your different kind of preferences, when you book a different kind of holiday, then it will take the preferences, and on Facebook, a different kind of social media, they will show you the different kind of vacation sites, holiday sites, restaurants, hotels in that area. So AI is already a part of our life, if we want it or not. So because we are all accepting the different kind of, and it's about security also, so Cisco makes a good point about that. We'll always accept everything that the Facebook asks us accept, because otherwise you can get into your socials. So that's one of the things. And when you look at AI, how it can help, Like I said, Arcadis and MapMy India and me are looking at a project in Bangalore at this moment, because in a different kind of area, it's like the Mumbai where you live, the Bollywood. In the Netherlands, we got the same kind of situation. The city is called Hilversum. It's a big media park, the same as Mumbai, and they can get in Bangalore a lot of, also the big tech companies are there, but they got one problem. It's not about getting enough employees. There are enough employees, but people don't feel safe in public transport or coming late to their work in the business park of the tech industries. So they got a big problem in how to solve that. Digital twin and AI, and especially looking at human behavior, can tap into that to give people on demand security and safe roads and safe trips to go to the different and work for the different kind of big tech companies. So I disagree that you say there is no business model, and I understand where you're coming from. There are business model, it's in a niche, and you have to start there in that area. Also about traffic accidents and getting them faster through digital twins to the right companies and also to the police and the fire department. It can actually help and benefit in our life. Is there a downside? Of course. Everything in life is a downside. So yeah, there you go. So we need the discussion open about this, but sorry to say, now half of the others are going to leave. It's already there.
Thanks, Marco. I think this is a great way of putting it. And I also do see that it's now weaved in into our socio-economic fabric. So we don't need to look at it separately or differently. We don't today talk about what is the ROI of internet. So probably that's the word we will be moving ourselves towards. Quickly, I think we are left with around 5-7 minutes. Quick point, Karnalan, from your side. The India AI portal got recently launched by Honorable Minister of IT. How do you, and Dr. Tripathi did touch upon that, the India AI mission aspect. Do you see that will really give a fillip to the research and innovation as well as the commercialization of AI in the country?
Yes, definitely. It's a great move. It's like democratizing the AI. It is making it available to everybody at, at convenience. So it's going to be a central repository of so much of knowledge, so much of, the resources which will be available there. So it's going to be a great enabler for the startup community. It's going to be a great enabler for the academia, for the people who are in the research in this domain. So, that's where I'm so happy to see this, that the government has actually taken a leap forward. They have actually looked at the problem heads on, and they have taken 2 steps ahead, taken a visionary move and created this. So that's going to be a game changer for the community, which overall cannot afford all that, but need a central repository of all these resources and infrastructure. That's a great move.
Great. Thanks, Karnal Anand. Mr. Johar, you talked about some of the advancements that have gone into the physical security and the surveillance domain. How do you see the preparedness of Indian companies? Do you see them taking leadership position in this area and grab larger market share outside of India? What's your views on that?
Yeah, 2 things. One is that I'll just take 1 minute of yours on the security, what you basically said earlier. Government of India is very serious about that. And this is the only thing, because camera being the most critical part, it's an eye sensor for every physical security or security you do. Government of India has made the policies, the testing policies for cameras. Now, the camera, CCTV camera is the first device, I'll say, which is to be comply onto the Indian standards. So MITI has given a gazette notification which is called PPO, There are about 32 points on which one has to qualify, then only he can sell in India. He'll get the BIS and then sell in India. So it's basically avoid, because it could be more vulnerable if it is not there. So it avoid those data privilege and all those things. So that is what I just want to say that once. And the second thing is that the geopolitical conditions which are prevailing into the world, it is making India, and the world is looking at India, the biggest supplier and manufacturer of CCTV industry. So I'm proud to say that we have recently put in about 2023, we started that. We have recently put in a factory which is world third largest, because the earlier complete ecosystem of CCTV cameras was with our friend, the neighbor friend. Now, out of that, if you see, then this is world's largest factory what we have done, producing about 2.5 million cameras in a month. So that basically to cater to the Indian market. And second, because of these conditions, all European markets, US market, Middle East, and all those kind of guys who are looking at India for especially the product country for CCTV industry. Indian industries are fully prepared, complying to all the international standard and Indian standards. What we are lacking is onto the semiconductor side, which I think Dr. Tripathi and we have recently tied up and signed an MOU with L&T for designing our own chip. So you will soon have Indian chip also onto the cameras. So that is how Indian market is going on.
Great to hear that, Mr. Johar. Dr. Tripathi, coming back to you for the last question. And I'm sorry, that's the format of the panel discussion. It takes a lot of time to come back for the second round. So, Dr. Tripathi, we see NILET really playing a big role in advancing this journey of AI. And we also see NILET as one of the sort of catalyst which can really bridge the gap between the academia and the industry. So how do you see, would you want to talk about some of the key initiatives that NILET is taking in this direction, or you are planning to take some of the initiatives which really help us advance in our journey of AI?
Yeah, so I think one initiative I have already informed you, that creating 27 Center of Excellences in AI, which will be hub for AI training in the country. We have already, and we have created some Center of Excellences in chip designing in Noida, where I was talking with Mr. Johar, where we are developing SoC for edge computing, which will be used in camera itself, because there's a marriage, you know, that the AI has to have to be computed at the edge. That's what many people are saying. So we have developed some products. We are, talking to them to develop. We have taken many initiatives to support these initiatives. Like 2 days back, we signed MOU with Infineon Germany, who are the leaders, 25% market they have in the power chips, to start 2 masters program and create skilled manpower, because that's an area where India is lacking. That kind of a skill is not available in India right now to bring the power system in a chip, which is important for the GPUs and many devices. So that's a very important initiative we have taken recently. Also, we have a lot of master's program in artificial intelligence, because NILET has now a university of 10 campuses. We have UG programs. We have a lot of certification programs, all supported by industry. So this is a very unique institution MIT has created now, this university, which will create a specialized manpower for industry in the emerging technologies, including AI. And we are covering all the domains, because we understand that it is AI won't go alone. It needs all kind of ecosystem, right? IoT and 5G and everything. And industry is supporting us. Like with Tata Electronics, we have started programs in advanced packaging. With Intel in AI, we have started. Similarly, Skyroot is working with for space technologies. Infineon is working.
This is all in partnership with NILET.
All in partnership. So now we are saying, industry, you design the curriculum, 100% you own the curriculum. We'll invest in the faculty in the lab. With Kyndryl, we are doing in DevSecOps. They are training our faculty, and then trained faculties again training, and they're getting employed. So that kind of very, close collaboration with industry NILET is doing to create a specialized manpower. And now ministry has decided that this NILET campuses will be near the industry. So we are getting now land everywhere in Dholera in Semiconductor City and near Tata plant in Guwahati and in EMC cluster in Tirupati. Just like, in medical education, where a medical college and hospital is going together, now our campuses are coming with industry so that during 4 years undergraduate program, a student can actually work in the industry. So with that kind of, a very interesting academic model, we are trying to create a skilled manpower, and supported by a very strong AI-driven digital platform, we are going to come up, where we are also going to provide a lot of research collaboration on one nation, one subscription model based on that data. So all the data related to patent and research will be available on a single platform where people can collaborate, industry and academia together, and they will be doing some meaningful research leading to the product development. So these are the certain initiatives NILET is taking.
Lots of them. Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Tripathi. I wanted to open it up for audience, but I think we don't have time left. But let me just thank all the panel members, Marco, Vinod, Dr. Tripathi, Sir Johar, Kananand, and Ajay, for your time. And let me thank the audience also for being here. Thank you so much, all of you, and wish you all the best. We are on time. We started 7 minutes late, but we finished on time.
Right on time. Thank you, Mr. Dua. Thank you to the panelists. May I request you, Mr. Dua, to kindly present the mementos also to the speakers. I think we'll start this side. We can start from Mr. Ajay. Anyways, okay. Thank you. Thank you to Colonel Deepak Anand. Thank you to Mr. M.A. Johar. Colonel Deepak Anand, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johar. So as we discussed, AI is actually a double-edged sword, and probably its responsible use is required. Thanking Madan Mohan Tripathi ji, the Vice Chancellor of NILET. Thank you. Thanking Mr. Vinod, spoke about AI for security, security for AI. Again, so as was discussed by and spoken by all the panelists, AI is no more just an emerging trend, it is a transformative force. And thanking Dr. Marco. Bringing an experience from Europe. Thank you. And may I request Karan to please join in presenting the memento, thanking our moderator, Mr. Anurag Dua. Oh, Karan, if you could. Okay. That was. We'll close with a group photograph of all the panelists. So with that, we are going to be moving into the next session, which is on the convergence of Internet of Things, 5G and AI, a new era of digital innovation. As was also reflected in this session itself, that all these new technologies, the disruptive technologies, they're completely transforming our space, empowering, not only augmenting human capabilities, in fact transforming our industries, our economies, having an impact on our social sector, in fact empowering again the social sector, helping India moving into more of financial inclusion, and reaching out to the unreached, connecting the unreached. So how IoT, 5G and AI, this trio is revolutionizing industries from smart cities to healthcare to manufacturing. This panel is going to be discussing how the synergy of this trio is shaping the future of a hyper-connected and intelligent digital ecosystem, how they are reshaping several industries, convergence to create a smarter, more efficient and interconnected world, and we also address data privacy, security challenges. Use cases are going to be shared here in this panel discussion across industries. I invite our moderator of the session to take center stage, Mr. Nitin Arora, the strategy advisor, leadership coach, and entrepreneur. Inviting our esteemed panelist, Ms. A. Dhanalakshmi, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Science and Technology. Thank you, ma'am, for once again accepting our invitation to be joining us. And she has been a constant part of our Convergence India, joining us as a panelist and also as the guest of honor in many sessions. Thank you, ma'am. Inviting Mr. Mohan Raju, the Vice President and Vertical Head IoT Geo Platforms Limited. Mr. Udayan Kannada, the CEO of One Inks Labs. Inviting Shweta Bajpai, the Group Director, India FS, Media Travel, RE and Services Meta. Mr. Hasit Trivedi, the President and Chief Digital and AI Officer at FirstSource, and Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh, Director General of the Digital Infrastructure Providers Association. So we have a full panel and a big panel in this second last session. Just a reminder to the audience, after the session we have Shri Nitin Gadkari ji joining us, the Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways. Over to our moderator.
Thank you so much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session on convergence of IoT, 5G, and AI, and how is it impacting on the new era of digital innovation. I think we all know that India is standing at the cusp of, or should I say, is now becoming a leader in the area of digital revolution, and with the technologies like Internet of Things, fifth generation telecom networks, artificial intelligence. I think we are, it's not just a technology advancement, but it's also how we are changing the entire industry and how are we stimulating the economical growth as part of the country. So today we will talk about, more about convergence of these three technologies and its impact on various facets. What are the challenges? What are we looking forward to? But before that, let me just share a few, statistics and facts with you in terms of where do we stand right now in this area. And, not just our corporate, but also our government has been investing a lot of time, money, and effort into doing this. Let's say, for example, Bharti Airtel entered into a multi-billion-dollar deal with Ericsson to enhance its 4G and 5G coverage across the country. They will deploy the open RAN-ready solutions and significantly improving the network reliability as well as the speed. Also, if you see the chairman of Reliance Industries also announced something called a GeoBrain, which will be suite of AI design tools which just might come in future. And Reliance Industries is already working on that to bring that up to speed and enhance our India's capability in that particular area. Also, if you see at the industry and the academia collaboration, there, I don't know if you have read, BITS Pilani has just partnered with Airlink, focusing on the 5G innovation that aims to develop cutting-edge application areas in urban traffic, safety, and provide real-time information not just to drivers, but also to the vehicle owners or the organizations or the government in terms of the real-time data access with regards to any and every vehicle that is there. On the convergence, there are a lot of sectors that I think right now are being focused, and some of the top of them have been healthcare, where remote monitoring through IoT devices and the digital, AI-based or virtual consultation is already started happening. In the agriculture space, we have seen smart farming and drone-based surveys, IoT sensors being deployed for understanding the entire, the type of land, the type of crop, how it will behave, the weather patterns, everything there. Manufacturing, upskilling, digital divide, I think there's so many areas that now are being focused. So just before we start, I think I'll say that the fusion of IoT, 5G, and AI heralds a new era of digital innovation where the opportunities are immense, and some of them we will be discussing today. And just to start with, I would request Ma'am Dhanlakshmi to share some insights on significance of 5G, AI, and IoT, both in government and private sector that we have right now, and also, if she can highlight what measures that are being taken by Government of India to promote these three technologies and their convergence as one particular product or solution to shape up India's dominance and usage in this space. Ma'am, please.
No. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Mr. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you very much, Mr. Nitin, for introducing the topic to the audience. It's indeed a great pleasure and a good opportunity for me to explain how government is using this opportunity of the convergence between IoT, 5G, and AI technologies to bring a more citizen-friendly, responsible, responsive, and efficient governing mechanism. First of all, the advantage of 5G technology is that three crucial aspects have been taken care in this 5G technology. Number one, the high bandwidth, which enables speedy connectivity to connect with the real-time database and the IoT devices. And the number two advantage of this 5G technology is that you have very low disturbance, call drop or liability. That is a great advantage. And the third advantage is we can have a very secure communication in this process of conversion between the 5G technology, IoT, and the AI. The three major aspects of high speed, high security, and high quality is taken care by this 5G. As a result, this convergence between 5G technology and IoT devices provide real-time information for several of the governance procedures. We can use these technologies to bridge the digital divide between rural, high altitude, remote areas where earlier technology penetration was little difficult. Now, with this 5G technology, we can provide high bandwidths mobile connectivity and basic facilities in these difficult terrain areas like rural areas, remote areas, high altitude areas. So basically the social sector and the social aspect of the governance is strengthened by these convergence of, by the convergence of IoT, 5G and what do you call, AI. Apart from that, when we manage smart cities, traffic management is a big issue. Now with these technologies conversion, real-time traffic management by connecting the vehicles and their GPS system with the traffic signals and the users and the monitoring administration like municipal administration who monitors all this. This will become a very good source. And you know, more than the traffic management, the convergence between IoT, 5G and AI will be a great relief for maintenance of our public infrastructure like roads, all those things. I have seen a pilot study where Uber and Ola drivers have been provided with a camera and they can, you know, wherever they travel through the length and breadth of the country, wherever they travel, whenever they detect a pothole or a maintenance issue and at a place where attention of the government or the system is required for repair or maintenance, they immediately alert. By doing this, you know, prevention is always better than cure. So this preventive maintenance of the infrastructure of the government has helped us maintain pothole-free roads and other facilities. So in addition, in the health sector, this this has given a lot of things. Now coming to the use of IoT in defense. IoT, AI and these things have helped us in having drone technology percolate into defense system so that maintenance of our borders, security of our territory, all these things have become easy and more reliable. In addition to defense, these technologies, when it comes to private sector, all these are use cases of government sector. When it comes to private sector, manufacturing system has been revolutionized by using this connectivity with IoT devices and the 5G and AI, because we can reduce the cost of manufacturing, increase the productivity level and make innovative management techniques and innovative industrial activities can be developed which will be more productive and efficient. In addition, in healthcare, as he said, this telemedicine system has revolutionized healthcare because we have remote areas where our healthcare system finds it difficult to reach. In those areas with minimum infrastructure, we can develop, we have developed telemedicine. We have used cases in Jammu and Kashmir and other places where this telemedicine has penetrated and provided a safe healthcare system which was earlier very difficult to reach those remote places. So both private and government sector has taken a lot of advantage of this developing technology, because more than that, the security which this system provides, the 5G technology provides, is more important because we have things which need not be accessed by public or anybody else. So in defense, in navy or in other activities, government's day-to-day activities which we would like to protect, in which we would like to protect our you know, confidentiality, we use this integration of IoT, 5G and AI technology so that we are able. We do have protocols which have been announced by government, and once it is well established, we'll have better security management.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think that was really, really insightful. And I completely agree with you in terms of, you know, government already initiating the use of a convergence of all three of them. And the example that you gave of the Ola and Uber drivers, just to add on to it, in fact, Ola and Uber drivers, for everybody's benefit, don't need to do anything. All they need to do is just switch on their back camera and let it capture whatever video it is capturing, be it potholes, be it garbage, be it illegal parking or traffic jams. It all captures that. There are AI models built at behind them, which alerts the relevant authorities on what action should be taken or can be taken. So I think that is very, very good. And as you rightly mentioned, I think the smart city has been one of the very good example of Government of India on how the technology has taken a shape, and not just the municipal commissioners, the traffic management, the infra management, the telecoms bodies, all of them have been benefit out of it. Now, just taking it forward, since we spoke about this Ola Uber drivers and IoTs being used and AI being converged and the 5G being used as a transfer mechanism, let me just request Mr. Mohan Raju, as Jio has been the pioneer of 5G technology in the country. And I remember I've been fortunate enough to work with Jio at that time when it was launched, and we came from number 135 to number 1, the top consumer of the data in 2016-17 timeframe. And since almost for, I think, 2 decades now, Reliance Industries across its Jio platform, across the manufacturing hubs, across the retail space, they've been using IoT extensively. And there is now a huge focus on AI as well. So if you can share just your thoughts on how, the corporate sector is converging all these 3 technologies and making the best out of it. And what are some of the use cases that either you are implementing as part of Jio, or maybe you are aware that industry is moving towards?
Sure, thanks, Nitin. So we all are at an exciting juncture of time, right? We all have been witnessing, rapid evolution, I would say, of the digital realm of our lives, right? At a very breakthrough and breakneck pace, right? Now this evolution has been fueled by various technologies like IoT and edge compute and cloud compute and 5G and AI and many more. Also, what is important for us to understand is the technology is not just standalone, but they also have been leveraging their interdependence on each other, or the convergence onto these technologies, which is actually bringing wonderful results, right? And rather fueling innovation. Now, innovation is the key here, right? Because all these technologies ultimately have to deliver us a good quality of life. It should have an impact on our daily lives, your and my daily lives. Otherwise, it's of no good. But yes, that's where the convergence of especially these 3 technologies that we're talking about, IoT, 5G, and AI, have been evolving silently, and the days that are about to come will be more exciting than ever before in terms of what it means to you and me. Now, explaining it in simple terms, right? IoT, right? Fundamentally, take the fundamentals of IoT. You have, a device or a sensor, as we call it as. It goes into typically either a machine in an Industry 4.0, or a car, or a fridge if it is a smart fridge, and so on. Now here the evolution of embedded technologies have been powering the devices like never before. These devices today have so much power, powered by edge compute, and also the technologies which are coming in, which can, by AI technologies which can be deployed on the edge. Honestly, these devices are becoming powerful than the computers that you and me use for specialized purposes, right? Now, this device has ability to collate so much massive amount of data and ability to feed it back to a central, cloud or a central server. Is bringing up immense possibilities. Now, this data has to be transmitted, right, to the central cloud, right? Now, this data is not bits and bytes like zeros and ones. Yeah, of course, the information is 0 and 1. But the kind of data that needs to be transmitted is like pictures, high definition pictures, high definition videos on real time, right? If you take the example of a vehicle, the vehicle is moving at what, 80 kilometers an hour or maybe even fast, 120 kilometers an hour. Now, at this rate, you have to capture the scene on the road to the last pixel. Now, imagine the data rates we're talking about, right? 5G is just giving birth to some of these real life use cases. Now, of course, that's the transmission layer in an IoT, right? The device and the transmission layer. And all the data comes and sits on a central cloud, let it be Azure or a Google Cloud or any other form of cloud, right? And we process this data with the power of AI technology. Honestly, in the last 1.5 years, with the onset of AI, we've been able to process data at such speeds. It's unthinkable 2 years or 3 years back. And processing means not just processing for the sake of processing, but processing is to develop meaningful applications onto real life for people like you and me, right? Now, this is the span of IoT, and technologies like 5G and AI, which have been very comfortably interdependent to leverage real life outcomes, has been phenomenal. Especially with AI, the speed is just increasing. Now, what are some of the things that we will see in the future? And more so, I will say as India, because I firmly believe that this is a very, very strong opportunity for India to innovate on the global stage, right? And many new things are happening out of India. We don't need to see Western world and replicate here, right? A simple examples in our daily life, right? We never imagined that you can order your, onions while cooking in 5 minutes, just blink it and you have it in 5 minutes. So much extreme that I was seeing on the newspaper yesterday, a Flipkart advertisement saying, get your iPhone in 10 minutes. I was having a morning tea. Yeah, I was literally saying, yeah, ऐसा तो Apple ने भी नहीं सोचा होगा, correct? But look, this is happening in India, friends. As I go around the world, today the world doesn't inspire me. What is happening in India is inspiring. Now, as Nitin asked, right, in industries specifically. Now, there are numerous examples, but probably I'll touch on one. Especially, in the order of priority or in the order of, practical life deployments. Automotive is one, where we just discussed, a car moving at a high speed needs high precision. Now, autonomous driving, yeah, today examples exist. I don't know, some of you, I'm sure, might have experienced so-called Waymo, right? Just like we spoke about Uber and Ola. There's an autonomous autonomous car Uber. It's called as Waymo. I took it once when I landed at San Francisco airport. I was super curious to try it out because I was trying it first time. I simply downloaded the app, logged in, booked a car. And the car comes on its own to the pickup spot, right? And there's nobody inside the car. So I was super curious, right? While I saw a lot of videos on YouTube, but I was curious like a child, right? What is happening? Gaadi aaya apne aap, main baitha uske andar. And my hotel was exactly about 27 kilometers away, because I landed in San Francisco and I was going to the San Jose area, which is where my hotel was. And I was like 27 kilometers. It was super. The car made you comfortable. It was driving on its own. मैं अकेला गाड़ी में बैठा हूँ, right? And the ride was super smooth. And how this was working, the car actually was stopped at one point because there was a vehicle ahead. So typically the Waymo thinks that it's a traffic light because the car is parked. But it's been like 2 minutes, the car was not moving. So I quickly sensed that something has gone wrong and we are not moving it. I need to get off or book another one. But Waymo tells me exactly 1 minute down the line, hey, there is some problem. I'm speaking to my command center. Don't worry. I'll play some music for you, but we'll move soon. This was super. I was like, the car was making me comfortable. And the car was silently talking to the command center where it was relaying the images in front. The command center assisted that it's a wrongly parked car. Please reverse, take ahead and move on. The car exactly did that. The car could drive itself. Of course, when it was confused, it relayed back to the command center. All this was happening without any human guy. All machines. Now, isn't this wonderful? How is this happening? Internet of Things, 5G, AI. This is a fabulous example. Now, of course, this is at a very initial stage, but I firmly believe India has its own opportunity to lead the world when it comes to autonomous driving, right? Many more examples in automotive, let it be ADAS or even a simple example like all of us moving in the car from, say, Delhi to Agra. We all stop by for our chai or samosa along the way, right? And, if you stop at a McDonald's, they keep pushing coupons which are on your email and SMS today. But when we go to the McDonald's, how many of us would pull a coupon from our mails? Hardly anyone, right? But if the coupon comes to you when you're 500 meters away from the McDonald's, will we all use it? The probability of using the coupon increases, right? Isn't that a delight than digging a coupon from an email or a SMS? Do you all agree that's a better life to have? But yes, these are some of the real life examples that will come in the sphere of automotive. The next big impact area for India, a country like India, would be healthcare, right? Where the number of doctors, one doctor per whatever the ratio, it's reducing, but yeah, it's still large. So the remote expert coverage in medical is very important. And with the onset of technologies like 4G, the penetration has started increasing, 5G is accelerating it. However, there are certain use cases that are struggling to be born. For example, remote surgery. There are hospital chains which have been willing to partner with us. They're wanting to do remote surgery, but the challenges are high. You know what? Because when the doctor or the surgeon needs to make an incision in the heart, he needs to do it at a particular time when the heart is pumping down. Now just imagine, how is this possible in a remote way? So these are use cases which are getting born in a 5G era with sophisticated surgery equipment, which is nothing but IoT, getting, enabling the doctor to do remote surgery in a remote area, which is a critical operation. But also this gives us a lot of optimism because these use cases are just getting born in 5G. These will take life in 6G and beyond, right? So that's the kind of future that this intersection of IoT, 5G, and especially AI in healthcare is doing. The third biggest is the field of education for India, yeah, where numerous schools, state-driven, central government-driven, but lack of infrastructure, right? Now here, technologies like AR and VR IoT-driven, powered by 5G, is honestly delighting kids. Now, you all might have seen, by the way, when he launched it in Bharat Mandapam here in Delhi, he was so fascinated. He was speaking to some schools live with the AR, VR. Today, I'm happy to see this is one area which is personally very, very important for me. I like to spend time. I visited one of the school in Telangana, a remote area which was powered by some of these technologies, state adopted technologies. Believe me, I met a grade 2 kid, yeah, and he was super inspired. He was telling about heart that he saw in his VR glasses. I can tell you at grade 2 he knows what a heart is, more than what he should know. But that's the kind of minds that we're igniting with the power of these technologies. This wouldn't have been possible on a 4G or any other prior eras. But again, these are just getting born. Now imagine the amount of curious minds that we will ignite. It really doesn't matter where the kid is. Our job is to give him a very good education as public and private sector. And that's where these kind of things are coming up. But yes, these are the three priority sectors, I would say, priority use cases that are highly relevant to India. The list can go on, but yes, in the interest of time, I think I would hand back to Nitin. And one point that I would like to mention is, as India, for us to leverage this better than anybody else, there are a set of challenges that these technologies bring in, right? Every technology has a plus and a minus, yeah? To these technologies, the combination of IoT and 5G and AI can actually, on the negative side, enable a drone to launch the bomb when there are maximum people. No people required. The drone can detect where the maximum density is, just go and deploy the bomb. So that means what? This technology can time itself to kill maximum people. Sad, right? But that's reality, the power of this technology. So as a country, we need to build proactively the frameworks that are required to be able to leverage the convergence of these three technologies, to be able to power ahead and build our own brand as India in the sphere of technology innovation. But with that, I would like to pause. I think I'm beyond my 5 minutes, but back to you, Nitin.
Thank you so much. I completely agree that every new opportunity comes with new challenges as well. And I don't know, you sounded very excited, sharing your experience about an autonomous vehicle being driven. I would have been a shit scared to sit in that vehicle which doesn't have a driver right now. So, yes, on a serious note, yes, definitely there are a lot of challenges that every new technology brings with them. And just to discuss on that, you know, at least I think so, and there is that is there in everybody's mind, is that the biggest challenge or the biggest threat or the biggest black hole that people think in any new technology, and especially with the kind of technologies that we are working on, is the privacy and security side of it, which I think, sorry, which I think is very, very key to address on how do we take care of the privacy and security area, especially with, you said 5G open doors to so much of information being moved out. The IoT devices can monitor you, anything and everything that you are doing at any given point of time. And AI can correlate that with anything. So let me invite Ms. Shweta Bajpayee from Meta just to share her thoughts on this. And two areas that, if I may request, if you can focus on is, one is how to ensure that the data privacy and security is taken care, and in domestic as we comply to domestic as well as the international relations, be it our own privacy guidelines or GAP or whatever. And also, how do we secure this overall ecosystem? Because, and I've been saying this a lot, that it's very important to de-risk technology from the technology itself. So how do we secure all this, and how do we take care of the privacy challenges? If you can share your thoughts on that.
Sure, great question, first of all, and thank you for all the panelists who shared their thoughts. Ms. Dhanlakshmi spoke about smart cities, some very interesting applications. Mr. Raju spoke about Waymo and where the future might be. The question you've asked me around worries around privacy and security, what if I were to step back and say right now we are in a world that's going from 3D to metaverse, right? We were in a 2D world some time back. We were also used to looking at a screen for everything that we wanted. We are now going to a 3D world slowly, where we are now used to mobile form factor as being the primary choice. We are very used to swiping up. I'm sure you have kids or whoever has seen kids, even on the TV they do swipe up, that's a 3D world. And we are quickly moving to a new word which will be a metaverse word, which basically means I don't need to interact with the screen. I will look for interactivity in whichever form and mode they can be. However, as Nitin pointed out, the concerns around privacy and security are pretty much the same as what they were in a 2D world. So let me give you an example. What do I worry about when I think about privacy and security? Number one, if I'm doing a conversation, if I'm doing interactions, are those interactions private? Is there anyone else who's getting access to those conversations? Number two is usage. You do have access to my conversations, maybe you don't know all the detail, how are you using it? So Mr. Raju spoke about getting a McDonald's coupon 500 meters ahead. I might actually think it's an infringement of my privacy because you then know the location that I'm in, but that is also a concern on privacy. Number three, it's who can reach out to me. When I'm on any platform, when I'm interacting with any kind of media, there is a very important onus that I put on who can have access to me. And we ideally want to define that access. And it's always harder when you interact with technology because you're sending information out. And the last one is how do you control bias, especially important when it comes to AI. AI is a machine-driven answer. Machine is trained on a set of data. Let's say it's trained on data that's residing in the US. So its answers are very contextual to that population. Let's say it comes and hits India. It gives you answers that possibly are not meant for you. How do you change that, right? So assuming those are the concepts of privacy and security, in India's context, I will also add a fifth one, which is around payment protection. Payment fraud, transaction fraud is a huge issue in today's time. If you think about a lot of IoT technology, especially where speed and convenience takes over, usually payment or the last mile purchase has to be built into it. When the last mile purchase gets built, there is a very high probability you'll have imposters coming in, trying to steal your data and actually making do transactions which are termed as fraudulent. So how do you navigate all of that? As Meta, I'll explain where our thinking lies. The way we see these three technologies come alive, and Mr. Raju spoke about AR, VR. In the market, we have a device called Quest 3. Quest 3 is primarily a device meant to experience AR, VR. It's a device that's on your eyes, and it allows in a gaming or a media context for you to move from a 2D reality to a 3D world. Now in that device, we actually integrate the three elements. It is Internet of Things. It can only work with very high bandwidth and speed, so 5G is a given. And it is AI powered, which means you can actually generate AI characters that you play with in a gaming world. Now the problems we face with in a device like that is, let's say you in a gaming world, what if somebody creates an AI character that is behaving disrespectfully towards me? That's an infringement of my privacy. What if the characters or the gamers actually get access to my data, which I consider as private data? And what if they get access to my credit card and make them do transactions which I never thought of doing? In order to solve for that, our answer, I think at the root of it is open source. We believe AI, at the heart of it, should be open source. If AI is controlled by Chinese walls, which means the data is actually belonging to the person who's conceptualized the AI model, you might actually think that it is building upon your data, but the centralized node for where the data is residing is still private, and you will not have access to it. So we believe the future of AI is open source. Only if AI is open sourced, people can build models on it, applications on it, is the best way in which you can protect your data. The second answer we have is two-factor authentication, ideally in a VPN world, which means every time you do a transaction, it has to be protected by two layers of authentication. Not just the fact that I'm claiming to be who I am, but something which is a VPN protected, it allows you to go ahead and authenticate every sensitive transaction. Now that sensitive transaction can be approving a friend request, allowing a new gamer in my own world, or doing a financial transaction. And the third one is what we call as conversions API, or what we call as server-to-server integration, which basically means that when, as a company which is producing a game, I am putting together a word, then the data that should be given to that company is only what the user decides it to do. So if you all have used the iOS interface, you will see an alert come in which says you ask app to share data. So that's an authentication that is sought from you whether you want to share your data or not. That also ensures that even if I have server-to-server integration, even if I have approvals from within the company to share data, I draw guardrails around what's possible versus not. But that we believe those three parts, which is being able to do work on an open source AI, being able to leverage AI which is actually built for your own use case, guarded by two-factor authentication, as many layers of approval as you can build on top. And third, actually focus on what the user wants to share rather than what the platform ideally would like the user to share. They might be key in terms of ensuring privacy and security. It will always be a very hard word. As a company, we deal with many of those questions. So for example, if I want to make healthcare better for you, I would ideally want to get your body statistics data, but I cannot share it anywhere. I cannot use it to make the device better. So how do I still make the model become better and better? At the same time, not share any data that you would ideally not want to share. It's going to be a very hard path, but we believe the three things that I spoke about might give a possible solution to the same.
Thank you so much, Shweta, on that. And I completely agree that you and your organization have been in the eye of the storm, basically, when it comes to privacy and maintaining the data standards. But that was, thank you so much for that view from the corporate side. I would request Ma'am Dhanlakshmi, if you can share your thoughts on what is Government of India doing, or what are the initiatives or steps that they are taking to ensure that data privacy and security challenges are met, and are there any new guidelines or enhancement in the current guidelines that would be happening very soon?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Nitin. In fact, Government of India has taken a lot of steps to ensure data privacy. We have introduced an act in the Parliament Personal Data Privacy Security Act. So these, the guidelines will help us protect the data, particularly the personal data. Because, you know, Aadhaar authentication, like everybody, everywhere requires an Aadhaar number to be authenticated. And we use iris data or fingerprint, which is exclusively uh, specific to an individual for this Aadhaar authentication. So, you know, we need to have certain protocol in place to ensure that the information we get through this Aadhaar utilization at every service point where this Aadhaar card is used, that it should, the privacy of the data which we acquire during these transactions or maintain. And for the information of the public, I will always say, at any point where you give your Aadhaar for an authentication, the vendor will not have any information. The information is already, you know, secured, it is concealed, and only the information required is provided. Like your Aadhaar is connected to your PAN card, it is in turn connected to your IT filing, returns filing, and it is connected to your bank account. So, all of us may have this remote doubt in our mind, because this Aadhaar is connected to all this, and if another vendor or at the airport I use my Aadhaar for a Digiyatra entry, will my information of that IT return I filed, the amount of financial, the financial background of me, that is the amount in my bank account, or the number of travels I make in a year, will all this be captured at some point by somebody? No. I can authenticate with evidence that your privacy is always protected. Your IT department will have only information on the information you have filed in your ITR, and your bank will have all the financial data secure. It will not share with any other third party. That fiduciary relationship is protected, so nobody gets that information. And if you use Digiyatra, nobody other than the airport authority or the GMR organization which is running the airport will have access, and they will not maintain a database. Even GMR or the Digiyatra team cannot give the information on how many international trip or national trip you have made. These are all already protected. There are standard protocols which will protect all the personal information. Government has already taken all efforts to do that. In addition, we do have, like your systems are being connected to an AI. So we have the facility of adding a chip on these systems, and these chips will be connected to the 5G or other AI sources. So these chips will identify itself. So any, like in a defense network, we have drones which are running in the border area, and if some other device is trying to enter into this network, this system of having a security chip in the defense network system will always alert, look, there is an intruder which is not in my original system. So we can always be rest assured that security at every stage is protected. The telecommunication department has sanctioned 132 projects costing 552 crores to protect the, to make the 5G network more versatile, more efficient, and more secure. What else can you expect from a government? This is much more than the expectations. Apart from that, the government has issued certain protocols, certain cyber security instructions and measures to ensure that the officials or these people using the government network use it very safely. Number one, they are not, their information is not exposed. And number two, they are, the authenticated users are only allowed to use those networks. Outsiders, when they enter into the network, the cyber security measures, firewalls or whatever, they have certain technologies by which outside networks or outside systems entry into the closed network of government, which needs to be securely preserved, is not allowed. Of course, there are certain networks like public grievance redressal mechanism network or citizens charter, where citizens are welcome to enter. Those networks will not give any alert mechanism, or they are authorized, there are networks which authorize outsiders to enter into it, and that is taken care. So in addition, we have this, protocols where slices of 5G network are allotted to various users for a particular purpose. Suppose I have allotted a slice of 5G network for a defense purpose, then healthcare officials are not allowed to enter into that slice. If I have allotted a slice of 5G network for a healthcare system, and they don't have any business to get into any other. So we have ensured at the technology level, at the network level, at the operational level, and at the user level also, that security is the prime concern and it is protected at all costs. So I would like to use this opportunity to assure our citizens that all the data which is used in your AI media or IoT media through 5G is completely safe and secure. We need not have that apprehension that if I connect my bank account with my PAN, then the IT officials will know how much money is in my account. No, they will only know how much interest you have received, which can be used for calculation of your IT. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's really reassuring to know that all the data, at least the public data, is in safe hands. And also pretty glad to hear that, out of 1.25 billion that has been allocated to the Bharat AI mission, a good $500 million are being spent on the security and safety part of it and to ensure privacy. So I think that's a great contribution, and I'm sure we will be the leaders in this while taking care of privacy and security very seriously. So moving on, sorry. So moving on to the before that, let's take a bit different step and understand what are the real life, let's say some of the use cases where all these three technologies converge together. And I'll request Udayan to share some examples of the real life use cases that you have either witnessed or implemented or you are aware of, which making the entire ecosystem better just because of convergence of all these three technologies. Udayan.
Thank you very much, Nitin. It is, if you think about these three things like IoT, 5G, and AI, I find that AI is distinct from the other two in a very particular dimension. The other two, you can control them via SLAs, service level agreements, saying that, hey, I want 99.9 uptime or whatever. AI doesn't work with SLAs. And so in that sense, AI is very distinct to procure, whether it is for the government or for the private enterprise or for corporations. And that is something that we are all still struggling with, and we need to acknowledge that. Every AI algorithm is different. And how do you know what is the correct algorithm to procure? Let me give you a few use cases. Since ma'am spoke about traffic, I will give you our experience with traffic. We created a wonderful traffic algorithm which uses reinforcement learning, queuing theory, fluid mechanics, and machine vision all coming together to produce a real-time traffic control system that I believe is really world-changing. We can reduce wait times in traffic in peak rush hour by 50%. And we proved this on real-world traffic. Okay? The problem that I'm talking about is how do I convince a buyer that this was actually achieved? Okay? Because a buyer is going to buy some system. They have already spent 100 crores on it. Now they are not going to change the system for the next 7 years. Right? And then all the technology has moved on. So here's one thing that we have done in the hope that it's a way to prove. We have created, in this specific case, we have created a portable traffic signal. A traffic signal that you can actually wheel into place and just connect, and it's an IoT device. All the data goes to the cloud over 5G. AI happens in the cloud, real-time commands come back, right? And it's real-time down to the 1 single second, which is why 5G is very useful. And we can demonstrate on on a intersection by intersection, chalk by chalk basis, which system is best, whether this system actually outperforms the previous system. And so this is a real-world use case of using all three together to solve a business problem. Let me give you another example. Ma'am also spoke about maintenance, predictive maintenance. Now, predictive maintenance has been the holy grail of all of this for a long time. IoT, telecommunications, and AI, we have been talking about it for a long time. The problem really is that AI requires data, right? Everyone's saying that we will use AI to predict failures, correct? The problem is AI requires data. To predict failures, AI will require data of failures, but engineers do not allow their systems to fail. And so there is no data of failures. And so predictive maintenance using pure machine learning techniques never works. On the other hand, there have been statisticians have thought about this problem for a long time, and they can predict failures even with zero failure data and do it in a very advanced manner, which I won't speak about. So what we did is actually created an algorithm which merges machine learning and statistical techniques and operational optimization in a very fundamental new manner, which can then allow you to optimize both your maintenance spend as well as the cost of failures. So these are two examples where we have been, coming from the AI background. I have been doing this for 20 years. Coming from that background, how we are leveraging IoT and 5G and AI to do novel things for the industry.
Thank you so much. Just to add on to it, either the engineers don't let the systems fail or they don't accept that they failed. So, we're engineers, right? So, no, that is, I think, really, really useful. And the example that you gave about a portable red light, I think that's, or a signal actually, is a true example of convergence of all of three together and coming together to solve a business problem, which actually is the ultimate aim, that we don't just have technology implemented only for the sake of it, but solve the real life business problems and make life easier and better for others than just being these stalwarts in technology. And moving forward, so you spoke about how the AI algorithms and everything work together. But, another key component or the equally important component is the infrastructure. And how do we ensure that these IoT and 5G technologies converge together in, in the real life infrastructure world? and how they also utilize AI to extend to do to solve multiple business problems like preventive maintenance, as you mentioned, or faster recovery of infrastructure going down, or better planning of infrastructure. So for that, I'll request Mr. Singh to, share some light. You being part of the, Digital Infra Providers Association, and what do you see is the benefit that we can derive out of convergence of these three technologies, and how is the future looking on that?
Thanks, Nitin. So allow me to start with a very famous saying that behind every successful man, there is a woman. So it is in the similar way, behind every innovative services, there is a digital infrastructure. So if that is not there, everything fails. I'm very proud that I'm representing Digital Infrastructure Association here. And the importance of digital infrastructure cannot be overstated, as it plays a crucial role in ensuring the functionality and the resilience of essential systems and services that we all rely upon. It is now a fact of life that business or a personal life cannot rely more on data as in present world. And the reliance on the data is highly dependent upon a high uptime of digital infrastructure. When I say high uptime, the uptime which we maintain is 6 sigma, 99.99, 6 times 9. Imagine a situation, whatever digital services which we talked of our fellow panelist. My panelist was very excited to share his experience over autonomous car, e-health, e-education. Imagine what is a common element behind all these e-services is digital infrastructure. If autonomous car fails, it fails one segment. If e-health fails, it fails one segment. If e-education fails, it fails one segment. But if digital infrastructure fails, it is a total collapse. So that is the importance of digital infrastructure, which we maintain. And my fellow panelist was talking of use of AI in delivering the services. While we are advancing towards very efficient deliveries with the help of AI, which is highly relying on the constant inflow of data, which also creates burden and extra pressure on the infrastructure to remain more robust, more resilient. And that in turn necessitates the uses of AI into maintaining the infrastructure, to maintain the uptime of the infrastructure. So what actually AI is helping in maintaining the infrastructure, which Nitin was asking a question to us, is the infrastructure is not only to be supposed to be resilient, but also to be more efficient, most cost efficient, energy efficient, sustainable. In order to achieve that, AI is helping digital infrastructure to optimize the resource allocations, to optimize the infrastructure. Where the need is, it is moving the resources and the planning to that side. Say, for example, I will give an example to you. Today, how many people sitting in this room? Maybe, or in this Bharat Mandapam? 1,000. Everybody is connected. Tomorrow, after a week time, how many people will be here? 0. If I constantly deploy my digital infrastructure to cater the requirement of 1,000 people, it is one of the most inefficient infrastructure. So I have to reallocate my digital infrastructure capacity as per the need of the hour, as the need of the function. That I am trying to explain the necessity and the utility of AI in effective resource deployment, planning optimization, and not limiting to only optimization, but the predictive maintenance. My fellow colleague was citing one example that frequent failures are getting difficult because engineers not allowing it to fail. Hope you said like that. Imagine a situation when AI is being introduced where the failures are further minimized, then how much difficult to write the algorithm to prevent the Six Sigma minus failures. And let me tell you a very real lifetime use case of that in which I represented an organization for digital infrastructure for the last 2 decades. What happens when a digital connectivity fails for a second? We all know. We become completely handicapped. So the task was given to us that you have to predict the site failure. And the project name was identifying the frequently failing sites. So inputs have to be provided that we predict a day ahead or a week ahead that this site is going to fail. And unless that data is there, it is almost impossible to maintain the 99.99% uptime, or alternatively, we will be creating a high level of standby network which will be cost burden to the infrastructure, and ultimately, who will pay for this? End customer. So by applying AI into the digital infrastructure, we are not only reducing the cost of maintaining the infrastructure, but it is also enabling the least cost telephony and the least cost digital services in the world. You must be knowing that India's cost of delivery of per gigabit of digital services is the least in the world. Not to say that AI has played a very, very vital role in that. Ma'am has said several times the data security, enhanced security, infrastructure security. No need to say it again. Always, whenever the technology advances, the threat advances. We have to evolve our infrastructure in a way that it cannot. Because let me take a step back. While we are moving towards a connected world, in past days, when somebody has to hijack a telecom tower, he can hijack 1 tower, 2 tower, 3 tower. But in a connected world, he can hijack thousands of towers or millions of towers, millions of services in a click of mouse. So we have to constantly evolve our protection systems that infrastructures are not hijacked. Remember what I said earlier, if an autonomous car is hijacked, if one service is disrupted, but infrastructure is hijacked, it is a total collapse of the system. And in order to minimize the cost burden of securing the infrastructure, AI plays a very, very vital role.
Yeah.
So of course, so in the paucity of time, I know that it is an endless topic for me to speak throughout the day, but yes, AI is very much pertinent in data centers, in networks, in cloud computing, in digital public infrastructure, and so on. So there is probably impossible scenario is emerging out that maintaining the infrastructure with a human interface. So now the humans are being shifted to take calls on strategic things, and AI is becoming their network planning engineer. So that the collaboration with the human and the AI is able to work and deliver the efficient and the highly reliable digital infrastructure. Over to you, Nitin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh. I think that's pretty important, and understood that, infrastructure is the digital infrastructure, either in physical form or in virtual form, both is the backbone of whatever we do. And it's pretty important to ensure that that stays alive and ticking 24/7. And obviously, the AI has been helping do that. Moving further, I think, so we've spoken so much about what kind of technology is available, what kind of, business cases are available there. But how are these services being provided to the service industry per se? Is service industry also benefiting out of this, or is it just that it is being there taken care for let's say, manufacturing or healthcare or public infrastructure, as all of us has been speaking. So Hazrat, I'd like to come to you and ask you, what are your inputs on how the convergence of these three technologies are primarily helping evolve and become better in terms of the service industry evolve and become better? And what is it that we are looking at in future when it comes to this particular space?
I think if you see, today there is nothing called non-service industry. I think world is moving towards everybody wants to become a service industry. The physical goods manufacturer want to be continuously stay in touch with consumers through defining themselves as service industry, correct? So automobile company wants to provide car as a service, correct? Or refrigerator and white goods companies or television company wants to be connected and want to bring services at home, correct? So everybody wants to become a service industry. And globally, if you see, the GDP of service industry is increasing. Correct? The pie is increasing. It is not that service industry is growing. It's more about that everybody is becoming a service industry. And the question is that that was always an aspiration for all the industries. But it was achieved because of the convergence of these three technologies. So IoT, AI, cloud, and 5G ensured that all the product companies or physical good company could become a service company. So it's more of the aspiration, realization happened through these technologies. So that is one part, and thus citing that how it's a service industry, I think that boundary is already blurred. It's everybody's service industry. So be it, so I think that is point number one. Second number, if you see that. And because I was last in this thing, so I'm just watching the audience also. I got a luxury to time
Sorry about that.
Observe this thing. I think if you see that the most of the people wants to stay connected continuously, correct? I think the maybe average time of touching your mobile might be every 15 minutes or 30 minutes max. I think everybody wants to stay connected, and you get connectivity. So what is happening behind the scene, correct? There's an app which is continuously working, which is designed by a service company. Take an example of Meta here. People are either connected on WhatsApp or Facebook all the time. They're connected because the app is working. Somebody is behind the scene is working, ensuring the IT and networkers are working. So IT service providers are ensuring it's always on. How they do this thing? Their infrastructure is instrumented through IoTs and emulating mechanics, and the AI is involved, and they are ensuring that IT infrastructure is up and running, correct? Then comes network, which is also service industry, telco providers, our friend Geo. Is how do we ensuring that they are connected, correct? Network doesn't fail, almost doesn't fail, correct? Because this same AI, IoT, and the 5G connectivities are ensuring this network it's up, always up, correct? So thus you are able to see the Facebook and Meta and WhatsApp, everything is working all together. Okay, you go further down, that how the telcos are running and how the app is running, because somebody is powering continuously. Again, service industry, utility industry. Correct? How the power industry is continuously keeping up and down, up, always up. Again, the IoT's breakdowns of network, smart grid networks are ensuring that your power is up and running. So if you see that the continuity of the services or products is possible just because these three companies, these technologies are coming together. And that is a power which we do not realize it has come in our hand. The beautiful aspect of this whole convergence is invisible to us. And no technology can be considered as powerful and pervasive if it is visible. The fact that it's invisible, we do not know it's a behind the scene IoT, we do not know behind the scene it's a 5G, we do not know behind the scene it's a 5G, correct? And that is the beauty. I think the people who are Fitbit tracker or Apple Watch, right? I think they are continuously connected. There's intelligent devices, wearables are there. So the whole definition of what is IoT is no more industrial goods. It's not a physical machines. These are the wearables, and we are talking off the line that mobile will not exist in few years, correct? Because everything will be wearable. And Meta is way ahead in the thing. They are already started thinking about that, how your specs will be the everything, correct? So all the variables will take place, and that is the most intelligent device we will be wearing. And that will ensure that you are always connected, you stay healthy. I think indirect benefit of this thing is the health span of the human species will increase. So the power of this convergence is beyond convenience. I think it will at least increase the health span of the human being by 10 to 20%. Just being staying connected because of your instrumented, your network is working, and your AI is continuously churning out the data and recommending certain things, and getting you e-commerce also done to if the prescriptions of the medicine has to happen, correct? So the whole cycle is getting close because of this technology. But at the same time, and start with the foods, correct? Food security. If you talk about that farming, correct? To get the see that the soil is in right quality, the growth of the plants is appropriate, nutrition within the plant is appropriate, chlorophyll content of the leaves is appropriate. All this thing is possible to manage, and you get a food, healthy food at home, is possible because of this technology. So the food to health to travel your cars, correct? So car as a service I was talking about, that you are continuously transmitting signals from your cars. All the EV vehicles and the high-end vehicles are continuously targeting to, it's in repair shops, correct? So repair shops are getting individual car data on real-time basis. And thus, today car manufacturers are telling that I can repair car within 1 hour. You check in and check out time will 1 hour, because all the problem data is available. AI is already recommended which all spare parts has to be assembled for them, and what is the repair service time is needed, what is the quotation, everything is ready. By the time car comes into the garage, everything is ready, correct? So those are the conveniences, continuity is, and healthier life is ahead of this thing. But at the same time, Shweta talked about another things. So while this technology has brought the physical world and digital world together, but we are moving towards meta world, which is that world is coming to you rather than you going to the world, correct? Physical world. So the digital world's quotient within your own ecosystem is increasing, and thus this will be interesting time for us to see that this technology, which will play a much more powerful role in your life. Thank you.
Thank you, Asad. I think what you said is very apt, that we've already made the world smart. Now let's make it better, and not just smart. So yeah, and so moving forward, and I think we are already on time. So last but not least, there's one more aspect that I wanted to touch upon. And Udayan, if you can, since you've been into this for long and you are a service provider for these technologies. So what is your take on the end customer in terms of how much aware or how much educated the end customer is in terms of how these three technologies can benefit, as Mr. Singh was also saying, can actually provide a real life business solution. Because my almost 3 decades in service industry or the providing IT services is that, and no offense to anybody, but is that, most of the customers, they want to implement technology because that's the buzzword. They want to implement technology because they want to come into that quadrant that yes, we use the technology. But how to actually make use of that technology, how to derive the best or the optimum out of that technology, what is your viewpoint? How much is customer aware now, and what is the future for the implementation of this in terms of when all these three technologies converge?
That's a very appropriate question, and I would agree with you that right now the customer or any of us really does not know how to deal with these new technologies coming up. We are barely even aware that when we say AI, it is not actually one thing, it is 1,000 distinct possible algorithms. When a new algorithm comes up, like the large language models, which are the newest algorithm that we are all fond of, we start thinking that that thing is solving everything. But it never has, and it doesn't have to. And just like algorithms have kept on coming up, we were discussing this, algorithms will keep on coming up in the future as well. There will be algorithms beyond large language models as well, which do things which are cheaper and better and more accurate in different domains. And this is something that buyers have to be aware of. More importantly, buyers have to create methodologies to ingest the appropriate technology. And this is something that all of us have to learn to do, how to do that well. Today, neither the buyer side nor the seller side knows really how to deal with this. Can I give one final example?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Quickly.
So, yeah. So just, speaking about how technology goes on changing, large language models came about, right? ChatGPT, and now there are 100. Meta has a beautiful model. And, we ask, when will India have a model? Now India has its own model, so forth. We were thinking a little differently. We were thinking, what can we do that large language models do better without using large language models? And we came up with the idea that we can do database querying better than large language models can. You know why? Because when the data changes, large language models take a long time to track it because they have to be retrained, and retraining, as we all know, is millions of GPUs and a lot of cost. Now, if you can build an algorithm which is at the same time a database search algorithm as well as a linguistics algorithm, just merge these fields together, you can come up with a completely new set of beautiful algorithms which do accurate data querying based on natural languages, which even large language models cannot today. And so I think that this kind of refragmentation of what large language models are doing will happen in the future, and there will be algorithms which do what LLMs purport to do better in all kinds of verticals. And that is the future that I see, and it's something that we'll all have to keep on tracking.
That's completely agree and great. Yes, it's not just the end customer, but even the service providers at times are, take time obviously to adopt new technologies. But I personally have seen a change in last 5 years because I still remember, and again, not in a negative manner, but people used to, or the customers used to come and ask me that I want to implement AI. And what exactly do you want to implement in AI? I want my MIS reports to come out of AI. So, but now obviously, as you said, the things are changing. We are indigenously, doing a lot of stuff. So I think we are just running out of time. So if I may request, maybe starting from Hus at the other side, and let you be the first one this time. If just 60 seconds, I think we don't have time, so just 60 seconds each to summarize in terms of what do you see as the future of convergence of all these three technologies and how India can leverage on that.
I think first part is that India is having maximum data. I think nobody can beat us on the data side, so we'll be leading the show for sure in future as a country. Second is that these technologies are really matured now. I think few more technology will come into picture, like Meta will be in the mix in this whole three technology area, and the network technology will not be limited to 5G. I think this technology has to evolve to deal with the multiple type of connectivity technology, NFC being the thing, Bluetooth being this thing, low frequency technologies. And this heterogeneity of technology will become a big challenge to enhance each of other technology, because then devices has to be that kind of enabled for this kind of technology, because today it's assumed that everything is a 5G enabled. And new kind of connectivity mechanics, more efficient connectivity mechanics, because you can't go to the server every time, correct? NFCs and low field frequency will rule the things, when especially we are doing the variable to variable communications, correct? It's not necessarily you have to go somewhere else. Within and most importantly, human itself will be a device. I think the biggest change will be the human itself will be a device. I think Elon Musk already shown that certain neurochips have been designed and it's been embedded on human bodies. So I think the evolution-wise, I think the connectivity technologies will see the emergence. Edge AI will be center stage rather than going to the cloud-based AI. Thirdly is that human being devices. And India will be promising stage because we will be the ruling with the data. We have the digital infrastructure in place. We have data protection policy in place. And we have scaled. We have shown to the world that we can implement anything at scale level.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Shweta, your take, quickly.
Working now? Yeah. So I think to some extent the future is already here. We already have smart rings, we have biometric watches, we're even talking about chips that can get inserted in the skin and that can help you, detect diabetes. You obviously have headsets that allow you to game, that allow you to, experience media. I think three big shifts that I see happening in the next 5 years. The convergence of IoT, 5G and AI has to move from private good to public good. I think we have a lot of use cases that are great for private good, which basically means I want to track my sleep cycle and I want to track my productivity battery. I have all the devices to do that. How can I create a community around it? How can I create better health infrastructure for a nation around it? I still don't know. Or, the way we were talking, the Vanerix example on using the mobile traffic signal, think about the amount of hoops he had to cross to get it implemented. So private good, I think we are already there. Many, many use cases, including some that Meta already has. If you've not heard about the Ray-Ban Meta sunglasses, very interesting use case, allows you to experience Internet of Things, AI, 5G in a simple sunglass, day-to-day use. But I don't know what the future would be in terms of what we can do for public good. Second, I think the question that Nitin asked, which is how do we move from giving off our data for free because it's making my life better, to a future that will actually hold data dearer and will therefore make AI work harder in order to get better insights. I think that will be very exciting for us to see. And the third would be, as Ms. Dhanlakshmi was saying, right, as governments are becoming more agile about how their data, their consumers' data, their citizens' data is used, what do they actually come up with? Europe had come up with GDPR, which is a regulation to protect data, but can they actually build an algorithm on top of that data? So I would love to see those three evolve, which is private hobby to public good, moving from data is actually everywhere to data is oil, so I need to protect it, and from private sector actually doing and pushing the boundary to governments building their own AI models to take this forward.
Great. Thank you so much. Aman, your thoughts on that, please.
Sure, Nitin.
Very quickly.
So, yes, I think, as India, obviously, the convergence of these three technologies is a very opportune moment. First, as my colleague Hasit mentioned, we have the largest amount of data that you can find anywhere.
No doubt.
So everybody is looking at us and wanting to experiment on us. Now we have the data, we have the consumers, tech-savvy consumers who want to consume and adopt things. We have the complex of the business challenges. Indian customer, all of us, when I say Indian customer, is you and me. We are the most demanding set of people, but we want to pay the least as well. That is leading to amount of innovation that is coming to build monetizable business models is also seeing light of the day in India. Because these three technologies that we have been talking about, let me tell you, there's a big business challenge. How do we monetize IoT? How do we monetize 5G? It's not an easy problem. But what I'm super excited and optimistic that it is seeing light of the day in India. Now what does this mean? This is a perfect alignment of the needful resources to become an Atmanirbhar Bharat, right? We have to leverage this opportunity to build our own products, build innovations, and build unicorns, whatnot, right? So that's the scale and magnitude of the opportunity that these three technologies are presenting, right? And of course, leading all this to economic empowerment. These technologies we have been using, we as products have been monetized, but what is it in for us? Can we empower the last citizen with the economy or a part of the revenue flowing to him? It's actually delivering the rupee to the user itself, right? Like we all use products, yeah, free products and so on, but we don't get anything back. But there lies a power to drive economic benefit to the bottom of the strata only purely by convergence of these three technologies. But yes, those are my little thoughts on this, Nitin.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. Ma'am, less than a minute, your thoughts on how this overall convergence will change the India digital scenario.
Like India is a country with 1.5 billion population. And we are the melting pot of culture. Every 100 meters, you have a different dialect. You have a different culture. You have a different religious practice, or for that matter, food habits, everything changes. So, this large language model, which I forgot to mention in my first, so IIT Delhi, IIT Mumbai, we have funded a project
Yes.
to develop a large language model, and that was recently demonstrated. A Marathi guy in Marathi, he is speaking. He may not be able to even type or write, because we do have farmers who don't have to go to school to learn agriculture. So all our farmers are experts in their own field without going to a agriculture school or getting a formal education. So this farmer, he through his voice has asked this large language model, what I want to plant grapes in my garden. Tell me what type of grapes I should do, and whether it will grow well in my soil, and how much I should input seed quantity kitna hai, and how much will be my output. All
The
those
chatbots that are being built
chat.
around cars. Yes.
So, he only asked one question, I want to plant grapes. The chat box started asking, which region are you going to do? And, based on the region, it predicted the soil type. And then he said, there are two varieties of grapes, the seeded variety, non-seeded variety. Which one would you like to grow? After that is decided, when he decides that, then, the prompt comes. He might have not known in his remote dream that all this information is necessary to grow grapes in his garden. So the water, availability of water, the kind of fertilizer. Now, to make it precise, technology has already gone into deep level inside the country. Remotest part also is not untouched by technology. So this mobile, maybe they may not, the COVID is a blessing in disguise. The mobile technology, which was available very conveniently in urban and rural areas, semi-urban areas, have penetrated into depth because school subjects were taught through the mobile. So every household was forced to have one device at least, which is smart. So this smartness has helped them in a lot of ways. There is a woman app. I don't know how many of you have an idea about it. This woman app will give you details of all the services the government provides for a child, for its education, for the civil supply department, from civil development, how much ration will be given, where they can secure. So all walks of life in India is now AI touched.
Definitely.
There is nothing which is not touched by AI. Given that, we do have challenges. I cannot only talk all the rosy things. Being a highly populated country, and with the level of literacy our people have, and with the level of infrastructure we have at remote places, we do have challenges. But these challenges are not, stopping our progress in any way. Whenever we have a new challenge, the government is sportive enough to address it. We have young technocrats and intelligentsia inside the country who can always address it. And in any international avenue we speak, there is not a single country which don't look up to us as far as this digitization of banking is concerned. They never thought we will vaccinate the entire population, eligible category of population. We did it by sheer confidence, not with all facilities.
Great and determination, yeah.
Every
True, ma'am.
last level, last mile connectivity, the nurse who walked several kilometers to deliver the vaccine, the postman who took the pains to deliver the vaccine through cycles, So, by that, I would conclude that India is not isolated and the entire world is looking at India for amazingly to find out how we have digitized. The flower vendor, the vegetable vendor, and the petty vendors on the roadside
Sure.
who don't have a shop or even a vending machine, equipment, who sits on the roadside and sell their way. They do have this
Paytm.
Paytm, that is a technology which has revolutionized India's digital framework, and countries like Indonesia, Brazil,
Sure.
and other world countries look upon us,
Sure.
trying to take this technology or, know how. How did you do that? Shall we able to, can you please share this technology? That's a kind of achievement that these convergence of IoT, AI, and so we are no way
Sure.
behind, we are far ahead, and
Completely
the
agree, ma'am.
entire country is touched, not a single citizen is untouched by this revolution, and
Correct, ma'am.
things can only improve, not
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Udam, very, very quickly.
I think that IoT, 5G, and AI can come together to produce immense good, but we have to do it very carefully.
Thank you. Thank you.
I will try to make up the time. So evolving AI will raise the bar of KPIs of all the digital services being provided to us. And I don't know, I just forgot what is the full form of AI, but somebody told me it is artificial intelligence. Is it? But it is actually intelligent. So that's what I understand.
Yeah, so thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate that. I'll just like to summarize this quickly, that we had a great session here. And as I think Hasit also mentioned, and so did Shweta, that we are not just connecting devices, we are trying to connect lives. And that is what I would want to take away. And our goal should not just be to lead a world in AI or 5G or IoT, devices or technologies together, but it should also be that make sure that no citizen, no corporate, no group is left behind, as ma'am said, in digital transformation, and we can reach to every nook and corner of the country per se. And just to conclude on a very lighter note, before we adopt artificial intelligence, I'm sure we should do something about the natural stupidity. So thank you so much, everyone. Do we have time to take questions or?
We can take.
Okay. So quickly, if you can just take just a couple of quick questions, if anybody has, if you can just introduce yourself, address a question to one of the panelists and ask, please. Can somebody give a mic there, please?
Thank you so much. It was a lovely talk and really interesting and learnable knowledge for us. My question is around data. I think many of you had mentioned that India has the highest data. But is there a way we can check on the data integrity? If the data being produced is actually going to be helpful and is correct, especially in the global market, it can be manipulated to many degrees. Considering we have the Aadhaar program, the UDI program. The integrity of the data, how can we protect that? Will be my question to you.
I don't know. Anyone?
Hello. I think all the deep digital infrastructure country has, I think that is already taken care. I don't think we have to any element of doubt that data integrity and data sovereignty has been compromised. So I think that is one part of the thing. When it comes to a private data which is not non-personal nature, I think it is more about the educating of the individual also, correct? Today you have more data with private Facebook, WhatsApps, and another social media thing than what a bank or government has it, correct? So I think that's, so you don't need government to intervene that thing. You have to intervene your own knowledge base so that you don't disclose information which can be misused. If the information is there, certainly there will be elements which will get misused, irrespective of whatever you do. Just remember, a sane person will take long time to adopt a technology. Insane person will be fastest to adopt technology because their intent is to malafide use, malicious use kind of thing. So that is that you have to be more educated around this whole thing, and that onus lies on individuals as well.
Completely agree. Yes, whatever steps are to be taken, as Ma'am Dhanalakshmi mentioned, by government, they are being taken. By private corporates, I think Shweta also mentioned, and Mr. Singh also mentioned, everything is being taken care of. But at the same time, it is duty of us as citizens as well to ensure that we, one, don't misuse the somebody else's data, and two, don't give out the data that is not required to be given out. Need to know basis. I hope that answers your question. Thank you. Yes, please. Can we have the microphone here, please?
Thank you all panel members. My question is to Ma'am Dhanalakshmi ma'am. Ma'am, given this national mission on interdisciplinary cyber-physical systems, focusing on robust innovation ecosystem, how do we see the role of AI-driven digital twins in ensuring not just real-time monitoring, but also proactive decision-making and predictive resilience across India's critical infrastructure, such as smart cities and industrial ecosystems?
Yeah,
I would be happy to learn your insights, ma'am.
Yeah, it's a good question. Our CPS is 5 years old. Initially, it was planned for 3 years. We had a review after the 3rd year, and we found that out of 13 iHubs we have set up across the country in various IITs, ICERs, and IISc. 11 has performed outstandingly well. Like we have given, our NMICS program has very particular outcomes. Like we don't give funds just like that, because now our aim is to incubate startups and then, ensure there is an integration between the, transfer of technology and research from the field, from the lab into the field. So to meet this process, we have constituted an expert committee which has streamlined the various activities of this. By streamlining, we don't mean we have put red tapeism or we have, over governance is done. But we have created 6 not-for-profit Section 8 companies, and they are given the liberty to use the fund allocated under NMICPS to these hubs to, nurture the startups and incubation centers and innovation. And at the end of the day, after we only help them to reach the TRL 9 stage. That is the stage at which it is ready for mass production. Your point is addressed here. Once it reaches the technology reaches the mass production stage, we give it to private entities who are capable of handling it and then using it for the large scale multiplier. India is the only country in the world which provides 98% funding for research. Elsewhere in the world, the research is funded by private organizations, and 3 to 4% is funded by government agencies, that too for their own consumption. But India is the only country in the world which nurtures and funds research for the use of the private. And once the technology is proved, look, our responsibility is like, we nurture when it is very tender, when it needs the support. Once we are confident that this technology will be profitable and it can be used in the market and for large scale production, we give it to private enterprises. That's, learning to unlearn.
I hope that answers your question. Okay.
Satisfied with the answer?
Okay, one last question, please. Make it very quick, please. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much for this session. Uh, my question is related to the neglected area of this country, that the agriculture, farmer community. We have the technology advancement. By the way, my name is Dr. H.S. Rawat. I am heading the institution in Delhi, Maharaja Surajmal Institute of Technology as a director. But this area, agriculture field, that the need for everyone, क्योंकि जब तक अन्न खाना ही पैदा नहीं होगा, वो टेक्नोलॉजी इसके लिए जो रिक्वायरमेंट का है, that's most challenging area. But the technology, in all these places we are implementing, we are working out, but that field, agriculture field, farmer community, that is the neglected area, and I am very thankful that you people raised that question, that farmers, they themselves are learning without any skill development or other resources. So how we people, the technologies, the advancement, the artificial intelligence, IoT, 5G or different type of technologies, how we can focus on that field, which is the basic requirement of livelihood for each and every one. So my request is that how we can focus on that field, agriculture field basically. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much for that question. I'll take that if that's okay with you. So I would just like to, minorly disagree with you. It's not that agriculture is not on focus right now. And at least I am aware of at least 50 odd schemes, 50 odd initiatives that Government of India as well as private players are taking in areas of agriculture. Give you small examples. The IoT sensors and drones are being used for disaster management in flooded areas in a lot of our country and states. Kisan drone is being used for the crop management, for taking care of the assessing the soil and how we can make it better. As ma'am also mentioned, there is Kisan chatbot available, which can provide answers to any of the Kisan, even on their not so smartphone as well. Second version of feature phone as well. There are so many subsidies that are being provided. There are so many schemes that are being provided. There are so many devices, sensors that have already been implemented, which are being used in agriculture field. Precision farming using AI is another area that is very has been now already implemented in some of the areas within our country also and across the world. So there's so much of technology that is being used. However, I agree we can do more about it, and definitely both the government agencies, I am personally aware that all the GIS-based agencies are working specifically to map each and every square inch of the country to ensure that the crop facilitation is there, to ensure that the farmers have the right products, right information, right knowledge about the whatever growth has to be done. So from that aspect, I think we are very much there, and I'm sure there is scope for improvement. But as India technology space, I'm sure we have already done a lot of work on that part. Yes, ma'am.
Just two points on this. Number one, IIT Rupert has a technology hub exclusively for agricultural activities and their production. In addition, we have this concept of drone disease. Uneducated village women are trained to use drone and spray pesticides and IIT Jharkhand or Chhattisgarh, I don't exactly remember, they also have an exclusive T-hub for agriculture interventions. And a lot is happening, but given our dependence on agriculture and that to traditional method of agriculture, farming, we still have a lot of hope to improve. And
Correct.
that is, it's a, work in progress.
There's always scope for improvement. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, panelists. Just before we wrap up, I'll just like to make a closing statement that, uh, a technology alone is never an answer to any of the business solutions. It's a collaboration that makes it happen. It's the human spirit that derives the progress. And I mentioned, as I mentioned earlier, it's not just that we need to make a smart world, we need to make a better world. And also, as Shweta mentioned, that it's very, very important now to bring all of this to public use and get everybody connected. And just a last note to leave on what Hasid said in terms of other people knowing better. I'm sure the day is not too far when our smart refrigerators would know more about our eating habits than our spouses. So thank you so much, everyone. It was a great session. Thank you, all the panelists. I would like to thank Exhibitions India for giving us this opportunity and organizing this. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much to all the panelists for introducing us to such this exciting world, convergence of these technologies, revolutionizing completely all the sectors. But as you said, working more, we have to look into working more for global good and welfare for all. Thank you for that session. I would like to request our moderator to kindly present the mementos to our speakers. Thanking Ma'am A. Dhanalakshmi Ma'am, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Science and Technology. Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing with us, again, from the government's point of view, the various initiatives which are being taken towards creating these secure networks. Thanking Mr. Udayan Kanad, the CEO of One Inc. Labs. Our expression of thanks to Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh, the Director General of the Digital Infrastructure Providers Association, again, who spoke about building more sustainable and secure infrastructure. Our expression of thanks to Mr. Mohan Raju, the Vice President and the Vertical Head IoT Geo Platforms Limited. His example of autonomous vehicles, yes, exciting world. Again, something to really experience. Maybe in India we are going to be experiencing it shortly. Expression of thanks to Ms. Shweta. So there is a huge opportunity here, but opportunity to harness the potential of all these three technologies as we build a more Atmanirbhar, inclusive India. Our expressions of thanks to Mr. Hasid Trivedi, the President, Chief Digital and AI Officer, First Source. And may I request Charanjit to please join us in presenting the memento to our moderator. Thank you to Mr. Nitin Arora, Strategy Advisor, Leadership Coach, and an entrepreneur. And requesting our panelists if you can step forward for a group photograph. With all these technologies, we're talking about shaping a new India, which is digital first, which promises a more inclusive and a sustainable growth, which is ready to lead the world. Thank you to our panelists, and thank you to all of you. We have already circulated the feedback form. You're requested to kindly fill in the feedback form. You may leave it at your seats only, and we'll have them collected. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving into the next session, but a short break. You can call it a bio break, a stretching break. You can go around visiting the exhibition area. 6:30 is... Okay, so no break now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji joining us. We're also having the Honorable Minister of Russia joining. And in fact, the Russian minister has a big article there on how Russia is shaping its smart cities. You're requested to also read that article, which is there in our pamphlets which we have circulated. We'll just waiting, as I said, for Shri Nitin Gadkari ji joining us. This is a special session with him, which we have. So requesting you, you can be at your seats. We're expecting him to be joining us at 6:10. The others, 32nd edition of Convergence India. Along with it, we have the 10 Smart Cities Conclave being organized by ITPO, which is under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and along with Exhibitions India Group. This platform was created in 1992, and it was established with the very intent of promoting the ICT industry. And now it's been almost more than 3 decades that this platform has been bringing forth through the exhibition and then the discussions which take place in the conference, the latest advancements and developments in technologies, also giving a platform for our Indian companies, Indian businesses, SMEs, giving them international exposure. This time we have almost 28 plus countries who are participating. And alongside also inviting the global interest and collaboration with the Indian SMEs, and thus and as we work on, as we talk about, discuss these technologies, this being the largest tech show, it is on different tracks that we work. We work on the track of convergence, on transformation and innovation, and accordingly we have in all these three tracks or stages, you can say, where we have the conference happening. The exhibition is having almost 1,200 brands which are being showcased. In the conference area, we have almost 180 speakers who are addressing us. And then we have the different tracks on which we have the exhibition being organized, the Internet of Things India Expo and Embedded Tech India Expo, which showcases the latest innovations in IoT, in embedded technologies, and how they are shaping the future of connectivity. The FinTech India Expo, which showcases the application of these new technologies in the financial sector, how they are completely revolutionizing and disrupting the financial sector. Technologies such as AI, blockchain, cybersecurity, digital wallets, forex, insurance, lending, payment gateways. And then we have the Mobile India Expo, everything which is latest in terms of the mobile devices, the accessories, the audio products, the hearables, the wearables, the gaming devices and the gadgets you can see in the Mobile India Expo. We have the AI Bharat Expo, where again how AI is completely revolutionizing almost all the sectors. We have been discussing that also. And towards that, the responsible adoption of AI in critical areas like the healthcare, education, climate change, building a more resilient society, fostering a sustainable future. We have been discussing, and as you go around in the AI Bharat Expo, you have various use cases which are demonstrated, various solutions are extended there. We have also the Future Cities India Expo, which showcases the modernization of our infrastructure, of our development landscape. And this is where how our cities are transforming with this network of technologies, where we have these livable cities, we have smart cities, intelligent cities, progressive cities, but then cities also pretty much preserving their roots, their culture, their tradition. That is where we are talking about not only Vikas, that is progress, but we are also talking about Virasat, that is heritage. So it is progress and heritage of cities. And then the cities which are not only economically prosperous, but also socially developed, also having paying heed to the environmental protection. So it is cities again which are progressive in the sense having a good balance of ecology and economy. We then have the Smart Mobility India Expo, wherein we delivering to the various ambitious targets which India has set itself under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi towards becoming net zero by 2070. Gradually, the energy transition which we are seeing right now, we are in where we have a mixed basket of energy, and where oil and gas will continue to play a very prominent role, but then we are gradually transitioning to more greener fuels, so green hydrogen, and that is where we have the electrification of vehicles, EVs. As you go around, you are going to be seeing many EV vehicles which are demonstrating here. Also, the autonomous vehicles, mobility as a service, we have been discussing various materials, again sustainable materials which are being used in the mobility space. Technologies which are aimed at enhancing user-friendly mobility experience nationwide are being exhibited in the Smart Mobility India Expo. We also have the Startup Hub, which serves as a vital platform for fostering connections and collaborations and partnerships among the global startup ecosystem. We have the broadcast sector. Here again, the application of various technologies and how completely transforming and revolutionizing the broadcast space. And we have the overarching theme which we have been in fact discussing, and which we have kept for this year is artificial intelligence, how we are entering into a space which is driven by these technologies. We spoke about in the last session about the convergence of these three technologies, IoT, 5G, and AI, how the convergence of them is revolutionizing and completely empowering industries and economies worldwide, further augmenting human capabilities. But then, as it was mentioned, and even our Prime Minister, when he was there in France and where he co-chaired the AI summit, he had mentioned that we have to use artificial intelligence and these new technologies more responsibly, more for public good, as was also reflected in this session. And shortly we'll have Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, one of the stalwart of the government, a tall leader, and as we all know that he's a minister who has been delivering on ground. So hearing from him and knowing from him the very vision of Viksit Bharat is going to be one thing which we are looking forward to having Nitin Gadkari ji joining us. as we talk about again smart mobility, smart cities. This is where he brings in, he himself stands a minister with a very technical bent of mind, someone who is very enterprising, very open to new ideas and new technologies. He himself, in fact, drives a green hydrogen car, and which he has been promoting. So we are waiting for the Honorable Minister to be joining us, and that's going to be a special session with him. Welcome Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, our chief guest of this special session, our Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, a minister, ladies and gentlemen, whose vision has been instrumental in shaping India's infrastructure and technology-driven growth, a leader with a very progressive approach, bold decisive decisions and commitment to innovation and promoting alternative fuels, sustainable infrastructure development, and more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, a minister who's always walked the talk and a minister who delivers on ground. I would like to invite here on the dais our distinguished guest of honor, Mr. Sergei Chermin, the Honorable Minister of the Government of Moscow, Head of Department for External, Economic and International Relations of Moscow, and the Chairman of the Business Council for Cooperation with India. As I invite him, ladies and gentlemen, there's an article which he has written on how Russia is shaping its smart cities, building its cities, address definitely to look forward. Inviting Shri Premjit Lal, ITS, Executive Director, India Trade Promotion Council. And we have Mr. Dhruv Behel, the Director, Exhibitions India Group, and Ms. Chandrika Behel, Managing Director, Exhibitions India Group. And ladies and gentlemen, as in these 3 days, we are exploring and further collaborating on the transformative role of this transformative technologies, the AI, IoTs, and the other disruptive technologies, shaping a new India, India which is ready to lead the world, an India which has a sustainable, inclusive growth, an India which is moving forward towards becoming an $8 trillion economy and driving a more moving for global good and welfare for all. Who best, ladies and gentlemen, to be leading us than the Honorable Minister, who's been a part of this transformative journey, a leader whose network of highways and roads, ladies and gentlemen, is truly building these roads to progress for a Viksit Bharat, for a new India. So we thank Honorable Shri Nitin Gadkari ji for joining us. We are delighted to have the presence of Mr. Sergei Chermin, the Honorable Minister of the Government of Moscow, joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, in his position, he is responsible for Moscow's foreign economic activities and attracting investments to the capital. His duties also include participating in congressional and exhibition activities, engaging with international organizations, supporting foreign businesses, in localizing in Moscow, and that is where it stands as a huge opportunity for the Indian organizations and companies and SMEs to be partnering and further collaborating with Russia. So we thank you, Honorable Minister, for joining us today. We have Shri Premjit Lal present with us, the ITS Executive Director of the India Trade Promotion Council. We thank him once again for partnering with the EI Group. And ITPO as an institution has been instrumental in positioning India as a global hub for trade and investments. So thank you to all the leaders present here on the dais. And I would now like to request from Exhibitions India Group, Mr. Dhruv Behel, the Director, Exhibitions India Group for his welcome remarks and also to open the dialogue.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the 32nd Convergence India and 10th Smart Cities India Expo. It gives me great pleasure as well to welcome the dignitaries on the dais. Shri Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways. Sir, thank you for your continued support and your presence here this evening. The Honorable Minister isn't just one of the most important people in the government, but also one of the most dynamic and driven individuals in the country. Sir, our theme for this expo since 1992 has been Connect the Unconnected, which refers to the ability of communications technology to connect the far reaches of this vast and beautiful country. Of course, this is because we believe in the power of technology to bring about change and development, but also because in the past, we've been daunted by the task of physically connecting a country as large and diverse as ours. But sir, your ministry over the past decade has proven that it is in fact very possible to create a world-class network that extends the length and breadth of our nation. Another initiative that's been very close to your heart has been increasing the adoption of electric vehicles. On one of your previous visits to this expo, sir, I recall you asking some of the manufacturers present at the time when they would introduce homegrown EVs in the country. With your encouragement, I'm sure you'll be pleased to see a number of EVs on the show floor that have been designed, developed, and produced right here in India. I'd also like to welcome once again Mr. Sergei Cheremin, Minister of the Government of Moscow, Head of the Department for External Economic and International Relations of Moscow, and the Chairman of the Business Council for Cooperation with India. Sir, your presence here this evening and the presence of pavilions from the Government of Moscow and the Russian Export Center will go a long way towards further cementing a bilateral relationship between Russia and India that has a long history of support, friendship, and cooperation. I would also like to welcome Shri Premjit Lal, Executive Director of the India Trade Promotion Organization. Sir, this is our 32nd year hosting this expo at this venue, and that wouldn't be possible without the unwavering support from you and your team. There aren't many relationships that exceed the 3-decade mark, and this is one of them, which is a testament to the strength of the partnership between the Exhibitions India Group and ITPO. Finally, I'd like to welcome Ms. Chandrika Behel, Managing Director of the Exhibitions India Group, who is relentless in ensuring that everything you see here is of the absolute highest standard. I also want to recognize the efforts of the entire team at the Exhibitions India Group, who work tirelessly year after year to put this expo together. And of course, I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for being here this evening. I don't want to take too much more time, except to say that we've had an excellent day today and have a lot more in store over the next couple of days. None of this would have been possible without the support of our partners and participants, some of whom have been supporting us for decades. I urge all of you to join us over the next 2 days for what will certainly be very productive and vibrant discussions, both on the show floor as well as at the conference stages. We also have an extremely exciting startup hub in Hall 1, as well as an investor meet and pitching competition as always. In fact, one of our former winners, Proxchi, has since gone on to get an immense amount of international acclaim and has most recently secured fresh capital from Indian cricketer Ajinkya Rahane, Zerodha co-founder Nikhil Kamath, actor and film producer Sunil Shetty, amongst others. We can only hope to provide a similar platform to this year's winner, who will be announced on Friday. The final point I'd like to make is on the addition of the AI Bharat Expo, which is co-located this year. This couldn't be more topical or relevant. To say that AI is changing the face of everything we do would be a gross understatement. And to say that we're probably underprepared for the ways in which AI will revolutionize most industries over the next few years is also probably true. In my case, certainly, I'm sure that my 15-year-old could have used ChatGPT to write a far more engaging speech than this one. At any rate, I hope that we're able to use this platform to shed light on the scale of opportunity that lies ahead, but also to provide some kind of framework for the steps we need to take as a country and industry to be better prepared for what lies ahead. What has enabled this platform to remain relevant for over 3 decades is our ability to look ahead and face the challenges of the future head-on. And I'm sure that with the focus of the government on the AI mission, there's no doubt that India will be a leading player in this field in future. The innovation, ingenuity, and initiative is on full display on the show floor of this expo. I salute this spirit of inventiveness, and I thank you all once again for your presence here this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for introducing us to this platform which you have created along with the ITPO. And ladies and gentlemen, India and Russia share cordial relations and then strategic partnerships on various sectors. And as we talk about building these smart cities and collaborating and innovating for a better tomorrow, as the theme goes, we now invite the address and the views of our distinguished guest of honor, Mr. Sergey Chermin, the Honorable Minister of the Government of Moscow, who's the head of the Department for External, Economic and International Relations of Moscow. He's also the chairman of the Business Council for Cooperation with India. I invite you, sir, for your address.
Your Excellency, Honorable Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to welcome you on behalf of the government of Moscow. The capital of Russian Federation is implementing a strategy of socially oriented economy. The main goal is to use all financial and human resources efficiently in order to improve the quality of life while maintaining the optimal level of environmental impact. Russia and India have built strong partnership over more than 70 years, cooperating in trade, science, technology, and culture. Today, Russia is not only a strategic energy partner for India, but also a key ally in agriculture, defense, engineering, and high technology industries. A major focus of both countries is concentrated on digital transformation, modernization of infrastructure, and the implementation of smart and safe cities programs. Moscow and India's megacities have world-class experience and talents, allowing us to develop innovative urban solutions and launch large-scale programs. We are raising this partnership to the new level of cooperation with our joint innovations, and we would like to improve, first of all, quality of life, to provide high social standards, mobility, and digital governance. Moscow nowadays is one of the global leaders in smart and safe city solutions. For the last 10 years, we invested actively in digital environment, artificial intelligence, big data analytics, and intelligent transport management system. These technologies dramatically facilitate the process of city management. One of the unique projects of Moscow government is a Moscow Digital Twin, a fully interactive 3D model of the city with nearly 5,000 of layers of existing and planned construction buildings, including infrastructure, underground facilities and utilities, and transport networks. This advanced tool supports data-driven urban planning and helps us to optimize the process of taking strategic decisions. To make Moscow cleaner and more friendly to the environment, we have introduced artificial intelligence-powered waste management system, smart city lighting, real-time air quality monitoring. Today, Moscow is one of the few cities in the world that applies almost all the instruments of governance to achieve the sustainable development goals. The city is the first region in the country that implements a policy of integrated development of territories based on ECG principles. In 2024, Moscow received the highest World Innovation Award. We pay special attention to social sphere development and growth. Dozens of new clinics, schools, sport and cultural facilities are being built every year. This strategy is focused on providing and creating the highest level of social protection, as well as to provide sufficient education level and excellent healthcare services for all citizens. The Moscow Urban Renovation Program and Initiative is the most ambitious in the world. More than 5,000 old-fashioned buildings will be demolished, and more than 1 million of citizens will move to new apartments. Moreover, a major program of reconstruction has been taken in the city center, and that created totally new urban environment. Thanks to that, we have now all historical buildings renewed, and more than 100 kilometers of pedestrian streets appeared in the city. Ecology is also one of the most important priorities for the city government. More than 50% of our territory is covered with parks, boulevards, and green spaces. Today, transport infrastructure plays a key role in creating a comfortable urban environment. According to United Nations Habitat 2022 study, which analyzed 60 biggest metropolises all around the globe, Moscow was awarded first rank as a global leader for the best transport infrastructure and highest quality of life. Every year, Moscow constructs hundreds of kilometers of new roads, bridges, as well as complex interchanges and tunnels. The city transport system is managed by a powerful intelligent management system that includes thousands of surveillance cameras, sensors, smart traffic lights, and widely uses artificial intelligence. To improve passengers' comfort, the city offers high-speed internet in all public spaces. A unified Troika card system provides payment in all public transport. User-friendly navigation based on the Russian GLONASS system is one of the most updated in the world. Innovations provide access to subway by FacePay, a biometric system that allows passengers to enter stations simply by looking into a camera. No cards, no phones, no cash. Development of metro remains one of our key priorities as a transport strategy. Since 2011, 115 new stations have been opened in Moscow. The railway infrastructure increased 2.5 times. In the next few years, there will be no metro car older than 5 years, making Moscow metro fleet the youngest in Europe. In 2023, the world's largest metro circle was launched in Moscow. with more than 70 kilometers of lines and 31 stations. Since 2021, the city has been primarily purchasing electric vehicles for public transport and supporting electric car sharing and taxis, along with constructing new charging stations. The city fleet of electric buses is now the largest in Europe. Today, the car sharing service is one of the leading public transport in the city, providing the largest fleet of more than 34,000 vehicles. Development of urban infrastructure is not just about improving mobility. It's about improving quality of life, reducing environmental impact, and creating new economic opportunities. We firmly believe that the future of smart cities is in sustainable and fully integrated systems, and Moscow is ready to share its experience with our friends in India. The 10th Smart Cities India Expo provides an ideal platform to learn best practices, explore new opportunities, and find partnerships. This is not just about technology, it's about the design of the future of our cities. Greater international cooperation will lead to more effective, people-oriented urban policy. I wish all the participants a productive and inspiring experience, and I'm confident that our collaboration will lead to prosperity of our citizens. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for sharing with us how Moscow is building more secure digital infrastructure, which is extending good quality of life to its citizens, and then building these cities of tomorrow, which are socially, economically, ecologically progressive, sustainable, and resilient. And also, as you mentioned, that the adoption of these new technologies requires greater collaboration between countries and multiple stakeholders. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I request our distinguished chief guest, our Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, for his special address and to address this congregation.
Shri Dhruva Bahl, Director, Exhibition India. Mr. Sergey Cheremin, Minister of the Government of Moscow. Mr. Gurmeet Singh ji, Shri Premjit Lal ji, Ms. Chandrika Bahl, respectable dignitaries and dear friends. It is really a very interesting thing, the way in which all stakeholders are giving excellent response for this expo. It is indicating that how much potential for the future in this field, which already you are having the assessment about it. India is the fastest growing economy, and the dream of the Prime Minister to make Indian economy of $5 trillion. Atmanirbhar Bharat. And also the mission for us to make Indian economy the third largest economy in the world. And for that reason, we need to develop our infrastructure, particularly water, power, transport and communication. Regarding that, I am responsible for the transport. Our vision is that our transport system should be smart, safe and affordable, sustainable. And that is very important in the Indian scenario, that presently we have good roads now. We are making express highways, 49 express highways are in the process, and which is going to reduce the time and that is very important for the economics also. Because the logistic cost in India is coming to 14 to 16%, and compared with China it is 8%, and the USA and European countries it is 12%. So by making good roads, I am confident that we can reduce the logistic cost. At the same time, our government is giving special priority for alternative fuel and biofuel. Now electric is very popular. When as a transport minister I started talking about the electric vehicles, there was a lot of confusion in the mind of the people. But today we have waiting list. The most important thing in India is, now when I taken charge as a minister, our number in the, as an industry in the world was 7th, automobile industry number, India number was 7. Now, today our number is 3rd. We have just surpassed Japan, and the first number is USA, having the industry size of 79 lakh crores. Then the China is 47 lakh crore and India is 22 lakh crore. But the way in which our industry is developing, there is a huge potential in domestic market, at the same time in the exports. Our two-wheeler manufacturers, Bajaj, TVS, Hero, Honda, they are all having export of their 50% production of two-wheeler to the world. At the same time, because of electric, flex engine and the new technology also, there is a huge potential for Indian industry for exports. I am coming to this function with my hydrogen car, and name of the car is Mirai. Mirai means future. The car is from the Toyota, and the future technology related with the green hydrogen. Already we have flex engine car now. Even we have a lot of scooters, two-wheelers available on biofuel, that is on 100% ethanol. We are making ethanol from sugarcane juice, molasses, corn and food grains also. We have successfully implemented making ethanol from biomass, that is rice straw. The Indian Oil has already started one project in Panipat, where they are making 1 lakh liter of ethanol per day from rice straw, popularly known as parali. And because burning of parali, the Delhi is facing the problem of pollution. And they are making 150 ton of bio-bitumen and 78,000 ton of bio-aviation fuel, sustainable aviation fuel. So I feel that the technology is very important. The futuristic vision and futuristic technology is very important. And today the way in which our startup, our researchers, our innovators are doing excellent job. I always telling to the people that the most important thing is the innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skilled and successful practices. We name it as knowledge, and conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future. So today I will request all of you, for smart cities we need smart transport. So we are making good highways. Presently Delhi to Dehradun, now it is you have to take 8 to 9 hours for that. But within 3 months, I will assure you that distance between Delhi to Dehradun will be only 2 hours. Delhi to Jaipur will be 2 hours. Delhi to Mumbai will be 12 hours. Chennai to Bangalore will be 2 hours. Already Mysore to Bangalore, previously it was 4.5 hours, now it is 1 hour. And Delhi to Meerut, it is 4.5 hours, now it is 45 minutes. So this type of, we are making at least 36, 37 highways, by which we are going to reduce the time. But at the same time, our transport, we are using LNG as a fuel, CNG as a fuel, ethanol as a fuel, methanol as a fuel, and electric is very popular. Now I got offered to launch electric double-decker bus in Mumbai. And the most important thing is our auto rickshaws, three-wheelers, scooters, cars on electric are very popular. Now there is a waiting list for that. So I feel that for the futuristic approach, the most important thing for the smart cities is import substitute, cost effective, pollution free and indigenous. Because our society which is stand on the three important pillars. One is ethics, economy, ecology and environment. The pollution is very big concern. So for the reason we need to think about how we can reduce the pollution. And in my own department, we have just started the work for ropeway, cable car and funicular railway. Already we have received 360 proposals. And already we have finalized 15 proposals. And this 6 month, we will finalize the 50 proposals. I am telling you a very interesting project about Kedarnath. Actually, the cost of the project for Kedarnath ropeway is 5,000 crore. But we are getting 800 crore per year as a royalty and all project in BOT and is the project, the private investment by which they are completing the project. So there is a huge economic viability. In every project, 4 important things are there. The proven technology, economic viability, availability of raw material, and marketability of the finished product. Every country to country, state to state, the approach is changed. Now in Indian scenario, we have import of 22 lakh crores of fossil fuel because we don't have fossil fuel. The Russia has got a lot of fossil fuel. And that's the reason they don't have any problem. The USA has got the availability of fossil fuel. We are the 3rd largest country in the world which is importing fossil fuel. So my dream is we need to think about the alternative fuel and biofuel by which we can reduce pollution and the cost. I remember when I started talking about the electric vehicles, the cost of the lithium ion battery was $150 per kilowatt per hour. Now it comes to $100 per kilowatt per hour. And I am confident that within 6 months, our car cost for petrol car, diesel car and electric car will be the same. And that is the reason now in our power basket, more than 42% of our power is green power. So today, the electricity as a power is available. We can convert biomass into methane by using biodigester and we will get hydrogen. Now just 15-20 days before, I got approval to launch our project that is Tata has launched their trucks on hydrogen fuel cell and one where they are using hydrogen in already the diesel and petrol engine. So today total approach is every day is changing. And the fastest growing economy, we need cost effective solutions. My first suggestions to all of you in our hill area, where we are giving a lot of priority for ropeway, cable car and funicular railway. At the same time, city like Delhi, Mumbai, Calcutta, we are working on the mass rapid transport on electricity. You just take the example of Dholakua to Gurgaon, how busy that road is. So now already we have tender asking interest from the parties for making the pond system, mass rapid pond system from Dholakua to Manesa. The one thing in Indian scenario is we have got the expertise that how to increase the population. So there is no problem that the population is every day is going to increase and automobile number is going to increase. So don't think about economic viability. And that is the reason today in the Gurgaon road there is a big traffic jam. So we have taken decision in Chennai and Pune, we are making flyovers, first layer, second layer and third layer on the single pillar, because the traffic density is very high. Now 1,25,000 PCUs are there on Dholakua to Manesar road. So the system is economically viable the road belongs to NHI, so right of way we are ready to give him. Only in the middle of the road, we have to take the pillar, and just like metro, we can make the stations and we can make it possible. The mass rapid transport is very important. Today, there was a huge meeting for Sagarmala. Now, I remember when I was shipping minister, we started Ro-Ro and Ro-Pax system from Mumbai to Alibag. Then 7 places where we started this system, Ro-Ro and Ro-Pax, in Brahmaputra, in Northeast. And today I have a meeting with the minister from Maharashtra. I suggest him to start ropeway and Ro-Pax from Mumbai to Sindhudurg, Mumbai to Ratnagiri. People will take their own car and they can go within 4 hours to Ratnagiri. So everywhere the water transport is very economically viable. If you are making the cost for petrol and diesel cars and vehicles, for example, is 10 rupees, for railway is 6 rupees, for waterways it is 1 rupees. So by using waterways and sea transport, we can reduce the cost, and also we can reduce the pollution. The cost-effective technology without compromise with the quality is the solution. And today the Indian automobile industry is changing every day. There is a competition. Now the Bharat NCAP star rating is there. So already the industry is very much cautious about the quality. And that is the reason that every time there is a competition for good designs, good quality, and the fuel consumption. At the same time, the public transport on electricity, there is also a huge market. In my own city in Nagpur, we are just going for the tender. Now tomorrow is probably the last day for that. That flash charge system, the bus, the technology is now available. The 2 Indian companies are taking interest, and by which the capacity of the bus is 135. And now there will be arrangement like all arrangement available in the flights. The same time where the cost of the ticket will be, the executive class will be there, and the cost of the ticket will be 30% less than diesel. So first pilot project we are going to start, the flash charging. The bus will be charged for 40 kilometers. Again next stop, against that will charge within a minute, and that system now we are going to launch for mass transport. Even from Delhi to Jaipur, Delhi to Chandigarh, Delhi to Ludhiana, we can go for that. All roads belongs to my department. I am immediately ready to give the right of way for that, because that is not a problem. So this type of new technology, new innovations, which are going to reduce the cost, reduce the pollution, and which will be the cost effective, that is to be very important for smart cities, because the pollution is a big concern. In our country particularly Delhi, we are facing the problem for the pollution. Now the total 280 lakh ton of parali, rice straw, already it is burning. Now already we have 400 projects, out of which 60 projects already started. They are making bio-CNG from the rice straw. Now 5 ton of rice straw is giving 1 ton of bio-CNG. So that bio-CNG we can use in the truck, buses and car, everything, no problem. Actually yesterday, one entrepreneur presented me the motorcycle on hydrogen. So I feel that already the new technology where our startup, our young talented engineers are doing excellent jobs. Now already in two-wheelers, there are 400 manufacturers in the small cities, and they are making electric scooters, electric auto rickshaw. So I feel that for smart mobility, there is a huge potential in domestic market, at the same time for the export. We can provide the good technology, and government is very friendly for the investors for giving support to them. And particularly in the field of IT also, I am really happy that today the AI is driving our economy. The future is related with the new technology, And for that reason, we need to have more research, more innovations. And India has got the huge potential. Now we have got even lithium ion in India is now available in Jammu area. So today we are working on different type of chemistry, lithium ion, sodium ion, zinc ion, aluminum ion chemistry. So everywhere the experiments are going on. We are already in the process of 4 to 6 companies now in the process to start that solar cells in our country. So the semiconductors also, there are a lot of good schemes, and people are now coming from abroad for investment in India. The future of Indian economy is very good. We are the country where we have maximum young, talented, young engineering manpower, highest in the world, which is available. The name of the country is India. And that is the reason that this new innovations and futuristic technology, where we need to develop, and it is to be the future of our country, and by which we can make our economy strong. Government is very much committed for the smart cities by smart mobility and smart transport, but without pollution, because pollution is a big concern. By importing fossil fuel, we are not going to encourage them. I am always doing electric car. I am using electric car or flex engine on 100% bioethanol, Innova, that is with me. Otherwise, I am using hydrogen car, because this is the time for India. If we can save the imports of 22 lakh crore, it is to be great benefit for Indian economy. At the same time, in the future, the pollution is a big concern. So the policy is import substitute, cost effective, pollution free and indigenous. Now we are implementing the policy of scrapping. The 15 years vehicle, they have to scrap now. So availability of raw material like steel, rubber, plastic, aluminum, now it will be available with a cheaper rate, and by which we can reduce the cost of the auto components. So my suggestion and request all of you, the way in which our economy is now developing, it is the appropriate opportunity for the investor and for the new technology, new innovators, that this is the appropriate time to invest in India. I am really happy that today the way in which the people are coming, it is an indication of the future development. I am really happy that today you are participating in this big expo, is going to inspire and motivate to you, all of you, giving futuristic vision. I am giving my all best wishes to expo and your all these subjects which are concerned with the smart mobility, and I am confident that the way in which all our Indian entrepreneurs are doing excellent job, 100% we are going to lead the world, particularly in this field. My dream as a Prime Minister, my dream as a Transport Minister, the dream of the Prime Minister is to make Indian economy as a world largest economy, third largest economy in the world. And for that reason, we need to encourage the new technology, new innovations. And that is the thing, we are on the right path. I am giving my all best wishes to all of you, and 100% it is going to boost our economy. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for your very inspiring and motivating futuristic vision and mission which you shared, truly building these roads to progress and success for building a $5 trillion economy, a Viksit Bharat, and an India which is well on its pathway of energy transition and decarbonization and realizing its net zero targets in building this smart infrastructure. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir. And now I would like to request Shri Premjit Lalji, the Executive Director, India Trade Promotion Organization, to kindly propose a vote of thanks for his words of thanks for everyone.
Dignitaries on the dais, Sri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Mr. Sergei Sheremin, Minister of the Government of Moscow, Head of the Department for External Economic and International Relations, Ms. Chandrika Bahal, Mr. Dhruv Bahal, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to share that ITPO under the Ministry of Commerce has been successfully collaborating with Exhibitions India to host the 32nd Convergence India and 10th Smart Cities Expo, which is happening now. The expo will showcase India's technological advancement and rapidly developing urban landscape under the theme Imagining an AI-driven future today, innovation for a better tomorrow. This is one of the oldest events being held in Bharat Mandapam since last 32 years. I would like to express my gratitude to Honorable Minister Sri Nitin Gadkari ji for sparing his valuable time from his busy schedule to grace the occasion and extend his thoughts on various seminal topics like smart mobility, smart cities and other ICT related initiatives as well as EV related, transport related initiatives which he has undertaken. I would like to thank Mr. Sergey Shermin, Minister of the Government of Moscow, who has spared his time and graced the occasion. I thank you, Minister. It has been a pleasure to be part of this incredible journey. On behalf of ITPO, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed industry partner, media friends, and startup, all the participants who have converged here on this occasion to showcase their technological prowess and doing a lot of business for India and coming up with the new product and services in this sector. I would like to thank my media partners who have covered the event and thank you for all the attendees for being here and making the event a success. We also thank the support staff for their behind the scene efforts that ensured everything ran smoothly to organize this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And before we close the session, our expression of thanks and gratitude to the Honorable Minister, would like to request Ms. Chandrika Bahal, the Managing Director, Exhibitions India Group, to kindly present this special memento, thanking the Honorable Minister for his presence and also to further leading us and guiding us in this three-day conference and exhibition. Our thanks to the Honorable Minister of Moscow, thanking you, sir. Thanking Mr. Sergey Cherubin. And thanking Mr. Premjit Lal, thanking for being our partner in success towards organizing the 32nd Convergence India and the 10th Smart Cities India Conference and Expo. Thank you. May I now request the Honorable Minister to be kindly also inaugurating the exhibition. We'll have the ribbon cutting here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the largest technology show which we have, and we have almost 28 plus countries which are participating, almost 120 plus brands which are exhibiting. And as we shared with you earlier, across various tracks that we have the exhibition here, an exhibition which is a showcase of Viksit Bharat, a showcase of technologically driven India, which is ready to lead the world. Thank you, Honorable Ministers, for inaugurating the exhibition. Thank you. Just requesting everyone to be kindly making way for the Honorable Ministers as they depart. Please be on your respective seats, leaving the aisles unoccupied. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With that, that's the close of the day. We are going to be starting tomorrow at 9:30. So requesting people who are interested in being a part of these deliberations and discussions and the future technologies, requesting you to be kindly be seated by 9:20, and we take our sessions from 9:30 onwards. Thank you.